Welcome to the world of island survival. There are no rules here, no restrictions. Your only task is to stay alive. Friendly reminder, the first 3 days are a beginner's grace period. Basically no danger, unless your luck is truly abysmal. Here, injury and death are real. You only get one life. Each person gets a tiny 4 square meter island. This is your starting point for survival and the foundation of your empire. Build it up. Expand it. Otherwise, you'll be swimming in the ocean. Once the grace period ends, the waves will swallow 1 square meter every day. Don't upgrade, don't expand, and you'll be neighbors with the sharks. After 7 days, guests will pay you a visit. Be ready to receive them, or you'll be the one serving as their meal. That's all the guidance you get. The rest is up to you to figure out. Now, open your beginner's gift pack. The adventure begins. I stared blankly at the sea before me, that voice echoing in my head, my mind completely empty. Did I just get transported to another world? Such a cliché setup, and it actually happened to me? But I didn't want this. I busted my ass for 10 whole years just to finally land a department manager position. I hadn't even gotten to enjoy the perks of that promotion and raise, and now it was all gone, just like that. At just over 30, I'd organized a mountain retreat to get closer with my coworkers. Who knew the bus would tumble off the hillside, turning our team-building trip into a team-wiping disaster. When I opened my eyes again, I was in this godforsaken place. All around me stretched an endless sea, deep, dark blue, its bottom nowhere in sight. Beneath my feet was nothing but a patch of sand, 2 meters square, barely enough to stand on. In the very center stood a statue about knee-high. I looked down and studied it. The more I looked, the more it resembled me. No idea what it was for, though. Aside from that, all 4 square meters were nothing but barren yellow sand, scorching hot under the sun. I shifted my nearly roasted backside and got to my feet. In my past life, I read a lot of web novels and played the occasional game. Island survival, being transported to another world. None of that was hard to grasp. I ran through the system's little intro in my head, hunting for anything useful. Oh right, where was the standard issue perk for anyone who gets transported? System. Swish. The moment the word left my mouth, a pale blue high-tech interface materialized out of thin air. Holy crap, there really is a system? Ha ha. I was practically beaming with joy. I knew it. I've been different from everyone else since I was a kid. Turns out I really am the chosen one. With a system, I was guaranteed main character treatment. From now on, I could do whatever I wanted. Rise to the top, surrounded by beautiful women. I stood there grinning like an idiot for a good while, then licked my parched lips and suddenly snapped back to reality. Now wasn't the time to get carried away. First, I needed to find water. In weather like this, out on the ocean, I could tough it out without food. But without water, 3 days, and I'd be dried out like a salted fish. Dried fish. There were 6 options on the screen: stats, crafting, trade, friends, info, and inventory. Looking at this row of icons, I frowned. Something felt off. I tapped stats first. The screen flickered and switched. Name: Lu Wei. Race: human, blue star. Level 1. Strength: 5 constitution, 5 agility, 5 spirit, 8. Average person: 5 points in each. Talent: unique lucky crit, a level 1. Skills: none. Free attributes: 0. Pets: none. Territory: starting 4 square meters. EXP: 0/10. Blue star. Looks like I really did transmigrate. And after crossing over, I got dumped into this game of all things. Just my luck. But wallowing in self-pity wouldn't get me anywhere. My stats weren't bad. Thanks to all my regular workouts, I barely made the cut. And my spirit far exceeded the norm, which only confirmed my destiny as a protagonist. I opened the talent details and finally figured out what Lucky Crit actually did. When obtaining items, it triggers a random multiplier crit. At level 1, the multiplier ranges from 1 to 10 times and comes in 2 types. Quantity crit multiplies the item count by 1 to 10 times. Quality crit elevates the item's quality by 1 to 10 tiers. This effect was absolutely broken. A single bottle of water could turn into 10 with a quantity crit. And with a quality crit, God only knows what it might become. Maybe even the legendary Spirit Spring. Of course, there were plenty of limitations. The 2 outcomes were random and couldn't be chosen. Only 3 times a day, and only on the first 3 items obtained that day. Reset overnight. No carrying over. And items acquired through trade didn't trigger crits. Otherwise, it'd become an exploit later on. Judging by the setup, the talent could probably level up, and the restrictions would likely lift over time. I just didn't know how to upgrade it yet. Even so, I was already pretty satisfied. I closed stats and opened crafting. The interface was even simpler. Blueprints, add materials, dismantle, collect. Easy enough to grasp. Follow a blueprint, add materials, craft the item, then collect it. Dismantle broke materials down into finer components, like turning lumber into planks. Then I tapped trade, auction, item slots, exchange, search. I opened the auction, and there was actually quite a bit listed. A coat, starting bid, 500 milliliters of drinking water. 10 pounds of sand, starting bid, 200 milliliters of drinking water. A pair of socks, starting bid, 200 milliliters of water or 200 g of food. Seawater. My face went blank. Aside from that coat, there wasn't a single legit item here. Not that it was surprising. In the early stages, nobody had any resources, and everyone desperately needed water and food. So plenty of people just threw random junk up there, banking on the off chance that some sucker might take the bait. Wait, that's not right. It suddenly hit me. So if other people can list stuff at the auction house, doesn't that mean everyone has a system? This thing isn't just mine. And here I was, thinking I was some chosen one. Turns out it was all in my head. Just like my last life, another face in the crowd, as ordinary as they come. My heart sank. I felt a flicker of disappointment, but I shook it off fast. My last life started rough too, and I still clawed my way up to promotions and raises. Never got rich, but I never went hungry either. This time around, I'm not asking for much, just to make it to old age safe and sound. Nothing worth buying in the trade menu, nothing to sell. Closed it. Friends list was empty. Closed that too. I opened info. More options here. Announcements, world, region, party, friends, mail. There was only one announcement, the same system prompt from earlier. I read it through twice more, and a plan slowly started taking shape. But I didn't rush into anything. I kept poking around the system instead. Better to nail down the basics now, so I wouldn't be fumbling around when it actually mattered. Slow and steady keeps you alive. Miss one key detail, and it could cost you your life at the worst possible moment. I closed the announcement and opened the world channel. The online count in the top right corner stopped me cold. 18.7 billion. Messages scrolled by at breakneck speed. Some people were cursing, some were ecstatic, some were searching for lost family. One message per person per day, but with this many people, it was all just a blur. I closed it and switched to the region channel. ID, 9 provinces, human region number 01438. Population, 100,000. Seeing the ID, my mouth twitched. 3 messages per person per day on the region channel. With 100,000 people, that's 300,000 messages. Boo-hoo, I want to go home. What the hell is this place? A survival game? Huh. The heavens saw how miserable I was and gave me a shot at turning things around. Everyone, I'm the VP of Taishu Group. Anyone know how to get back? I'll pay $1 million. Anyone got water? Spare me some. I'm dying of thirst. Anyone know how to expand the island? Somebody, throw me a bone here. I was scrolling through when a message popped up. Open your backpack. There's a starter pack inside. Open it, and you'll get a fishing rod. Use it to fish the floating supply crates out of the sea. There's all kinds of stuff in those crates. That's all I can do for you. Take care of yourselves. I tapped the guy's ID. All I could see was his region number. Everything else was hidden. I turned to look out at the sea. Sure enough, there were crates bobbing on the water. I quickly opened my backpack. Only 3 slots. Cheap-ass system. I cursed inwardly and pulled out the starter pack. A small wooden box, about a foot square. Totally unremarkable. Something this small can fit a fishing rod. Is it collapsible or something? Skeptical, I opened it. The box. In a flash, a fishing rod appeared before my eyes. When I got a good look at the thing, I almost cursed out loud. This counts as a fishing rod. In my past life, I was a hardcore angler. I'd seen more fishing rods than I could count. But this thing? A 2-meter wooden stick, thick as a thumb, with about 2 meters of rope tied to it, and a grappling hook knotted at the end. That was it. That was all of it. Calling it a fishing rod was generous. It was more like a snag hook. Before I could even get my complaint out, a notification rang in my ears. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining one crude, shoddy fishing rod. Can be used to salvage supplies. Ding! Lucky critical hit triggered. Quality critical hit times 10. Upgraded to premium deep sea fishing rod gift set. Common intermediate. The complaint on the tip of my tongue got swallowed right back down. My sour expression instantly cleared up. Thank God it was a quality crit. If it had been a quantity crit and given me 10 of these garbage sticks, what the hell would that be good for? The busted rod flashed with white light and transformed into a heavy-duty big-game saltwater rod, now sporting a large drum reel. The rope turned into a full spool of size 30 PE line, several hundred meters at least. This kind of line is thin but tough. Size 30 could tow a car no problem. The grappling hook became a palm-length metal jig lure, rigged with 3 large treble hooks, plus a spare lure on the side. As a veteran angler, I broke into a grin looking at this setup. With this, landing a fish weighing 100+ pounds would be a breeze, and fishing up supply crates would be more than easy. That old piece of junk could only reach a few meters out. Any farther, and I'd have to get in the water. This sea was bottomless, and who knew what was lurking down there? No way was I going in. I hefted the rod, a bit heavy. Rods like this are usually made of fiberglass, heavy but sturdy. Overseas, people use them to catch bluefin tuna weighing hundreds of pounds. In my past life, I had a similar deep-sea boat fishing rig, and I could handle it like a pro. Once I finished checking it out, I immediately got ready to salvage supplies. In this blazing heat, I needed to get water fast, or I'd be dehydrated before long. I raised the rod, took aim at a floating crate a few dozen meters out, and gave it a light cast. The jig and treble hooks shot through the air. Splash! The jig hit the water, landing a few meters past the crate. I reeled in steadily, and the hooks caught the crate dead on. My heart leaped with joy as I dragged it back bit by bit. Before long, a small crate about a foot square was pulled up to shore. I bent down and scooped it up, almost weightless. But don't underestimate it. A supply crate is special spatial gear. Something this small can hold hundreds of pounds of rice. Easy. The only downside is that once you take everything out, it disappears. No reusing it. I couldn't wait to open the crate. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining one bottle of mineral water, 500 milliliters. Ding! Lucky quantity critical hit. Quantity times 10. Obtained mineral. 10 bottles of water. 10 times again. Looks like I'm on a hot streak today. Or maybe it's just a newbie bonus. Classic game tactics. Let you win a few rounds at the start to get you hooked, then slowly bleed you dry. Either way, 10 bottles of water. If I ration it, I can easily stretch it out for 5 or 6 days. I'd been parched, so I twisted one open and took a huge gulp, letting out a long sigh of relief. Water. It really is everything. Wiping my mouth, I glanced over at the trading zone. Most people were looking to buy water. Hardly anyone wanted food. In this kind of weather, hunger you can tough out, but thirst? No way. Right now, water is the #1 resource for survival. Nothing caught my eye, so I closed it out and got back to fishing. There weren't many crates out in the sea, and most of them were drifting lazily off in the distance. With that 2-meter wooden pole, snagging even one in 2 hours would be a decent haul. That's the pace for an average person. But I'm different. One good cast with my heavy rod could sail out dozens of meters. Bigger range, bigger catch. There was a crate close by, but I wasn't in a rush to grab it. The far ones came first. Those would drift away in no time, and letting them go would be a waste. The one right in front of me? That was mine sooner or later. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, chugged another mouthful of water, took aim at a crate 50 meters out, and cast. Too far. The cast veered off, clearly not going to hook anything. Frustrated, I cranked the reel to bring the line back in for another throw. But halfway through reeling, my hand jerked to a sudden stop. Clunk. Like I'd snagged something. An angler's instinct kicked in, and I reflexively jerked the rod to set the hook. Thunk. The rod tipped dove down, the reel screaming as it spun, and in the blink of an eye dozens of meters peeled off my several hundred-meter line. Holy crap. Fish on. I was shocked and thrilled all at once. Come to think of it, it made sense. The lure is designed to mimic a swimming bait fish, made specifically to entice big fish to strike. Odds are it got locked onto while I was reeling in. The tension in my hands was as heavy as a tug of war. This fish was definitely no small fry, easily dozens of pounds, at least. Watching half my line disappear, I cranked down the drag to keep from getting spooled. This rod and line could handle a 100-pound monster no problem, so I wasn't worried about a break. I dug my feet deep into the sand, dropped my weight back, planted a solid stance, and squared off against the beast. In a space barely 2 meters across, one wrong move and I'd get dragged into the water. I'd sooner lose the fish than give an inch. With the drag locked down, the line came out noticeably slower, only peeling off when the fish made a run. But my strength was draining fast too. Under the blazing heat, my sweat splattered down, leaving a wet patch all around me. Still, I wasn't panicking. As long as I could land it, all the energy I'd burned would be worth it. With a fish this big, I wouldn't have to worry about food for the next few days. And besides, I was tiring quickly, but so was it. Half an hour passed. My arms trembled uncontrollably, but I gritted my teeth and reeled in the line inch by inch. Just when I was about to give out, the big fish finally ran out of strength and let me drag it in. If not for the occasional flick of its tail, it might as well have been dead. As I hauled it to shore, I finally got a good look at it. It was a pure white sea fish. Except for its pale pink eyes, there wasn't a single off-color spot on its body. The silvery white scales flashed dazzlingly in the sunlight. Its body was long and sleek, its flowing lines graceful, and its long tail fin trailed like a fairy's gown, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Those pale pink eyes were bewitching and strangely alluring, as if they held some kind of intelligence. What a beautiful fish, I marveled to myself. In my past life, I'd seen plenty of ornamental fish, but compared to this one, even the rarest breeds that sold for tens of millions looked like clowns. Especially those eyes, as if they were brimming with light. I caught myself and quickly shook my head to clear it. No matter how pretty, it was still just a meal. Under better circumstances, maybe I'd keep it, but I could barely keep myself alive. Who had the luxury of raising fish? This thing was over 3 feet long and weighed a good 70 or 80 pounds. Besides eating it, I could trade the rest for supplies and get out of this cramped 4-square-meter hellhole a little sooner. The moment the fish hit the shore, the notification chimed right on cue. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining one immortal dragon silverfish. Flesh is tender and delicious. Edible. Ding! Lucky critical hit triggered. Quality critical hit x10, upgraded to immortal dragon mermaid, evolvable. While I stood there dumbstruck, the fish before me burst into white light and transformed in the most jaw-dropping way imaginable. Hiss! By the time my vision cleared, my eyeballs nearly popped out of my head. Holy crap, a mermaid? My mouth fell open, and I almost dropped the fishing rod. The silver scales on the fish's upper body were peeling away, morphing inch by inch into a human form. A head of long hair, white as fresh snow, flowed with an otherworldly grace. Eyebrows like willow leaves, a nose like carved jade, lips the pink of cherry blossoms. Not a single flaw, as if she'd been sculpted by the hands of a god. Those pale pink eyes were innocent yet crystal clear, carrying an allure I couldn't quite put into words. A slender neck, skin so white it was almost blinding. Unfortunately, the further down I looked, the more disappointing it got. From the waist down, it was a long, sleek fishtail. Pretty, sure, but not the least bit practical. I stared for a long while, torn out of my mind. Let it go? I'd worked myself half to death to reel it in. I couldn't stand the thought. Keep it. The thing wasn't even edible. I was a normal person. How could I possibly bring myself to take a bite out of a face like that? While I was still hesitating, splash! The mermaid flipped over and leapt right back into the sea. I instinctively reached out to grab her, then slowly drew my hand back. Forget it. Let her go. On my tiny scrap of land. So small I could roll right into the water in my sleep. There was nowhere to keep her anyway. What comes, I'm grateful for. What goes, so be it. The only shame was wasting a perfectly good lucky critical hit. My 3 chances for today were used up. As for the remaining crates, I'd just grab as many as I could. I picked up the fishing rod again. Splash! The water burst open and a figure shot up, making my heart skip a beat. I looked down. It was that mermaid from before. She was staring at me with those clear, bright eyes. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Her little mouth opened as she made a few sounds at me, like she was trying to tell me something. Too bad I couldn't understand a single word. Why didn't you leave? Aren't you going home? The moment I asked, it hit me. She'd been conjured up by a lucky critical hit. She didn't have a home. For all I knew, she was the only one of her kind in this entire ocean. Honestly, if she wanted to stay, that was more than fine by me. Trying to survive in a godforsaken place like this, loneliness was the hardest enemy to fight. Having some company, even if it was just a fish, made things a whole lot easier to bear. She chirped a couple more times, then flung her snow-white arm and smack, tossed something onto the shore. I looked down. It was a fish, a solid 4 or 5 pounds. It flopped twice on the sand and went still. There was a gash on its head. She definitely slapped it to death. You caught this? I was stunned. Someone this delicate could catch fish barehanded? Anyone knows catching a live fish in the ocean is no easy feat. Chirp, chirp, chirp. She blinked her big eyes at me, like she was urging me to hurry up and eat. I'd love to eat it, but I had no fire, no pot, not even a knife. I couldn't exactly gnaw on it raw. Forget it. First I'd fish out a few more crates and see if I could crack open anything useful. I smiled and patted her head. Eat it later. Let me fish for crates first. The words were barely out of my mouth when it dawned on me. With her around, why was I even bothering to fish? I could just have her swim over and haul them back. I grinned and pointed at a crate floating in the distance. Little fish, see that crate? Go grab it and bring it back for me, okay? She blinked. Her eyes held nothing but pure confusion. I pointed again. That one. Bring it here. She just kept looking at me, clueless, written all over those clear eyes. I tried several more times. She just wasn't getting it. I sighed. Great, a dim-witted fish. Oh well, you can't expect too much from a fish's IQ. Fine, go play by yourself. I've got work to do. I swung the rod and cast toward the crate. And wouldn't you know it, the silly fish chased right after the lure and swam over. I couldn't be bothered with her and carefully reeled in the line. It was a good cast, and I hooked the crate without any trouble. Seeing me pull it back, she suddenly seemed to catch on, reaching out to push the crate toward me as she swam. I smiled, relieved. Not bad, not a total lost cause after all. With her help, the crate quickly reached the shore. I hauled it up and gave her head an encouraging pat. Nice work, that's the way to do it. Go, push that one over here too. She just blinked those big, blank eyes at me again. One look and I knew I was wasting my breath. Forget it. Too exhausting. Let's just see what's in the crate. I popped it open. Nothing but a messy pile of dry hay. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained one bundle of dry hay. Can be used to make rope or start a fire. Explore other uses on your own. Rope, huh? That could come in handy. I set the hay aside and weighed it down with sand so it wouldn't roll into the sea. When I turned back, she was still staring at me with that curious look. I smiled. Let me give you a name. You're so dumb, and you're always chirping away. I'll call you Whitey from now on. She still looked totally clueless. I didn't mind. I went back to fishing for crates. Out of all the crates I could spot across the water, there were only 7. I'd reeled in 2, so 5 left. I cast out my hook, and it drifted off just a hair. Just as I started to reel it back in, Whitey suddenly grabbed the hook, swam over, and click, hooked it right onto the crate. I was completely speechless. This dumb fish, couldn't you just push the crate back to me? You had to make me hook it? Whatever. No point arguing with a fish. I'll train her little by little. At least she'd helped, way faster than fishing on my own. Plus she could catch fish and keep me company. Worth it. I reeled the crate back and opened it. A load of lumber. Firewood, building a shelter, making tools, tons of uses. I stashed it and kept fishing until I'd cleared out every crate I could see. 7 crates in total. Besides the mineral water, dry hay, and lumber, the rest held a loaf of bread, a batch of iron ingots, a starter land tile, and an apple. The starter land tile could expand the island by 1 square meter. Lumber could be broken down into planks or sticks, iron ingots into nails and wire, all versatile materials. I opened the system to check the time. 2 in the afternoon, the harshest part of the day. The sun overhead was blazing so hard it made me see stars. Baking out here like this, something bad was bound to happen sooner or later. I decided to build a wooden hut first. It'd give me shade and keep out the night chill. Growing up in a coastal city, I knew all too well, the temperature swing between day and night at sea is terrifying. Sweating in the daytime. Then once the sea breeze kicks in after dark, it can leave you shivering. A shelter was a must, but the materials I had definitely weren't enough. I needed to find a way to trade. I looked at my remaining 9 bottles of mineral water, the one hard currency everyone out here was dying to get their hands on. And I still had Whitey to help me catch fish. Whitey, go grab a few more fish. Chirp, chirp, chirp. She stared at me with those big eyes, completely lost. Never mind. Go play. I waved her off, resigned, and opened the trading panel. The auction house had the usual slim pickings, but there was a starter land tile, starting bid 2 bottles of water. With how precious water was right now, to that degree, you'd be an idiot not to make the trade. I closed the auction house and pulled up the regional chat. The player count in the top right corner made my pupils shrink. Region 01438 had originally held 100,000 people. In just a few hours, it had dropped to 99,987. And this was still the newbie protection period. Play it safe and you're basically out of danger. Even so, 13 people were already gone. The brutality of this game was on full display. Messages scrolled across the chat screen at lightning speed. The more people there were, the more kinds you'd see. Zhangyu, my grandson, where are you? It's E from Douyin. Can any big brother spare me some water? I'm so thirsty. I'll treat you to dinner once we're out. Holy crap, E. That hot streamer. What did you guys get out of your crates? I only got a chunk of iron. Anyone got extra water to trade? Who's got extra right now? Stop dreaming. I'm so parched I want to gulp down seawater just looking at it. Go ahead and drink it if you're in a hurry to die. This hook's way too short. Fished forever and only pulled up 2 crates. 1 hay, 1 lumber. All junk. Selling machete blueprint. Only trading for water. No time wasters. Lighter. Anyone want a lighter? I need water. After scrolling for a bit, almost everyone was begging for water. No wonder. In this heat, out on the ocean, the body loses water fast, the need for it far greater than usual. Even I, having just downed a bottle, was already feeling parched. I clicked on the guy selling the machete blueprint. His ID looked familiar. He was the very one who'd first reminded everyone to use hooks to fish up supplies. I've got water. How much for the machete blueprint? I sent over. He replied quickly, 1,000 milliliters. I frowned. For a machete, that price wasn't unreasonable. But with water this scarce, it wasn't exactly cheap either. All in all, his asking price was fair. Fair or not, you still had to haggle. Who do you think has 2 bottles of water on hand right now? Nobody can afford that price. I was almost certain that no one at this moment was holding 2 bottles of water. Even if you got lucky and fished some up, you'd hold on to it to stay alive. Who'd be willing to trade it away? But what I'm asking really isn't much, he replied, a little helplessly. You're right, it's a fair price. I can tell you're a kind-hearted person. And I remember, you were the first to remind everyone to use hooks to fish up supplies. The only reason I could pull up bottled water was because of that tip. Thanks for that. When it came to the back and forth of haggling with clients, I knew the game better than anyone. Building rapport was always step 1. Don't mention it. I just gave a heads up, didn't really do anything. By the way, my name's Lu Zhonghai. Just call me Dahai. And you? Out here making your way in the world, everyone's got a few. Hey Ocean, call me Ruah. Looking at that name, then hearing her tone, that same wide-eyed innocence little white had, I pretty much had it figured out. The person on the other end was a girl. Hi Ruah, nice to meet you. Let's add each other as friends, so we can swap supplies down the line. Sure. Now that we were on friendlier terms, it was time to set the hook. Okay, we're friends now. By the way, you don't have any water at all. Nope. I only fished up 3 crates, a loaf of bread, a slab of stone, and that machete blueprint. There was disappointment in Ruah's voice, but I narrowed my eyes. This girl had some serious luck. With that piece of junk hook, she'd somehow pulled up 3 crates and a blueprint. I'd hauled in 7 and hadn't seen so much as the shadow of a blueprint. Tell you what, I've got a bottle of water here. I'll split half of it with you to tide you over. The sun's brutal during the day and burns through your water fast, but once night falls you won't be nearly as thirsty. As I said this, I went ahead and traded her half the bottle outright, without breathing a single word about the machete blueprint. Zhang Ruo stared at that half bottle of water on her screen, stunned. She never would have imagined that in a hellhole like this, someone would hand over precious water so easily, and half of his only bottle, no less. The thing was, he hadn't even seen her face. Plenty of people were nice to her on a regular basis. but she knew full well that most of them were after her looks or her celebrity status. She couldn't even remember the last time someone had been kind to her for no reason at all. In that moment, a flicker of warmth stirred inside her. She'd all but convinced herself that this Lu Jinghai on the other end had to be an honest, kind-hearted, good-looking guy. She fought down the urge to hit, confirm trade, pressing her cracked lips together. No, I can't just take your water for free. Let me trade the blueprint for it. I looked at the message and gave a slight smile. Done. No, no, that blueprint's way too valuable. If people had water, they'd trade 2 bottles for it. Easy. Trading it for my 1 bottle, you'd be getting robbed. Forget 2 bottles, you couldn't even get half a bottle for it. Just take it, or I won't be able to live with myself. Of course, she knew this was a fight for survival. That water was as precious as life itself. But the upbringing and values she'd grown up with weren't something she could just switch off. Taking something valuable from someone for nothing was a line she simply couldn't cross. This kid was truly naive. Then again, it made sense. Just like the apocalypse, at first nobody can bring themselves to do it. It's time and circumstance that grind you down into someone else, bit by bit. Give it another 10 days or 2 weeks, and even I might not have the nerve to pull something like this. Seeing that she wouldn't budge, I reluctantly replied, "All right then, I'm in a hurry to use. I'll take your blueprint for now, but I owe you a bottle and a half of water. Once I catch more, I'll pay you back for sure." "Deal," she agreed readily, a smile blooming across her delicate face. It wasn't just about that half bottle of water. It was that in this lonely, dangerous place, she'd found a friend she could lean on. That sense of security pushed down most of the panic buried in her heart. "I'll get back to it then. See you around, Ruro. We'll chat later." "Sure. See you, Dahai." I closed the chat, looked at the 8.5 bottles of water beside me, then glanced at the blueprint in my hand, and couldn't help shaking my head with a laugh. Man, this girl's such a rookie. I almost feel bad conning her. I tossed the blueprint into the crafting interface, and a prompt popped up immediately. Machete requires iron ingot times 1, wooden stick times 1 craft time, 10 seconds. I had all the materials. First, I threw the lumber in to break it down, getting 10 wooden sticks. Then I added a stick and an iron ingot. 10 seconds later, a machete took shape. Machete, common, low grade, no special traits. So gear came in tiers. The fishing rod set was common mid-grade, and the machete was common low grade. Whether in quality or difficulty, the rod had it beat by a mile, which made sense. I clicked to claim it. The moment the blade landed in my hand, I felt the weight drag it down. A thick-spined machete, about 30 centimeters of blade and a 15-centimeter handle, wide at the front and narrow at the back. The spine was nearly a centimeter thick, solid, with real heft in the grip. I gave it a couple of swings. Forget chopping stuff. This thing could split firewood like a hatchet. With the machete done, I kept lurking in the chat group, trading mineral water for any useful supplies I spotted. What? A bottle of water for 1 batch of lumber? In your dreams. 100 milliliters, take it or leave it. If you won't, someone else will. Stone? 100, tops. Iron ingots, 150. Don't complain it's low. My water's limited. Everybody gets a share. Gotta let others wet their throats too, right? Nobody drinks water out here, and heat strokes a real pain. Low-grade materials weren't worth the effort of strategizing over, so I just named a firm price, clean and simple. Stuff like this, everybody had it anyway. If you wouldn't trade, plenty of others would. The only thing with any real value was land plots. They could expand the island. In 3 days, the little island would shrink by a square meter each day, and once it was gone, all you could do was wait to die. So land plots were lifesavers too. But that was 3 days off. Right now, dying of thirst was the #1 threat. I traded 2 bottles of water plus a pound of fish meat for 4 land plots. Added to the original 5 square meters, the island had already grown into a 3 by 3 meters square, a big boost to its safety. More importantly, only with enough ground could I build a wooden cabin. With the original 4 square meters, I could have managed a lean-to at best. This time I planned to build a cabin 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. At 1.80 meters, I'd fit lying down just right. Generally, for me, building a structure needs blueprints. Luckily, this game gives you a lot of freedom, so you can piece things together yourself. Full of confidence, I pulled out 5 units of lumber and broke them all down into planks and sticks. 1 unit of lumber gives 5 planks or 10 sticks. Add the one I already had, 6 units total. That should do it. Then I broke down an iron block, which got me 50 nails. Besides iron and wood, I also traded for a unit of stone and a lighter. After all that trading, I still had a little over 3 bottles of water left, enough to last 2 days. With my lucky crit ability, I could scrounge up more water within those 2 days no problem. Materials ready. Time to get to work. No hammer? I just used that iron block to hammer in the nails. Good thing it was heavy enough. Actually went pretty fast. An hour later, I stared at the wooden cabin in front of me, which looked nothing like what I'd pictured, and fell deep into thought. I'd meant to build one 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1.5 meters tall. But halfway through I ran out of lumber, and something that big took up way too much space. Once I set it down, there'd be nowhere left to stand on the island. One wrong move, and I'd tumble into the sea. So I made it shorter, dropping it from 1.5 meters down to 1 meter. That way I could still sit on top while fishing or salvaging supplies, and it could double as a table too, killing several birds with one stone. But once I finished, the more I looked at it, the more something felt off. This thing, why does it look so damn familiar? Ding. Congratulations, host, on independently crafting one coffin. Blueprint generated. Screw you. This is not a coffin. Are you blind? This is a wooden cabin, a uniquely designed wooden cabin. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Quit your chirping. Dumb fish. Can't catch fish, can't salvage crates. What good are you? I shot Little White a glance, thoroughly annoyed. She must have picked up on my sour tone, because she instantly put on this wronged, pitiful look. That face, so exquisite it hardly seemed real, with eyes brimming with tears, was enough to melt anyone's heart. Even someone like me, hardened by more than a decade out in the world, softened up a little. Fine, go play somewhere. I'm going fishing. There were no crates on the surface, but my fishing gear could do more than just haul in boxes. It could actually catch fish, too. Today, everyone could probably still hold out. But by tomorrow, the ones who hadn't scavenged any food would start learning what an empty stomach felt like. By then, food, like water, would become something everyone fought tooth and nail over. If I could reel in a big fish weighing a few dozen pounds, it'd be enough to trade for a whole pile of supplies. Bait hit the water, and I started letting out the line, only stopping after more than 100 meters had played out. Over 100 meters deep, yet not a single wave stirred the surface. Unnatural. This was probably the beginner protection period. Once it ended, the environment would most likely return to normal. Waves, sea winds, torrential rain, one after another. So these 3 days, I had to develop like my life depended on it. And don't forget, 7 days from now, guests would arrive on the island. Those so-called guests. I don't know what it is, but just from the tone of the announcement, I can tell whatever's coming means trouble. 7 days. I need to be able to protect myself. I don't want to end up as somebody's dinner. Maybe it was bad luck, or maybe these waters were just dead, but I'd been fishing for over an hour, the sky was nearly dark, and I hadn't gotten a single bite. A whole day of work, and all I'd eaten was one piece of bread. My stomach had been growling in protest for ages. It was getting late, time to deal with dinner first. Luckily, I still had most of a fish left. I pulled out the lighter I'd traded 100 milliliters of water for and got a fire going. Then I used my machete to whittle a stick into a skewer, threaded the fish onto it, and set it over the flames. Normally, I might have tried the fish raw, savored it fresh. But out here on this deserted island, getting sick would be a serious problem. So I'd rather burn a little extra firewood and eat it cooked. Before long, the fish was sizzling, fat dripping into the fire, sending up little curls of smoke. That charred, smoky aroma that only grilled meat has spread through the air. Cheap, 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 Little White suddenly cried out beside me. I turned my head. She was staring dead at the grilled fish in my hand, eyes like a starving wolf's, like she wanted nothing more than to leap onto the shore and swallow it whole. What are you looking at? This is my dinner. There's none for you. Cheap, cheap, cheap. She darted back and forth anxiously, her tail whipping around and splashing up a spray of water. The icy seawater came pouring down over my head. Afraid she'd put out my fire, I quickly caved. Okay, settle down. Once it's done, I'll give you a bite. Maybe she picked up on the reassurance, because she actually calmed down, resting the upper half of her body on the shore and staring at the fire without blinking. Behind her, that silvery tail swayed gently in the water, and the setting sun sank into the horizon at her back. The sight was so beautiful, it left me dazed. By the time the sun had completely disappeared below the surface, the fish was done. A 5-pound fish. I'd cut off a pound to trade for land. The rest was all right here. I took a bite and couldn't help nodding. Yeah, pretty terrible. Aside from a sprinkle of seawater standing in for salt, there was nothing on it. No way it'd taste good. At least the meat itself was decent, not so bad I couldn't get it down. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Little White bounced around impatiently. Coming, coming, here you go. I tore off a piece and held it out. The second she saw the fish, she opened her mouth and chomped. Holy crap, don't bite. Let go. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. There was no way she was letting go of the meat once it was in her mouth. I hurried to pinch her cheeks with my other hand, forcing her mouth open so I could pull my hand free. There was a clear row of teeth marks on the back of my hand. She'd nearly drawn blood. I really wanted to smack this dumb fish, but looking at those foolish eyes that knew nothing but eating, I couldn't bring myself to raise my hand. I'll let you off this time. Do it again, and I'll pluck your scales off one by one. Of course, she couldn't understand a word. She just chomped away with a few crunches. I swallowed the fish whole, meat, bones, and all, then looked up and kept chirping at me. Little glutton, wait till I've eaten my fill. I grabbed a piece of meat, stuffed it into my mouth, and deliberately chewed loudly right at her. The little mermaid got frantic, her tail slapping the water and splashing everywhere. Soaked all over again, I quickly called it off. Okay, stop. Here, take it. Feeding a bottomless pit like you. All you know how to do is eat. Grumbling aside, I still handed her a big chunk. She opened her mouth to bite down, but I pressed my hand against her forehead and pushed her away. Just as she was about to kick up another fuss, I grabbed her hand and placed the meat in her palm. Still trying to bite me? Hold it yourself and eat. Let's see if you dare bite your own hand. She didn't understand a word, just kept her head down and ate ravenously. I picked up the pace too. If I didn't, this bottomless pit would finish hers and come begging for more. Sure enough, in less than a minute, her piece was gone. I'd seen it coming. Without hesitation, I shoved the rest of the fish into my backpack, planning to eat it after she left. Otherwise, at the rate she was gulping, the whole fish would end up in her belly. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just as I figured, she called out again. Clearly not full. I spread my hands. That's it. All gone. Want more? Go catch it yourself. The little mermaid cocked her head and looked around, confirming there was no fish left. Then, with a single flip, she vanished beneath the surface. Watching her dive back in, I chuckled to myself. Silly fish. You really think you can eat your fill with a brain like that? You haven't starved to death. All thanks to my kind heart. I pulled out a piece of fish and chewed it slowly, casually opening the chat interface to see how everyone else was doing. The first thing I did, out of habit, was scan the head count. 99,982, 5 fewer. Every number was a living, breathing life. Even someone as cold-blooded as me couldn't feel good watching 18 lives vanish into thin air in a single day. Whatever. Everyone has their own fate. I can't save them, and it's none of my business. Look after yourself first. I used to be a hot-blooded kid too. But after years of clawing my way through crowds of people, I'd long since sealed my heart shut with concrete. Sympathy, that useless emotion, I'd cut it off on my own a long time ago. Too many hard lessons had taught me this. Misplaced sympathy and blind kindness always turn cruel on one person first, yourself. If you want to help people, you first need the ability to help. If you want to protect someone, you first need to earn the right. Otherwise, no matter how sincere your heart or how deep your feelings, it's all just empty talk. But now that I've made it this far, when I look back at the things I once fought so desperately to hold on to, I realize they'd long since lost their flavor. I guess that's the regret of adulthood. The very things you dreamed of, by the time you're finally able to get them, no longer make your heart race. I shook my head and pulled my thoughts back to the interface. Night had fallen, and yet more people were talking now. The busted crate is just floating over there by the meters away, my hook's just 1 meter short of reaching it. Then why don't you jump in and grab it? No way. I can't swim, and I'm scared of sharks. Selling viewing rights. 50 milliliters of water or 50 grams of food. Skip one bite, and you get to enjoy the view. 500 grams of bread for 500 milliliters of water. Hey everyone, it's E. Any sweet big brother out there want to give a little sister some water? I'm dying of thirst here. Anyone else feel like the temperature just dropped? Yeah, I feel it. My clothes just got wet, and now I'm shivering. So hungry. Somebody give me something to eat. Please, I'm begging you. You're worse than that girl upstairs. At least she's using her own skills to earn her keep. You just open your mouth expecting something for nothing. Brothers and sisters, this is Kunkin. I want to start a mutual aid society. Share resources so that even those without food or water can survive. When it counts, we pull together and get through this crisis as one. If you're interested in joining, hit me up. Whoa, it's Kunkin. Kunkin, I love you. This Kunkin must be some kind of celebrity. The moment he finished speaking, a crowd rushed in, all scrambling to join. I don't know the famous faces of this world, but that name sounded a lot like a certain idol from my old world. The guy's got brains. He knows how to leverage his fame to gather followers and build his own faction. But it's got nothing to do with me. I'm not joining. Just as I was about to open the auction house to browse. Splash. Little White broke through the water's surface. A second later, a big fish landed with a wet slap right by my feet. She pointed at the fire, chirping at me nonstop. I froze for a second, then let out an exasperated laugh. You silly fish. One whiff of food, and suddenly you're not so dumb, huh? Clearly, she hadn't eaten her fill earlier and wanted me to grill her another one. Chirp, chirp, chirp. She smacked the water impatiently. I threw up my hands. The last thing I wanted was to get drenched again in the middle of the night. Fine, fine. I'll grill it. I'll grill it. You little tyrant. If you weren't still useful to me, I'd have roasted you a long time ago. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Oh, so you understand me now. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Whatever. Still the same silly fish. While we bickered, me talking to a brick wall, I got to work on the fish. This one was way bigger than the last, easily 10 plus pounds, and a real pain to handle. Wait, the decomposition function. Could it break down the fish along with everything else? I pulled up the decomposition menu and dropped the fish in. It actually worked. Item, sea fish. Weight, 5.4 kilograms. Can be decomposed into 4.5 kilograms fish meat, 0.9 kilograms fertilizer, bones, organs, scales, etc. So much easier. I decomposed it right away and cut the meat into half-pound pieces, 18 in total. As for the fertilizer, I buried it in the sand. It would take a while to show results, but still, it improves the soil little by little, waste not, want not. I skewered them piece by piece and propped them over the fire to roast slowly. Before long, they were sizzling and dripping with oil. For once, the little mermaid settled down, staring at them without blinking. Whitey, listen up. You caught the fish, sure, but I did the cleaning and the cooking. So I get half of this meat. And I'll even take the short end. Out of 18 pieces, you get 4, and the rest are mine. She didn't so much as glance at me, eyes locked on the meat by the fire. No objection? Then I'll take that as a yes. I smirked to myself. With this batch of cooked fish, I could trade for a good amount of supplies, and cooked meat sells better than raw. The system had sliced the meat into even, thin pieces, so it cooked fast. In under 20 minutes, it was all done. I handed Whitey one piece first and stashed the rest in my backpack. The backpack only had 3 slots, but identical items could stack, up to 99 each. Whitey took the meat, unfazed by the heat, and bit off more than half in one go. A couple of chomps and it was gone, and then she was chirping at me again. She couldn't count, but she sure knew the difference between one piece and a whole pile. Obviously, I'd hogged her fish. Who else was she supposed to come after? Come on, girl, it's late, don't eat so much. You trying to turn into a fat little big head? One piece is enough. Save the rest for tomorrow morning. Dieting? As if she understood the concept. If she wasn't full, she wasn't having it, splashing water everywhere and thrashing around. Fine, fine, I'll give you one more. Just this one, and then that's really it. Oh, whoa. MMM. She wasn't listening at all. Chowing down was priority number 1. One piece vanished in a blink, and she was holding out her hand for more. Nothing I could do. This little tyrant threw a fit if she didn't get her way, so I caved and gave her another. 5 pieces in a row, and I was worried she'd burst. No way was I giving her any more. When she couldn't get more, she probably figured it really was all gone. And having eaten her fill, she finally calmed down, curling up obediently at the water's edge and watching the fire. I ignored her and opened the trading interface, hoping to swap the leftover cooked fish for something useful. Right now, what I needed most was land. In 2 more days, once the protection period ended, the first thing to hit would most likely be the weather. For such a vast sea, it was eerily calm. The island was small, one big wave, and it'd be swallowed whole. On top of that, the sea ate away a square meter every single day. That kind of pressure forced everyone to expand their land like their lives depended on it. In the short term, land plots were bound to be hot commodities. Even later on, they'd remain a hard currency. As long as there were people, there'd be trade, and trade needed currency. Once food and water became plentiful, they'd lose value, but land wouldn't. As long as the 1 square meter devoured daily rule held, land would always be scarce. Timber, stone, and iron ingots were valuable too, but none of them held up like land. So my top priority was land, and after that, blueprints. Then iron and wood. As for food and water, I'm set for now. Especially food. With Whitey working for free, I've got nothing to worry about. I started by listing 3 pieces of fish, half a pound each, trading only for land plots or blueprints. Before long, private messages came flooding in. Give me a piece, please, I'm starving. Have a little mercy, will you? Half a pound of fish for a whole plot of land. Die, you greedy bastard, cashing in on a disaster at a time like this. Bro, we're all countrymen here. We should help each other out. Hand over the meat now to tide us over, and we'll pay you back once everyone's got some breathing room. Give me a piece, or your whole family dies. I read through them one by one, deleting and blocking the nonsense right away, and letting the useful ones sit while I waited to see if anyone would bid higher. Thanks to those 3 pieces of meat, the chat room came alive. It's not that nobody else scored any food. The lucky ones even landed sausages and spam. But those were the exceptions. Most people were still hungry. So when I put up 3 portions at once, and cooked ones at that, naturally it got everyone talking. Come look. Somebody listed 3 pieces of fish, and they're grilled. Saw it a while ago. No idea who the big shot is, but they've actually got extra to sell. Big shot, you need a lackey? I'm a pro. Fish for land plots? Highway robbery. Everybody ignore this guy. Missing a meal or 2 won't kill you, but lose your land and you really can't save your neck. I picked up 2 plots this afternoon and was thinking of trading for some meat. But now that you put it that way, it makes sense. I'll hold off a bit longer. Exactly. Why should life-saving food cost this much? If you won't help while everyone starves, fine, but jacking up the price on top of it? You deserve to die. I looked at all this and just scoffed. Trying to guilt-trip me? Give me a break. As long as I have no morals, you've got nothing to tie me down with. My motto has always been, better to make things hard on someone else than to shortchange myself. This kind of talk might fool a few suckers, but most people know exactly what's going on. This is a life-or-death struggle to survive. What makes anyone think they're entitled to unconditional help? Aside from those saints who go down in history, hardly anyone can be selfless in a situation like this. I admire people like that, but I'm not one of them. My goal is to survive, and ideally to live well. When it costs me nothing and doesn't hurt my own interests, I'm happy to lend a hand, but that's as far as it goes. Just then, a private message popped up in my friends list. I only had one friend, that silly girl, Ro. Hi, don't take it to heart. They're just jealous you've got so many supplies and want to force you to give them up. Whatever you do, don't fall for it. Just act like you didn't see it. I hadn't expected this girl to go out of her way to comfort me. How did she know the meat was from me? Simple, same ID. Who else could it be? Don't worry, I didn't take it seriously. Oh, right, have you eaten? If not, I've got some fish over here. I'll share a piece with you. Nah, I already ate. Did you forget? I fished out some bread this morning. I asked precisely because I hadn't forgotten. If you'd really not eaten, I wouldn't have bothered asking. Look at my memory. So how are things going on your end? I chatted with her while refreshing my private messages, checking to see if anyone was offering a high price. I scrolled through dozens of them. Most were only willing to trade 1 plot of land. Not a single one offered 2, and blueprints were completely out of the question. I fished out a few more crates this afternoon. One of them had 2 plots inside, both with island expansions. There was also a house blueprint. I'm gathering materials for it now. Oh, and 2 bottles of water. If you're running low, I can share some with you. I finished reading and froze. This silly girl. How could her luck be this insane? Could her talent actually be luck? By the way, what's your talent? I asked, curious. Talent? What talent? The talent in the system. Huh? What talent? Where do you see that? The moment I read this, my heart skipped a beat. A flash of lightning shot through my mind. Could it be that my system was completely different from everyone else's? I'd always assumed my talent was, at best, slightly above average. Everyone had a talent, just a different one. That's what I used to think. Now it was clear I'd been wrong. Talents weren't something everyone had. To confirm it, I asked Ruruo to screenshot her system interface and send it over. She didn't hesitate for a second. The image arrived almost instantly. I stared at the screen, and the more I looked, the more alarmed I became. Her interface was worlds apart from mine. There was one huge difference. I had a data interface, and she didn't even have that option. I thought I just had one extra talent compared to everyone else. Now I understood. What I had extra was an entire data interface. So, are our interfaces the same? Ruoro messaged. I quickly replied, huh? Yeah, same. Of course they're the same. How could they not be? By talent, I just meant what you're good at. She didn't suspect a thing. She thought about it seriously. Does being good-looking count? Me. I know what your talent is now. What? Being thick-skinned. Ha 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 ha. I'm telling the truth. I'm a natural beauty, gorgeous enough to be a celebrity. Sure, whatever makes you happy. I'm gonna go now. I've got business to handle. Someone wants to buy my fish. Then hurry up and go. Make some good money so you can bail me out later. You really are thick-skinned. I closed the chat, but I found myself smiling. In a place like this, surrounded by water on all sides, with pitfalls at every step, people grow close fast in a place like this. She thought I was reliable. I thought she was naive, so both of us let our guard down. In a life-or-death situation, trust turns out to be the scarcest currency of all. And what the buyer was offering, it genuinely tempted me. Hey, boss, I've got a blueprint for a bow. One piece of fish definitely won't cut it, but if you're interested, let's talk. I frowned, staring at the message. If this guy wasn't an idiot, that blueprint would be hard to pry loose. Unless he was as naive as that girl Ruo, but judging by how carefully he worded things, probably not. I wanted that blueprint. As long as the price wasn't outrageous, I didn't mind throwing in some extra food. With Xiaobai around, a fishing prodigy, my supply was basically endless. But I didn't rush to reply. First, I scrolled through my DMs. The more you want something, the less you can afford to show it. As I scrolled, I couldn't help but grin. Those trolls who'd been cursing me out in the public chat had all slid into my DMs. Between the lines, they were angling for free fish, or at least a discount on supplies. Delete, block, done in one smooth motion. Only after clearing them out did I reply to the blueprint seller. Sorry, my inbox was flooded, just saw your message. I'm interested in the blueprint. How much do you want for it? He replied instantly. Boss, can we add each other as friends first? The corner of my mouth curled up. Of course, even if we can't work something out this time, there's always next time. One sentence, cool and unbothered, while hinting to him that plenty of people were lining up to buy my fish. The moment we added each other, he fired off another message. Boss, you probably don't remember, but I tried to buy your water this morning and missed out. I glanced at his ID. Nothing rang a bell. There'd been too many people around midday to keep track of who was who. Huh. If you'd shown me the blueprint sooner, I'd have sold to you already. Yeah, I figured I could scoop up some water and food myself tonight. Worked at it all day, hauled in 3 crates. Not a single thing worth eating. Now I got it. He knew the bow was valuable and hadn't wanted to part with it. If he was coming to me now, there was only one reason: thirst. You can tough out hunger, but not thirst. Especially after surviving that scorching heat during the day, the moisture evaporated off your body faster than anyone could imagine. I hear you. So what are you thinking for the trade? This time he took a while to respond. You know how important a bow is, boss. 7 days from now, when the invaders hit the island, having a bow doubles your odds of survival. I really wouldn't trade it unless I absolutely had to. I replied with a smile. You're right, and honestly, I wouldn't recommend selling it either. As long as you can gather the materials and build it, it'll definitely come in handy. The message looked like I had his back, but every word was a hook. First, I sided with him, playing the concerned friend. Then I drove the point home. A blueprint alone is useless. You still need to round up the materials, and those aren't exactly easy to come by. Finally, I hinted that out here on the water, there are only so many places a bow would actually be. There were several of them. Surely he wasn't planning to go fishing with them? As for after 7 days? Survive these 7 days first, then we'll talk. He clearly had no patience left to haggle with me. Boss, I'm not asking for much. 5 pounds of meat, 5 bottles of water, and the blueprint's yours. I frowned. That's not high. These supplies were enough for me to expand the island by another 20 square meters. Looks like a simpleton, but sharp as a tack on the inside. Buddy, this price, you really think anyone can afford it? It was a very practical question. Forget whether the price was steep or not. Right now, nobody could even cough up these supplies. The other end went quiet. He understood, too. This price was one that nobody could meet today, at least. Maybe in a few days someone could afford it, but he couldn't wait that long. Drag it out any longer, and dehydration alone would kill him. I believe you can afford it, boss. You traded away all that water and food. You must have kept some for yourself. So that was the real reason he'd come to me. Thanks for the vote of confidence. But sorry, I can't afford this price. Even if I could, it's too high. With this many supplies, why wouldn't I trade them for land and expand the island to get through the 3-day crisis first? As for after 7 days, as long as I've got supplies, I can always trade for whatever I need. With that, I closed the chat. He was too greedy. Let him stew. I wasn't the one in a hurry. Sure enough, seeing me about to give up, he panicked immediately, messages coming one after another. The bow and arrows won't be useful short-term, but they'll definitely come in handy down the road. Tell you what, I'll come down a notch. 5 bottles of water for pounds of meat. You in or out, boss? If not, I'll find someone else. Just give me a straight answer. If it really won't work, name your price. For an entire hour, he kept poking at me every little while. I smiled. His resolve had cracked. This deal was as good as done. So I stopped stalling. 2 bottles of water, 2 pounds of meat. That's my ceiling. Take it or leave it. Come on, boss, bump it up a little. That's way too low. Forget it then. This isn't the only blueprint out there. In a few days, there'll only be more. I'm in no rush. I'll just wait and see. That line hit him right where it hurt. You're not in a rush, but I sure am. He gritted his teeth. Fine. Deal. The blueprint went into the trade zone. I didn't hesitate. 2 bottles of water and 2 pounds of grilled fish went up. Click. Confirm. Done. Got it. Suppressing that little flicker of smugness, I opened the blueprint. Truth was, I'd been waiting a long time for this. Ranged weapons were the highest form of hospitality for those guests arriving in 7 days. But once I saw the materials, my brows knotted into a tight tangle. Recurve bow requires high-strength steel ×1, can be substituted with ordinary steel or iron ingot. Arrow bamboo ×1, can be substituted with hardwood or ordinary bamboo. Raw sinew ×1, fish glue ×1, and 2 meters of any high-strength rope. Different materials yield different bow performance. Arrows. Requirements. Steel ×1, iron ingots work, hardwood ×1, regular wood works, feather ×1. Different materials, different arrow effects. What a ripoff. Sure, it says substitutable, but when you know you could make something better, who'd settle for a shoddy version? I put the blueprint away. There was no way I'd scrape together all these materials anytime soon. At least I still had 7 days, plenty of time to hunt them down. Worst case, I'd throw together a makeshift one for now. I took stock of my supplies. Just over a bottle of water left, enough to get through tomorrow. If I really ran dry, I could always mooch some off Ruo, that little lamb of a girl. She had freakishly good luck. She'd definitely be able to score some water. Fish, though, I had plenty of. Fed white 5 pieces, traded 4 for the bow and arrows, listed 3 at the auction house, and still had 6 in hand, more than enough to eat. I pulled up the auction house. All 3 pieces of fish had bids on them, and one had even gotten an extra bid of lumber tacked on. My mouth said I wasn't buying, but my stomach was a lot more honest. I set them to auto-close in half an hour and stopped worrying about it. I tossed some more wood on the fire, then crawled into my coffin, my crate shelter, and got ready to sleep. The hardwood planks dug into me uncomfortably. A set of bedding would have been nice, but things like that would have to come one step at a time. For now, just having a roof over my head to keep out the wind and rain already put me ahead of the vast majority of people. The night was quiet. Not a breath of wind, not a ripple on the sea. The temperature dropped a bit, barely tolerable. Most people made it through safely. Only a handful of unlucky souls slipped into the water in their sleep and never surfaced again. At the crack of dawn, White woke me up. Before I'd even opened my eyes, I could hear the non-stop cheep 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 outside. I hauled myself out of the crate with some effort. The moment I had the resources to spare, I was definitely building a proper shelter. This lousy crate was wrecking my back. The sky had just started to lighten. Off on the horizon, the sun hadn't peeked out yet. I shot her an irritated glare. What's all the racket this early? Keep it up, and I'll turn you into stew, huh? Did you catch these? The words died on my lips. 5 crates were lined up neatly along the shore. No matter how I tried to teach her yesterday, she couldn't get it. And now she was fishing them up on her own? Could she actually evolve? Cheep, cheep, cheep. White flung a big fish up at me, chirping away. It clicked instantly, and I nodded, grinning ear to ear. You got it. I'll get everything sorted out for you, no problem. The silly fish had finally caught on. She knew to have me grill fish for her, and she even knew to pay me for it. I didn't rush to open the crates. First, I added some wood to the dying fire, then pulled 3 land tiles from the auction house and placed them on the island. The island expanded to 12 square meters. Besides the tiles, I'd also gotten 2 lots of lumber and 1 of stone. Sure enough, someone had bid it up in the end, so I didn't come out short on that tile after all. Once that was done, I finally got to work gutting the fish. This one's way bigger than yesterday's catch, at least 20 pounds, and still alive. Live prey can't be broken down. I had to kill it first. I slammed the flat of my blade down on the fish's head, and that big sea fish, gasping in more than it let out, kicked the bucket on the spot. Just as I was about to gut it, the system suddenly chimed. Ding. Sea fish killed. Experience +1. Ding. Lucky crit triggered. Experience times 5. Experience +5. Killing fish actually gives experience? Why didn't the first 2 count? Not heavy enough? Or were they already dead by the time they reached my hands? No. The first one I reeled in became this dim-wit mermaid in front of me. She didn't die, so naturally, no experience. I quickly pulled up my stats. Name: Lu Wei. Race: human, blue star. Level 1. Strength: 5 constitution, 5 agility, 5 spirit, 8. Talent: lucky crit LV.1. Skills: none. Free attribute points: 0. Pet: none. Territory: 12 square meters. Experience: 5 out of 10. Sure enough, it went up by 5 points. 5 more, and I'd level up. What would happen after that? I was kind of looking forward to it. I turned my head and grinned at Little White. Go on, catch another one. This one isn't enough for the 2 of us. Chirp, chirp, chirp. She stared at me with those big eyes, so clear you couldn't find a shred of intelligence in them. Then again, if she actually had any brains, she'd probably be cursing me right now. A 20-pound fish isn't enough? Aren't you afraid you'll burst? Forget it. Counting on a dumb fish like you. I'm better off counting on myself. I decided to try fishing and aim to hit level 2 today. But first, I had to get the fish on the fire, otherwise that little princess would throw another fit. I skewered the meat piece by piece and set it beside the fire to slow roast, then picked my rod back up. I'd leave the box unopened for now. I wanted to save the crits for experience. The moment I opened a box, the crit would get used up on supplies instead. The second Little White saw the roasting fish, she settled right down, lying quietly by the shore to wait. Just as my mind started to wander, the rod tip gave a violent twitch. I jerked it up instantly. A powerful, thrashing force traveled up the rod. There we go. The morning bite really is the best. This one wasn't small, a dozen plus pounds. But a dozen pounds was small fry for my gear, so I just hauled it straight up. A big red fish broke the surface, and with a flick of my wrist, I slammed it onto the shore. While it was still flopping, I grabbed my machete and brought it down on the fish's head. The body twitched twice, then went still. Ding. Experience +1. Ding. Lucky crit triggered. Experience times 6. Experience +6. Experience has reached 11. Level up requirement met. Level up? What was there to hesitate about? Level up. Congratulations, you've reached level 2. Free attribute point +1. Ding. Lucky crit triggered. Attribute points times 7. Free attribute points plus 7. 1. The string of prompts made my head spin. After reading through it all, I couldn't help but grumble. Trash system. I level up and only get 1 point? Fine, maybe not 10, but 5 would be nice. 5 points into crit, straight to 35. Now that's flying. Wait, what if crit does 10x damage? Naturally, the system ignored me. So I gave up and got down to actually assigning my attribute points. Level 2. Strength. 5 Constitution. 5 Agility. 5 Spirit. 8. Free points. 7. EXP. 1/20th. Let me drop 1 point into Constitution first and see what happens. I tapped the plus sign next to it. In an instant, a wave of heat surged up from deep inside me and raced through my whole body. It felt like someone who'd been freezing in the snow all night, suddenly plunging into a hot spring. Every pore flung open, every cell cheering. Oh yes. I let out a weird yelp, startling Little White. Chirp, chirp, chirp. This guy's such a freak. The feeling came fast and faded just as fast. A moment later, everything went quiet, but I was left wanting more, kind of addictive, honestly. I stretched out my arms and legs, and the change was real. The soreness from sleeping on hard wooden boards all night was completely gone, and my whole body felt charged up. I got the gist of it. Constitution boosts your overall physical function. It raises your resistance to risk, injury, and illness across the board. Out in the wild, this stat might keep you alive better than strength ever could. A true powerhouse has to be able to take a hit before they can even talk about landing one. If it weren't for the disaster coming in 7 days, I'd have dumped every point straight into Constitution. But that wasn't an option right now. I couldn't let strength and agility fall behind, or I'd just be a punching bag. All the Constitution in the world would only make me a sturdier target. I stared at the panel and put 1 point into strength. Bim. A ringing filled my ears, and every muscle in my body seized up like I'd been electrocuted, trembling nonstop. My chubby frame slowly tightened, and muscles I hadn't seen in years began to swell up inch by inch. Then, all at once, it felt like I'd been tossed into a steamer. My whole body was burning up. Without a second thought, I splashed straight into the sea. The icy seawater made me shudder, but most of that scorching heat drained away. Just as I was about to climb back onto shore, all hell broke loose beside me. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little White freaked out when she saw me go under. If this two-legged beast drowned, who was going to grill her fish? With a flick of her tail, she darted over to me, threw her arms around me, and started dragging me toward the shore with everything she had. I collapsed onto the sand, eyes shut, done with life. Little White stared at me with a pair of big, adorable eyes, unable to figure out why her two-legged beast had suddenly turned into something so different. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You dead or what? If you're not dead, get up and grill the fish. Her chirping snapped me back to reality. I shook my head, pushed myself up, walked over to the fire, and flipped the fish over. The moment I picked up the fish, I froze. The fish wasn't. It was me. I had changed. My strength had increased. Just a little, not enough to turn me into Superman, but the change was so clear it cut straight to the bone. I clenched my fist, my arm muscles bulging, a surge of power rushing through my veins. I couldn't help but grin. This was what a man was supposed to have: a strong body, fierce power, lightning-fast speed. So what if it came with a little pain? Worth it. I pulled up the system interface and kept upgrading. This time, I put points into agility. That felt even worse. It was like ants were crawling through my tendons and bones, itching and prickling all at once. The pain had me hopping around like crazy. Thankfully, it only lasted a few seconds. Otherwise, I might have thrown myself headfirst into the sea. Even so, I developed a bit of dread toward agility. But scared or not, I had to add it. In a fight, speed matters more than strength or constitution. In all of martial arts, nothing beats speed. If you're fast enough, no one can hit you. If you're fast enough, no one can block you either. So of these 7 free attribute points, I planned to dump 3 straight into agility, then split the remaining 4 evenly between strength and constitution. As for willpower, its use was unclear, and it was already ahead of my other stats, so I set it aside for now. Before adding agility, I topped off constitution first. Only a strong constitution can support strength and agility. Otherwise, No matter how fast your speed or how great your power, if your body shatters like porcelain at the slightest touch, it's all for nothing. Maxing out Constitution felt good again, though this time it was milder, not as satisfying as the first hit. At least adding strength and agility afterward didn't hurt so much anymore, which finally put my mind at ease. Once all the points were in, I felt completely reborn, with the illusion that a single punch could send Xiaobai crying. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Are you even human anymore? Xiaobai stared at me blankly, just thinking my eyes looked a little off. All right, the fish is done. Dig in. I handed over the grilled fish, then cleaned the one I'd caught and set it back over the fire. With this many fish, Xiaobai and I couldn't finish them all. The leftovers could be traded for supplies. I opened the trading system and listed 5 pieces of fish meat, tagged, trade for land tiles or water. I was running low on water, only a bottle and a bit left, barely enough to last the day. I'd hoped to open a crate and score some water, then land a critical hit, and I'd be set, but plans never keep up with reality. All 3 of my critical hit chances were used up, so no luck today. I could only pray the crates held some water. After setting the minimum price, I turned to open the crates. Xiaobai had hauled up 5 crates in total, the same supply crates as yesterday. I'd noticed the crates floating on the sea were limited, only so many each day. Once you fished them all up, they were gone, and missed them and they'd vanished too. Good thing I had Xiaobai and a proper sea fishing rod. If I'd been stuck with the junk pole the system handed out like everyone else, snagging 2 or 3 a day would have been lucky. Looking out at the empty sea, I don't know when the next batch of boxes will show up either. Might as well open these first. Box 1, a single iron ingot. Not bad. Box 2, a bottle of water. My eyes lit up. I've got enough water for today, and if I ration it, it'll stretch into tomorrow too. Box 3, a roll of toilet paper. Works for me. I was just wondering how I was going to wipe my ass. Box 4, a blueprint. My heart leaped. I picked it up and took a look, a house blueprint. Materials required: 20 iron ingots, 100 stone, 100 wood, 2 glass. Simple materials, not hard to gather, just gonna take some work to rack up the quantities. The house looks pretty good, 2 rooms. The only problem? Too big. My little island can't hold it. I'd have to expand to at least 50 square meters. First things first, expand the island. I put the blueprint away and made up my mind. Once I'm done with the boxes, I'll go fishing, trade for more materials, and get this house built ASAP. Last box, a shirt. I held it up against myself, a little too small. I glanced up and saw Xiaobai with her head down, chowing down. It had fit her just fine. I walked over with the shirt and gestured for her to put it on. She shot me a look and kept gnawing on her fish, head down. Nothing I could do. Getting her dressed actually went smoothly. Xiaobai didn't fight it. Instead, she tugged at the hem, curious, looking herself over again and again. Keep your cool, and the sky could fall without shaking you. I repeated it in my head, grabbed my fishing rod, spun around, and hurried off to fish. No crit bonus. No big deal. Every fish I reel in is worth 1 experience point. I'll build my experience up to right below the threshold, then wait for tomorrow's lucky crit refresh to level up. That way the attribute points I get will come with a crit. While I fished, I pulled up the trading interface to see how the fish meat was selling. Maybe everyone was starving, because all 5 pieces of fish meat had bids, and every single one came in above asking. Some threw in wood, some added hay or stone, and one guy even offered iron ingots. I collected the goods and listed another 5 pieces, auctioning them off at the price of 1 land tile each. I only list 5 at a time because scarcity drives up value. List too many, and people would realize I'm sitting on a huge stockpile of fish meat. Then jacking up the price later would be tough. Next batch, I'll drop it to 3 pieces, then hold off for a while before listing again. Once the fish meat was posted, I opened the chat channel. Sure enough, everyone was talking about me. Holy crap, that big shot number 0329 listed another 5 pieces of fish meat. Cooked, too. How much does this guy even have? Gotta be a lot. I'm betting he found some way to catch fish. DM me, you know the deal. Add me. This guy's seriously selfish. Half a pound of fish meat for a whole land tile. Right? Everybody needs land tiles, otherwise the island's gonna get swallowed by the waves in a few days. He's hoarding all the tiles for himself. Soon we won't even have a place to stand. Selling custom food. 50 milliliters of water, or 100. Food. Huh. If you guys had that much fish, I bet you wouldn't sell it any cheaper than him. Probably even more of a ripoff. If I had that much, I'd definitely sell it cheaper than him. Too bad I don't. I say nobody should buy from him. Let's see if he drops his price. I looked at these messages and let out a cold laugh. If you people could actually pull together like that, I'd give it away for free. Human nature is selfish. There's always someone who thinks they're clever, someone who won't follow the crowd. And even if I lowered my price, 1 unit of wood for 1 piece of fish, the winning auction bid would never stop at just 1 unit of wood. Even in a direct trade with no auction, it'd just spawn a bunch of middlemen. That's the market. That's human nature. In the end, resources always end up in the hands of a few. So people ask, why should we conserve food? Because when the day comes that food runs out, you'll be the first one to starve. You think you've got money, but that little bit of money you have is nothing in the eyes of the people with real power and influence. I opened the auction screen. Sure enough, someone had placed a bid. I wasn't in a hurry to close the sale. First, I set up my 5 plots of land and sorted all my materials into one spot. The little 17 square meter island suddenly felt a lot roomier. No more worrying about rolling into the ocean every time I turned over in my sleep. Then I stored away the grilled fish. This morning, Little White caught a big fish over 20 pounds, and I reeled in one over 10 pounds, more than 60 pieces total. Add the few left over from last night, and I had exactly 70 pieces, 35 pounds. I sold 5, listed another 5, and still had 60 left. For a market of nearly 100,000 people, 60 pieces of fish was nothing. It'd get snapped up in the blink of an eye. Later on, as more and more people died off and food became plentiful, both sales and prices would drop. When that happened, I'd just lower my price. If I couldn't get land in exchange, I'd take wood instead. Either way, the fish came to me for free. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Got one. I cheered, quickly reeling in the line and cranking the wheel. Before long, I dragged a big fish, around 20 pounds, up onto the shore. Premium fishing gear really is something else. The hook is razor sharp and hard to slip off. I stunned it with one blow, earned 1 experience point, and tossed it to the system to break down 40 pieces of fish in return. I buried the scraps in the dirt to decompose and level up my land. I added more firewood and kept grilling. Cooked fish sells better. After all, not everyone has a lighter, and nobody's willing to waste a unit of wood on a single piece of fish. Beep, beep, beep. A private message came in. It was Zhang Ruoruo. Hi, did you really find a way to catch fish? She'd probably seen me selling fish nonstop and heard everyone's guesses. I didn't hide it. Yeah, I opened a crate and got a fishing rod. It's way better than the one the system gives you. Really? Then when you're not using it, could you lend it to me? I've got several crates over here, but they're too far away. I can't reach them. I took a look. I'm a bit speechless. Come on, lady, do we really know each other that well? We've been acquainted for less than 24 hours, and you're already asking me for this? Don't you think that's a little forward? I wouldn't mind lending it, but what if she doesn't give it back? Then I'd be totally screwed. She must have realized she'd been too abrupt, because another message came through fast. Don't worry, I'll put up a blueprint as collateral. How's that? An image followed. I opened it, and I nearly started drooling. A seawater desalination blueprint. Sure, it could only purify 5 liters a day, but this was hands down the most precious treasure at this stage, worth even more than my fishing rod. Especially for me. I had Little White to catch fish, but the one thing I was always short on was water. This girl's luck was absolutely insane. If that blueprint made it into my hands, and I built a water purifier, then had the system land a critical hit on it, I swallowed hard. I had to get my hands on this blueprint. Now I just needed to figure out how to play it. As for her being my friend, well, aren't friends just there to be used? When I didn't reply for a while, Zhang Ruo probably assumed I wasn't interested, so she sent another message. Don't worry, I won't use it for free. Once I build the purifier, I'll give you a bottle of water every time I use it. Sound good? If that's how you're going to put it, then forget it. I'm not lending it to you. With a look of righteous indignation, I typed out, Zhang Ruo, I thought of you as a good friend, a good partner, and I can't believe you'd say something like that. Do you even think of me as a friend? Do you think I'm hurting for a single bottle of water? Don't you get it? In this cruel, brutal, life or death world, you're my only safe harbor, The only person I can open up to when I'm in danger. I never imagined you saw me as someone so calculating. This really hurts. There was silence on the other end for a moment. I could just picture her now, both touched and guilt-ridden, blaming herself for using her showbiz scheming to size up an honest, kind-hearted person. Dahai, I'm sorry, please don't be mad, it's all my fault. When I saw you hadn't replied, I thought you didn't want to lend it, so I got the wrong idea. I'm apologizing to you. Please don't be angry, okay? I struck while the iron was hot. Am I really that kind of person, Lu Zhenghai? The reason I didn't reply just now was because I had a fish on the line. But the moment I saw your message, I dropped the fish altogether. All right, enough said. Take the rod and use it. And I don't want any collateral from you. Makes me sound so petty. You've hurt my feelings. Don't talk to me. Pretending to sulk, I put the fishing rod straight up for trade. I hesitated for 3 seconds, then gritted my teeth and hit confirm. As long as she hit confirm too, the rod would be hers. I've hinted at this so obviously. You're not actually going to skip the collateral, are you? You've got to feel too embarrassed to, right? Hurry up and put the blueprint up. Until you do, I'm not going to feel settled. I muttered to myself. This was a bit of a big gamble. Even though the odds of losing were slim, I still couldn't help feeling on edge. I won the bet. From now on, that little Lambereau is mine to fleece. And I won't stop until I've picked her clean. But then, she really didn't post the blueprint. She just hit trade directly. My heart skipped a beat. Oh no, did I just blow it? Was I the hunter who ended up getting his own eye pecked out? If that's really the case, then this woman's acting deserves an Oscar. I waited anxiously for her reply. Sure enough, a message came through fast. Thank you, Dahai. You're the best. Don't worry, I'll return it as soon as I'm done. I was in the wrong earlier. Don't be mad at me, okay? I stared at the screen, so mad my teeth itched. But even if I was about to explode, I had to hold it in. Fall out with her now? What if she doesn't give the fishing rod back? Fine. Only because you're my only friend. I'll forgive you this once. Do better from now on. Hum. I promise I won't treat you like a stranger anymore. I'll go now, gotta fish up some crates. I'll return it the second I'm done. Come on, sis, what about the blueprint? Why won't you even mention it? We're not that close yet. Maybe a little distance is a good thing. On her end, Ruo was stumped by the fishing rod. Anyone could tell it was top-tier gear, but she had no clue how to use it. So she came to me again. I just froze when I got her message. Unbelievable. You conned my fishing rod out of me, and now you're back asking how to use it? You think I'm a total sucker? Fine. I'll own being the sucker. If I refuse to teach her out of spite, and she gets mad and keeps the rod, I'll have nowhere to cry about it. For the sake of that fishing rod, I had no choice but to play the fool. I explained it several times. She finally figured out how to cast the line, and then silence. Meanwhile, I couldn't sit still. I couldn't even focus on my work. Bored, I opened the auction house, collected the plot of land I'd won, listed 3 pieces of fish meat, and clicked into the chat. That big shot listed fish meat again. Only 3 pieces this time. Looks like he's running low too. What? Almost gone. Better grab one quick. Damn, I was waiting for the price to drop. How is it already gone? Probably got lucky and caught a fish. Sold it, and now it's gone. Ugh, so hungry. Fished up 5 crates and didn't get a single plot or scrap of food. Selling custom videos. Every guy who's watched says it's a real treat. I was genuinely curious. Is there no limit on how many times this video seller can post? How is she here every single time I show up? Should I buy one and check it out? 100 grams of food is nothing to me. Ahem, better not. If word got out, it'd ruin my big shot image. Ding, ding, ding. A private message popped up. I looked and let out a long sigh of relief. It was Ruo. Dahai, I'm done. Here's your rod back. Thank you. The fishing rod came through the trade, along with a bottle of water. I raised an eyebrow and shot back. What's that supposed to mean? Are you cutting ties with me? Oh, come on. What are you talking about? I've got good news for you. The crate I just fished up had all the parts one needed for the water purifier, and I already built it. I'll never have to worry about drinking water again. We're good friends, right? I've got more water than I can drink. You think I'd just sit back and watch you go thirsty? What kind of friend would that make me? My heart sank. That was it. My water purifier was gone for good. You silly woman, who wants to be your friend? I wanted your water purifier. Of course, I could only scream all this inside my head. Didn't dare say a single word out loud. Not unless I wanted to give up milking her for freebies down the road. Whatever. It was already done. No use crying over it now. As long as I could keep mooching off this clueless woman and have all the water I could drink, I wasn't really losing out. Oh, well, when you put it that way, that's more like it. I quickly tapped confirm, pulling back the fishing rod in the water before anything else could go wrong. The fishing rod settled back into my palm, and only then did I feel at ease. Hee hee, no need to be so polite between good friends. Whenever you're thirsty, just come to me. 5 liters a day, that's plenty for both of us. Honestly, reading that message, something in me softened for a moment. After years of grinding through the real world, I'd long since sealed my heart in concrete. But I wasn't truly cold-blooded. My feelings had just faded a little, not disappeared entirely. Faced with her kind of defenseless trust, her utterly calculating free concern, I actually felt a warmth spreading through my chest. They say the darker the times, the more clearly they reveal how much light a person still has left inside. Maybe it was this apocalypse itself that let that little bit of sealed-away tenderness in me start seeping back out. I thought it over, then sent her a message. I've got enough water for now. Use your extra water to trade for some land plots, and weapons to protect yourself first. I know, but I'm no good at haggling. The second someone tries to talk the price down and puts on a sad little act, I just can't bring myself to say no. I frowned. If you trust me, hand the water over to me and I'll sell it for you. Yeah, and skim a little commission off the top while I'm at it. Oh, you're just too naive. Exactly like me. Always so quick to trust people. Really? That's great. I'll send you a few bottles tonight. Filtering seawater takes some time, so sorry to trouble you, Dahai. Don't mention it, just leave it to me. No rush, we'll talk tonight. Oh, right, do you eat fish? I can send you some. Nah, I've still got bread. I'll hit you up once it's gone. Sure, I'm gonna go fishing then. Okay, go ahead. After hanging up, the corners of my mouth curved up on their own. Having a friend, it really did feel good. I couldn't even remember the last time I'd made a friend. I had a few back in school, but after graduation we drifted apart one by one. Out in the world, everyone's rushing along, guards up, and true friends only get harder to come by. That long-lost warmth made me shake my head and smile. Looks like a deserted island really can turn a person sentimental. Forget it. No time for idle worrying. Back to fishing. This heavy rod, once a burden in my hands, felt weightless after the attribute boosts. A flick of the wrist sent the line whistling out dozens of meters. I could fish for hours without feeling the slightest strain. Before I knew it, it was noon. I glanced at the sky and decided to eat, processing the fish meat while I was at it. A morning's haul for fish. The small ones were 4 or 5 pounds, the big one around 20. That netted me 4 experience points. Added to the 2 I already had, that made 6. 14 more, and I'd level up. 43 pounds of fish meat, plus the 30 I already had, put my stock over 70 pounds. Grilling as I fished, I got it all processed, ready to sell. To avoid tanking the price, I didn't rush to list it on the auction house. First, I scrolled through my private messages. Tons of people asking to buy, all trying to lowball me. Most would only trade 1 unit of lumber for a piece of meat. 1 wouldn't do, 2 was borderline, 3 was just right. But the first thing I traded for was land plots. Those were the real hard currency. Out of more than 30,000 people, only 35 were willing to trade land for meat. Out of nearly 100,000 players, minus those with food reserves, tens of thousands had to be going hungry, yet only 35 would part with land. That showed just how precious it was. Nobody's a fool. Land is the root of survival. 3 days from now, you probably won't be able to get it even if you want it. So these no-haggle deals? I took every single one. I had to get my house up before things changed. 35 plots, plus the 8 from the auction house and my original 17 square meters, came to exactly 60 square meters. That 40-plus square meter house blueprint in my hands would just barely fit. If I wanted room to spread out, I'd have to expand more. But that could wait. Right now, the priority was clear: gather materials, build the house. I dug through my messages for people willing to trade lumber, stone, or iron for food. There were thousands of them. I only closed deals with the highest bidders. Anyone offering 3 or more units of lumber per piece of fish, I took them all. I didn't need that much for the house, but it'd come in handy eventually. Anyone bidding 2 or more units of iron. I took those 2. Traded for a batch of stone as well. I didn't stop until only a dozen or so pounds of fish meat were left. If I didn't have to save some capital for other materials, I'd have spent it all. The spoils were impressive. Nearly 200 units of lumber, close to 100 iron blocks, over 100 units of stone, plus some odds and ends. The only thing I couldn't get was blueprints. No one would trade those for food unless they were truly starving. It was only day 2. Everyone could still hold on. By tomorrow, some people would start to crack. Gazing at the mountain of supplies, I nodded in satisfaction. In these waters, the guy with the most materials and the biggest island? That was me, hands down. The rest of the fish meat I listed on the auction house, accepting only blueprints or high-strength steel, plastic, or hardwood. Materials for making a bow and arrows. No idea if there'd be any takers, but casting a wide net couldn't hurt. With all that done, I was just about to head over to the chat area and check out that crowd of sourpusses when a private message popped up. The sender's name looked pretty familiar. It was that guy who'd been yelling about starting a mutual aid society in the chat yesterday. Username Cockkin. Curious, I clicked it open. Hey man, why don't you join our mutual aid society? We've got a big crew, all kinds of rare materials. Whatever you need, we can hook you up at internal member prices. 1 second of thought, and I got it. This guy saw me dumping loads of fish meat and figured I had some fishing hookup. That's what he was after. Couldn't be bothered to reply. Just as I was about to close it, another message came through. You need to understand, there's this thing called strength in numbers. One person going up against a whole group? Never gonna happen. Having a team backing you up, that's the smart play. Am I right? Oh, so now we're throwing threats around. That got a laugh out of me. This kid really thought he was hot stuff. When your life's on the line, that little bit of clout doesn't mean squat. The people running with him, aside from a handful of brain-dead fanboys, were all just there for the free food and drinks. He genuinely thought he was the boss of these waters. Should I knock him back down to reality? On second thought, nah. In business, keeping the peace makes the profit. He hadn't actually crossed me, so a couple of tough guy lines were just hot air as far as I was concerned. I shook my head with a smile, closed the window, and dug in. Lunch today was fish with an apple I'd scored yesterday. Not exactly a feast, but at least it was balanced. Only problem was the fish had 0 seasoning. Besides salty, it was honestly hard to choke down. If only I could throw together a pot of soup. Pots, pans, bowls, seasonings. I needed to get my hands on some when I had time, bump up my quality of life. After eating, I tossed Little White 2 more pieces of meat. Little White, swim out a ways and see if any crates have drifted over. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It let out a couple of calls, flipped over, and slipped beneath the surface. No idea if that dopey fish actually understood me. I picked my rod back up and kept at it. Probably because it was too hot, the fish got lazy in the afternoon. Over an hour passed before one finally bit. Just as I was thinking about packing it in for a nap, my friend message alert went off in a hurry. It was from Zhang Ruruo, but the message made me furrow my brow. Hi, how'd you end up on Kakkoin's bad side? He's rallying the Mutual Aid Society crew in the chat, working the room to trash talk you. Go check it out, quick. I shot back a no worries. I'll take a look, and opened the chat. Sure enough, someone was stirring the pot. Truth is, I'd always had haters. I only took land plots for fish meat, and a lot of people couldn't stand parting with theirs. They wanted to trade something cheaper, and when I wouldn't budge, they'd throw passive-aggressive jabs at me now and then. I'd always just flat-out ignored people like that. But today someone was leading the charge, and a whole mob swarmed in behind him. In the entire channel, not a single soul stood up for me. It was all just a chorus of insults. In no time, I'd become everybody's punching bag. The lady above me is spot on. This 0329 is selfish beyond belief. Disaster's bearing down on everyone, and all he cares about is getting rich, treating human lives like they're nothing. No. He's about to blow a gasket. Everyone, band together and boycott him. Skipping one meal won't kill you. The loot boxes are bound to refresh this afternoon. Hold out a little longer, and maybe you'll get some food. Exactly, don't do anything rash. The protection period ends in 3 days, and after that the islands shrink by 1 square meter every day. Our island can only last 4 days. If we don't grab more land, we're as good as dead. Join our mutual aid society, and let's get through this together. We share food internally. Membership costs just one plot of land, and you get free food and water. What are you waiting for? A deal this good doesn't come around twice. Reading all this, I couldn't help but laugh. So this is where they're setting up their trap. Anyone with half a brain knows one simple truth. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Hand over one plot of land, and you get to eat for free every day? Yeah, right, nobody buys that. Setting everything else aside, where would this mutual aid society even get that much food? Right now, across the entire market, nobody can produce so much as a single noodle except me and my bulk grain sales. As for water, forget it. Not even piss is up for sale. Sure enough, before I could even make my move, someone raised a challenge. Do you really have that much food? Why should we trust that you're not scamming us? Our man G is a huge celebrity. Would a big star lie to you? Plenty of celebrities are con artists these days. If you've really got the goods, show us so everyone can feel at ease. Yeah, list it on the auction house. Once we see it, we'll join. What if someone buys it off the auction house? Just slap a sky-high price on it. Then nobody can afford it. All right, enough arguing. The auction house is too risky. I'll post a picture. One look and you'll know. Ji Kuan finally stepped in himself and dropped a photo. A pile of bread stacked together, with a few bottles of water beside it. The shot was taken up close, and it really did look like a lot. I opened it up to take a look too. The bread was heaped into one big mound. Impossible to tell exactly how much. I'll admit it, this photographer knew his stuff. But the moment I saw it was bread, I understood it couldn't be much. Odds are they pooled the food stores of every single member together for that shot. Still, driven by hunger, some people could no longer tell what was real. The sight of that much food made their eyes light up green with greed. See? We weren't lying, were we? And don't say we downloaded it off the internet. There's no internet out here. If you want in, hurry. Spots are limited. First come, first served. Some people actually bought it, eyes glowing green. Trading one plot of land for a lifetime meal ticket seemed like a steal. And so, one after another, people started signing up. I have to admit, this Ji Kuan had a few tricks up his sleeve. Getting the entire society to pool their food in one place. That's not something just anyone could pull off. Brain-dead fans will really go all out for their idol. But since they wanted to climb up by stepping on me, there was no way I'd let them have their way. I closed the chat window and sent a message to Zhang Ruruo. How much water do you have left over there? She replied instantly, 7.5 bottles. You want them? They're yours. Before she'd even finished 7 bottles. The rest of the water, she just transferred it over, no questions asked. I froze for a second, feeling a warmth spread through my chest. That kind of straightforwardness and trust was genuinely touching. This girl was so pure it stirred up an urge in me to protect her, to keep her safe for life. I pushed down that odd warmth and teased her on purpose. You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'll just pocket your water? But her answer caught me off guard. Pocket it for what? If you want it, it's yours. I've got a water purifier anyway. It'll be full again in a bit. I stayed silent for a long while before finally typing something back. On the other end of the screen, she read my message, her face flushing red, the corners of her mouth curling up in a quiet smile. With her water plus my own 2.5 bottles, I had exactly 10. At 100 milliliters per portion, that's split into 50 shares. Pair each one with 300 grams of fish, turn it into a combo meal, and list them all on the auction house. Starting bid, just one plot of land. If selling fish was like tossing a stone into the lake, then adding water was like dropping a bomb into it. The whole thing exploded in an instant. Holy crap, look! Boss 0329 restocked again. So what if he did? I'm not buying anything from a price-gouging crook like him. No, this time it's not just food. There's water. What? Water? Damn, weren't you all saying you wouldn't buy? How'd it sell out in the blink of an eye? You animals are ridiculous. He lists it for one plot, and you're throwing down 2 to snatch it up. Cut the crap. Land's precious, sure, but is it more precious than your life? 100 milliliters of water could save you when it counts. Only a fool wouldn't buy. 100 milliliters of water plus 300 grams of meat. Stretch it to the limit, and it keeps a person alive 3 extra days. 2 plots? Is that really expensive? At Boss 0329, when's the next batch of water and food? I'm waiting online. Right now, I was slapping my thigh in regret. Yesterday's water. I'd sold it way too cheap. 100 milliliters for one portion of lumber. It felt steep at the time, but now it looked like straight-up charity. Sigh. No wonder I never got rich. My heart just isn't cold enough. Whatever, it's done. No use dwelling on it. It was only 5 bottles of water, and in return I got everything I desperately needed. No regrets. Not one bit. I took a deep breath and typed a reply in the chat. Those who missed out, don't worry. From now on, every 12 hours I'll list food and water, so everyone's got something to eat and drink. As for pie falling from the sky, take my advice and don't fall for it. The boxes are limited each day. Even if some people's boxes were packed full of bread, how many pieces could that really be? You hand over your land, and later they toss you 8 or 10 grams of bread to shut you up. Not even enough to stick in your teeth. One more thing. I don't sell my goods to anyone from the Mutual Aid Society. Weren't you trying to recruit people? Let's see who still dares to join now. Boss, please tell us. Where are you getting all this food and water? Come on, boss, tell us. We're all countrymen. We should stick together and get through this hard time. You can't cash in on a disaster. Give it up. Everyone's selfish by nature. If I had the trick, I wouldn't share it either. Reading these comments, I frowned slightly. Does being bitter help? All it does is make me raise my blade higher and swing it harder. Still, I'm going to be counting on these people to keep the resources flowing my way. No point making enemies. So I got a picture of a water purifier from Zhang Ruo, snapped a shot of my own fishing rod, and dropped them both onto the public screen. It's not that I won't tell you. It's that telling you won't help. I pulled a fishing rod and a water purifier out of my crates. If you're lucky enough, you can pull the same. Yeah, keep dreaming. The second the pictures went up, the screen exploded. Holy crap. What kind of dumb luck is this? Ugh, I'm dying of jealousy. Boss, you must have saved the galaxy in a past life. That luck is straight up broken. Same survival game, and this guy starts off middle class. How are we supposed to compete? One's luck. But 2 things that solve both food and water? Is that luck? That's straight up cheating. System, I'd like to report a cheater. Boss, I'll be your lackey. Point me at anyone, and I'll bite. Please take me in. Boss, take me with you. I can do laundry and cook. The comments section was a total circus, brown-nosing off the charts. I felt a smug little thrill inside. No wonder everyone wants to climb to the top. This feeling? It's honestly pretty great. But while I was riding high, 2 people were not happy at all. The unhappiest was JJ Cohen. He'd finally schemed up a big harvest, and I'd single-handedly ruined it. With me selling food and water, who'd be dumb enough to trade land plots to join his club? Water especially. It's so precious, everyone would hold on tight to their plots to buy it. Dozens of people had already gathered around him asking about membership. Victory was within reach. The moment word got out that there was water for sale, they all bolted, not a single one left. It twisted his fair, handsome face into something like a cold, venomous snake. And when he saw the fishing rod and water purifier on the public screen, his jealousy warped him even further. When he read that line, not selling club memberships, he wanted to strangle me on the spot. To him, this was cutting off his lifeline. JJ Cohen swore to himself, given the chance, he'd definitely take out this 0329. As long as he was around, he'd be the biggest obstacle. Kill him off, and all those good things would be his. Besides him, there was one other person who wasn't happy, Zhang Ruo. Even she couldn't quite explain why. Though it wasn't me she was mad at, but that pack of women in the chat. And at that moment, I was cheerfully scrolling through my private messages. Ding, 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 a friend message cut in. Didn't even need to look to know it was her. So, did you handle it? Handled it. Piece of cake. I barely lifted a finger, and he was completely powerless to fight back. I replied with a bit of a swagger. She'd never seen this side of me before, and it made her laugh. I'm just now realizing. When did you get so cocky? Cocky? Isn't it true, though? I handled it easy, didn't even break a sweat. Well, I helped you out too. So how are you going to thank me? You could practically hear the grin in her words. Thank you how? You're basically holding it over my head. What? You want me to marry you as payment? I teased. To my surprise, she ran with it. Sure. I've been worried I'd never find a husband. I'm already 40, and nobody's ever wanted me. My family's worried sick. Finally, somebody's willing to take me off their hands. Great. And no takebacks. 40 and still not married? She must be pretty rough looking, but her personality seemed great. Then it hit me. This girl was probably just messing with me. Are you really that ugly? I asked, curious. Of course not. Those guys are just blind. So what if I'm a little chubby? It's not like I'm eating their food. I'm only 200 pounds. That's not that fat. And they complained I'm short. So what if I'm 4'11"? That's cute, if you ask me. Bunch of blind idiots. By the time she finished, she'd practically cracked herself up. Turns out lying was pretty fun. I still wasn't sure what to believe. 4'11", 200 pounds. Wouldn't that basically make her a ball? No wonder she couldn't get married. Whatever. Ugly or not, it didn't matter. This girl had a good heart. She was worth getting to know. I wasn't planning on marrying her anyway. So what did her looks matter? I laughed. Oh, you. Here I am treating you like one of the guys, and you're being this nice to me. Clearly you've got ulterior motives. Guess I'll have to watch my back around you from now on. Being buddies? No problem. Marrying you? I'll pass. Ha ha ha. All right. What's the deal between you and that Jikuan guy? Why's he got such a grudge against you? I had nothing to hide, so I gave her the quick rundown of our little feud. Zhang Ruo listened, then curled her lip. That guy's famous in the industry for being petty. Ever since the money people made him a star, he's gotten even more arrogant and full of himself. But he doesn't get one thing. Capital props you up because you're useful to them. The second things go south, the first and hardest to stomp on you is that same capital. Don't waste your time on him. A talentless idol doesn't have many real fans. Out of the 100,000 people here, he'd be lucky to have a dozen or 20. I was a little surprised. You sure know a lot about show business. Something flickered in her eyes, and she quickly covered. Of course, nobody's chasing after me, so all I can do is chase after celebrities. When it comes to gossip, us fangirls know it best. I didn't think much of it and changed the subject. All right, forget him. Let's settle up, you and me. Huh? Settle up? Settle what? She sounded startled. You gave me 7.5 bottles of water, plus my fish. That's. Traded 107 land plots, 32 wood, 21 stone, 12 iron. I'll take 50 plots, and the rest are all yours. It's not that I'm being generous. Getting this much came entirely from her water. 2.5 bottles of water plus a dozen pounds of fish for 50 land plots. I already came out ahead. Besides, you can't fleece the sheep too hard. Hurt the sheep, scare it off, and there's nothing left to fleece down the road. Of course, I'm happy to see her grow strong fast. Not that I'd ever admit I've started thinking of this girl as a friend. No, I can't take this much. You're the one who sold everything. I didn't do a thing. Just give me 20 plots. That's plenty. She kept refusing. I didn't argue, just asked, how many square meters is your island right now? 15 square meters. I froze. Where do you get so many? From opening crates, of course. Regular crates have 2. The good ones can have 3. Piece them together, and it adds up. Isn't it like that for everyone? Does that even sound like a human talking? Getting 1 out of a crate is already a stroke of luck. 2 is rare. 3. I've never even heard of it. But even at 2 or 3 per crate, she shouldn't have this many. I remember she had other stuff too, 3 blueprints alone. The machete she sold me, a house, and a water purifier she'd already used. How many crates do you fish out in a day? The hook wasn't working well yesterday, so I only got 7. 5 this morning, plus 5 more with your fishing rod, 17 total. There's not a single one left out on the water right now. Sigh. My eyes went red and stung. 17. She had no little white, no fishing rod, and still pulled in 7 yesterday. Me? I've got little white and a rod, and I only managed 7 yesterday, just 5 today? Comparing yourself to others is enough to make your blood boil. Forget it. This fat sheep. I've got to tie her tight to my side and never let her run off. Say no more. I'm giving you 57 land plots. Add that to your existing 15 square meters, and it's enough to build a house. Keep those materials too, for building it. I had more materials than I could ever use. No point fighting over them. Or, maybe you should build first, she offered softly. For some reason, seeing how thoroughly I'd thought things through for her left her feeling warm and reassured. I don't need to. I've already got one. Don't believe me? Take a look. I sent over a picture of my own wooden crate shelter and added, built it myself, no blueprint. Pretty impressive, right? Of course, I wasn't about to mention that my island, over 100 square meters, would be ready to build a house any minute now. Play up the self-sacrifice angle. I bet she'd be touched. Sure enough, she was delighted, a smile tugging at her lips. Impressive, impressive. This shelter really is one of a kind. Your average person couldn't pull that off, huh? What are you laughing at? As long as it keeps out the wind and rain, it works. Wilderness survival is all about being practical and thrifty. You're a girl, your body's fragile. Let's get the house up first so you don't catch a cold from the cold at night. She nodded firmly. Okay, whatever you say. Once the water's purified, I'll trade you the materials. With her water and my food, gathering the building supplies was a breeze. Sounds good. Oh, right. Once the water's ready, send me half a bottle. I'm completely out over here. I'd been at it all morning and was parched. My 11 empty bottles were bone dry, so clean you could see your reflection. She glanced at the bucket beneath her water purifier and quickly poured some out to send over. Here, take this for now. There'll be more soon. Aren't you going to drink any? I'm not thirsty. You go ahead. She licked her cracked lips. Well then, don't mind if I do. Bye, back to work. She closed the interface, a sweet smile spreading across her fair face. On my end, I loaded all 50 plots, and my island's area shot up to 110 square meters, more than enough to build 2 rooms. I picked a good spot and set the house down directly. That huge pile of materials instantly shrank by more than half. A fence rose up around the center, and the faint outline of a house under construction appeared, with a timer beside it. 1 hour. I nodded, satisfied, then pushed the old, busted crate down to the shore, sat on it, and started fishing. I didn't have a scrap of fish meat left. Lunch had barely been enough. If I didn't catch something, I'd go hungry tonight. The sun was almost down, so I had to hurry. Dusk was exactly when the fish were hungriest and easiest to catch. I couldn't afford to miss it. Sure enough, the bait had barely hit the water when the tip of the rod dipped. I instinctively jerked it up, but it was like I'd hooked a rock, completely immovable. Just as I figured I'd snagged the bottom, the reel screamed to life, spinning like mad, and the line was ripped out over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. I stumbled, nearly pitching headfirst into the sea, then quickly backpedaled a few steps to steady myself and cranked the drag tighter. The reel slowed a little, but the line kept peeling off. In just a few dozen seconds, a third of it was gone. I touched the reel, scorching hot. I bent down, scooped up a bottle of seawater, and poured it over to cool it. Fresh water would have been better, but I didn't have any, so this would have to do. If a few hundred meters of line burned through, the loss would be huge. This fish was massive, at least 100 pounds, and it pulled harder than Little White had when she first took the bait. Oh, right, where was Little White? I'd just seen her a moment ago, and now she'd vanished. No time for that. First things first, land this fish. I jammed the rod butt into the sand, crouched down, and locked both arms around it, digging in for a standoff with the big fish. 30-pound PE line. As long as it didn't get cut, it wouldn't snap. That brute force surging through my palms, I gritted my teeth and held on. Good thing my strength and stamina had both gone up today. The old me might not have been able to hold it at all. Now it was just a matter of who'd break first, the fish's strength or mine. Right as the struggle hit the 10-minute mark, my hands suddenly loosened. Before I could react, I dropped flat onto the ground. Damn it, the hook slipped and the fish got away. Ugh, what a shame. I sighed, picked myself up, and started reeling the line back in. Losing a fish that big genuinely stung, but hey, fish get away all the time. I just prayed the bait was still there. I only had 2, and losing one would really hurt. A few cranks in, something felt off. There was clearly still weight on the hook. Had the fish not escaped after all? Maybe it had just turned around and was swimming straight toward me? I immediately cranked faster, and the faster I reeled, the more obvious that heavy, dead weight became. Dead weight. No struggle at all, like I'd hooked something lifeless. Please don't tell me it's some trash from the ocean. Not far below the surface, 2 figures came racing toward me. One black, one white. Holy crap, since when does fishing reel in the black and white guards of the underworld? But as the 2 shapes broke the surface, I saw clearly, and my shock turned to delight. Huh, Little White, it's you? You're the one who killed this big guy and dragged him back. The white one was Little White, and the black one was that huge fish, with my bait still hanging from its mouth. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little White dragged the fish to shore and cried out at me, like she was showing off her catch and demanding I grill it for her all at once. Okay, hang on. Let me deal with this one, and then I'll cook it for you. I patted her on the head and hauled the big fish onto the shore. Nearly 2 meters long, dark blue-black all over with a snow-white belly and a spindle-shaped body. One look told me this was a champion swimmer of the sea, the kind of fish that has to keep moving to breathe, with firm, meaty flesh rich in fat. Perfect for eating. To my delight, the thing wasn't even dead. It flopped a couple of times once it hit the shore. I'd been lamenting that I hadn't gotten to kill it myself and had lost the experience for nothing. But now, a silver lining. The XP was still mine. I grabbed my machete, drove the blade into the gills to bleed it out and preserve the flavor, then finished it with a strike to the head to end it for good. Ding! Killed a fish over 100 gene. Experience +7. First kill of 100 gene fish. Reward, 1 betting blueprint. 7 experience points? Plus a blueprint? What a loss, what a loss. If I'd saved this for tomorrow's critical hit window, how much could it have multiplied into? Up to 70 points. Might have bumped me straight to level 4. You stupid fish, you wouldn't bite this morning, you won't bite tomorrow morning, but you just had to bite right now. No sense of timing at all. My teeth ached with regret. But then I saw the bedding blueprint, and my mood lifted. I'd been needing a set of bedding, and the materials were simple, just cloth and cotton. I stashed the blueprint away and tossed the big fish to the system to break down, netting 137 gene of fish meat and over 50 gene of bones and organs. This fish's guts were different from a small fish's. The intestines were as thick as pig intestines, edible even just stir-fried. But I had no pot and no seasonings, and the stuff was too fishy. Keeping it would only let it go to waste. So I just listed it for sale, dropping the price to rock bottom. Call it a little bonus for everyone. A dozen-odd gene of organs split into 20 portions, each going for just 1 piece of wood. Wood or a single feather. Sure enough, the reviews poured in. Thank you so much, Big Boss 0329. Traded 1 piece of wood for half a pound of food. I finally don't have to starve anymore. Such a huge favor. I'll remember it my whole life. The person above me is doing math, so shrewd their abacus beads fly farther than bullets. Wait, what? 1 piece of wood for half a pound? How did I miss that? You're too late. They just listed 10 of them. 1 wood or 1 feather each. Too bad it's limited to 1 per person, or I'd have bought them all. Damn, 1's not enough for you. You animals have quick hands. Boss, got any more food? Please list some more. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Bullshit, we've only been here a little over 30 hours. Where'd you get 2 days of not eating? Right then, G.G. Cohen crawled out of some chicken coop or another and dropped an extremely ill-timed line. A pile of garbage guts, and you're all fighting over them like they're treasure. I wouldn't even want that stuff if you gave it to me. Instantly, it stirred up the whole crowd's anger. Which chicken coop wasn't latched shut and let you out? If it's garbage, then why don't you cough up something good yourself? Right, doesn't help anybody and still comes out here to throw shade. Garbage character too. I really don't know how someone like this became a celebrity. How else? By bending over for it. Hey, don't go too far. What did my boy G say wrong? It is garbage, and only trash like you would fight over trash. Like celebrity, like fans. Charging a whole plot of land just to join the group. Money's made them completely blind. Watching both sides go at it nonstop, I gave a little smile and closed the chat window. Honestly, I had no fondness for either side. One bunch was brain dead, unable to tell right from wrong. The other kissed up and kicked down, fawning over the powerful. Of course, if they could be used, I'd still use them. No contradiction there. Once I'd dealt with the guts, I put the fish meat up for auction. 137 pounds. I kept enough for Zhang Ro and me, then listed all 130 pounds of the rest. A small portion for bow and arrow materials, the rest for land plots, blueprints, plus cotton and cloth for making bedding. This time the land plots jumped straight up in price. 500 grams each, an even better deal. I ramped up the volume for 3 reasons. First, I wanted to expand the island as fast as possible. 110 square meters sounds big, but the length and width are really just a bit over 10 meters each. Second, there was too much fish meat, and it spoils easily in the heat. The sooner it's gone, the sooner I can rest easy. My backpack only has 3 slots, and even with stacking it maxes out at 99. The materials were practically piling up on the ground. Third, in 3 days the waves would start swallowing the island, so land plots were bound to be hot commodities. And by then, everyone would have 3 days' worth of supplies stockpiled, so even the unluckiest could scrounge up food. By financial logic, food would surely crash and land would surely soar. Selling early is the smart play. And there was something else I wanted to trade for. The blueprint cost more than half a pound of fish meat could cover, so I had no choice but to raise my asking price. Sure enough, the moment I put it up, someone made an offer, and it was another blueprint. I clicked to open it, an iron pot. My eyes lit up. Iron pots weren't exactly rare, but they were essential for daily life. With one, cooking would be so much easier, and that fish soup I'd been dreaming about could finally make it onto the menu. I didn't hesitate. Deal. The blueprint was mine. Iron pot blueprint. 2 iron blocks, 1 piece of wood. Simple materials. What was there to hesitate about? I made it right away. 10 seconds later, done. A big iron pot, half a meter across, appeared in front of me. I picked it up and gave it a knock. Crisp sound, even thickness, and it even came with a wooden lid. Now all I needed was a stove. Just as I was figuring out where to build one, the system chimed in. The house was finished. I turned around, and sure enough, it was done. Stone and wood construction. About a meter of stacked stone at the base, thick solid timber above that, and a roof with wood on the lower layer and stone tiles on top. Simple, but in harmony with nature. Push open the door, and you're in the kitchen. A stone stove on the left connected to a heated Kong bed in the inner room, with a single wall separating kitchen from bedroom. I set the iron pot on the stove, and it fit perfectly. Not too big, not too small. It must have been made to the stove's dimensions. The stone floor was flat and smooth, fireproof, and easy to clean. Into the bedroom. A single Kong, one end connected to the stove, the other leading to a chimney outside. The Kong was just bare, smooth stone slabs, not even a mat. Nothing to my name, wasn't an exaggeration. But I was satisfied anyway. Furniture I could earn bit by bit. At least tonight, I'd have a proper place to sleep. No more curling up in a box. I carried the pot outside, washed it clean with seawater, and set it back. Using fresh water to wash a pot would be too extravagant. Seawater was perfect, and it even saved me some salt when cooking. I lit the stove, and once the pot heated up, I tossed in a bit of the fat I'd stripped from the fish guts. Before long, the oil started sizzling and popping, and the aroma spread through the room. I cut the fish into palm-sized slices, a finger thick, and laid them in the pot one by one to fry. The whole house filled with that long-lost smell of home cooking, and for a moment, it almost felt like I was back in my old world. I froze for a second, remembering the way my mother used to fry fish when I was little. The years had turned, and now I'd grown up too, able to fry my own fish. I just wondered how they were doing, back in that world. I shook my head and let out a wry smile. Loneliness really does make a person sentimental. One side golden, flip it over, both sides fried through, and it was ready to come out. No plate. So I set the pieces on a wooden board. Everything here was system-made anyway, so hygiene wasn't a concern. 6 pieces in the first batch, 2 for Little White, 2 for myself, and the last 2 I'd trade to Zhang Ruo. Try my cooking. She took the fragrant, crispy fish, surprise written all over her oval face. Dahai, you fried this? Where'd you get the oil? You're incredible. The oil came from the fish itself. Just taste it first. She took a bite, crispy outside, tender inside, her mouth full of. Delicious. Dahai, your cooking is incredible. This is the best pan-fried fish I've ever had. She squinted her eyes in bliss, gushing with praise. She wasn't wrong. Even though it only had a hint of salt, pan-fried fish doesn't really need fancy seasoning. The flesh was firm yet crispy, rich and savory, better than any fish she'd ever tasted. Seeing her rave about it like that made me happy too. This girl had probably never eaten anything really good before. Look at how easily impressed she was. If you like it, eat all you want. I've got more here, I'll fry you some. Then I'll take 2 more pieces. She didn't hold back at all. Sure, hang on, coming right up. Hom. Dahai, you cook so well. Whoever marries you someday is gonna be a lucky woman. Hey, don't get any ideas about me. Bro, I'm the man you'll never have. Ha ha ha. Nah, I only like pretty girls. My stance was firm. I'm plenty pretty. Ruo was still putting on a front, playing out the whole ugly girl chasing guy routine to the fullest. You're not pretty, you're plenty round. 5 feet tall, 200 pounds. How pretty could she possibly be? This time she went quiet. After a moment, she suddenly tossed over an image, along with a caption. I'll give you one chance to rephrase that. Think carefully before you speak. Puzzled, I clicked it open, unable to figure out where her confidence was coming from. The instant I saw it clearly, I immediately turned into a groveling simp. Wow, Ruoruo, you're absolutely gorgeous. Whoever gets to marry you is the luckiest man on earth. Who's Zhang Runin? I froze. Had I just said her name out loud? The girl I love. Let's not talk about her. I'll never see her again anyway. Let's talk about you. For some reason, hearing me mention the woman I loved, her tone cooled by a notch. Talk about me how? This blueprint you sent me. I desperately need it. Name your price, sell it to me. It was a blueprint for a forging furnace. Only after reading the description did it hit me. No wonder no one was selling high-strength steel. Turns out steel has to be forged. 2 pieces of ordinary iron forge 1 piece of steel. 2 pieces of steel forge just 1 piece of high-strength steel. And for making bows and arrows, high-strength steel was exactly what I lacked most. I had to have this furnace. Even if I couldn't get it, I'd have to get her to forge me some steel. What price? It's a gift. From now on, all my forging work goes to you. She agreed without hesitation, transferring the blueprint over directly. My heart warmed. Thanks. I won't waste words being polite. Just watch what I do from here on out. Haha, no need to be polite. You've helped me out plenty too. I helped you plenty. All I can remember is constantly mooching off you. Having taken such a huge advantage, I felt a little embarrassed and asked, by the way, how much more material do you need to build your house? Still more than half short. But no rush, another couple days and I'll have enough. She had a water purifier, so trading water for supplies was a breeze for her. Tomorrow's day 3. Once the newbie protection period ends the day after, things get dangerous. You need to get that house built fast. Don't worry about the materials, leave them to me. No, really you don't have to. It's settled. I'll go trade for them. I closed the chat and did the math in my head. Building the house takes 100 wood, 100 stone, 20 iron ingots, and 2 panes of glass. Wood and stone are cheap. Swapping 50 grams of food for a unit is easy. Iron's pricier, 100 grams should do it, and glass runs about the same. All told, 25 pounds of meat would cover it. For someone like me, sitting on hundreds of pounds of fish and meat, that's nothing. Night had fallen, and the chat channel was buzzing. You seeing this? Big Boss 0329 just put up another pile of fish and meat. Easily over 100 pounds. He's got a fishing rod and crazy luck. So jealous. Wish I could trade wood and stone for it. I've only got 3 plots. One's already traded for water, and I gotta keep the other 2 to survive. Protection period's gone the day after tomorrow. I don't dare trade either. 2 days and all I've eaten is 1 loaf of bread. I'm so hungry I'm dizzy. At Big Boss 0329, can you cut the fish and meat into smaller pieces so we can trade for a bite to hold us over? Please, I'm begging you. For the past 2 days, people kept begging me to accept stone and wood instead. Of course I refused, unless I needed it myself, like now for the house. So I switched some of the fish and meat over to wood and stone trades. Look, the boss heard us. We can trade wood and stone for meat now. OMG, the boss is a living saint. I'll owe you for the rest of my life. The chat instantly exploded into a frenzy of gratitude. I just smiled watching it. No need to thank me. Just don't cry when it's your turn to get fleeced later. Of course, some were green with envy. The Mutual Aid Society folks, for one. I'd long since posted no trades with the Mutual Aid Society, which pissed them off to no end. Food was scarce for everyone now, and Gigi Kuen's Mutual Aid Society was no exception. Aside from him, hardly anyone ever got a full meal. Morale inside was shaky, and some were thinking about quitting. Gigi Kuen caught wind of it and scrambled to smooth things over, trying to figure out how to scrounge up some fish and meat. But I'd blacklisted every single one of their IDs, so all they could do was buy secondhand at a premium. Trouble was, each person could only buy 1 portion, and nobody wanted to play middleman. They wanted to buy, but no one would sell. Gigi Kuen would have loved to swallow me whole, except he didn't even know where I was. On my end, the materials worth 25 pounds of fish and meat got snatched up almost instantly, piling up into a small mountain. Good thing there was enough room, or it would have tumbled into the sea. It was getting late, and I still had fishing to do to grind experience. I handed the materials over to Zhang Ruruo. She thanked me and pressed a bottle into my hands. I just got out of the water and rushed off to build the house. I grabbed my fishing rod and got to work too. I've got 13 experience points now, 7 more, and I level up. Tonight's goal, 5 points. That leaves 2, and tomorrow morning, even the lowest double crit would cover it. Good plan. Luck had other ideas. By nearly midnight, I'd only reeled in 3 fish, 3 points total. Still 4 short of leveling up. Midnight was almost here, and the lucky crit would reset. If luck turned sour and I hit a double or triple, a single fish wouldn't be enough to level me up. Whatever. Forget it. Worst case, I waste 2 points on the crit. Experience gained is experience gained. No real loss. I decided not to sleep. I'd fish until I leveled up. Just as I was about to cast, I suddenly heard chirp, chirp, chirp. I turned around, and my eyes lit up. Not far off, Little White was pushing a chest back toward shore. She nudged the chest up onto the beach. Good girl, found a chest all on your own. Here, have a piece of fish as a reward. I went inside, grabbed a piece of fried fish, and set it in her hand. Little White took it and started munching happily. It was the first time I'd ever seen her smile. She'd always been so cold before, like some fairy who existed above the mortal world. But that smile made her seem a little more human. When she finished, she turned and slipped beneath the surface, swimming off into the distance. I shook my head and kept fishing. I'd leave the chest for later. Midnight had passed, the crit had reset, and I wasn't about to waste a shot on opening a box. Maybe it was the fresh new day, but the bait hadn't even hit the bottom before something bit. Lift, hook, reel, one smooth motion. I had this routine down cold. The fish wasn't big, maybe 10 pounds. 1 point of experience, guaranteed. I tested it. 30 or 40 pounders, 2 or 3 pound tiddlers, they all gave just 1 point. Anything over 50 pounds I hadn't run into again, except for that 100-pound monster. I dragged the fish onto the shore, where it flopped around wildly. I pinned it with 1 foot, raised my blade, and brought it down right on the head. The system prompts fired off one after another. Ding. See fish slain. Experience +1. Ding. Lucky crit triggered. Quadruple experience. Experience +4. Ding. Experience has reached the level up requirement. Level up. Level up. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 3. Gained 1 free attribute point. Ding. Lucky crit triggered. Attribute points sextupled. Gained 6 free attribute points. What luck! A quadruple crit. Just enough to level up, not a point wasted. The experience was slim, but still better than a double or triple. And the attribute points sextupled, so it more than paid off. I pulled up my stats screen. Name, Lu Wei. Race, human, blue star. Level, 3. Strength, 9. Constitution, 9. Agility, 10. Spirit, 8. Talent, lucky crit LV.1. Skills, none. Free attributes, 6. Territory, 110 square meters. EXP, 0/30. Same as usual, I split the 6 points evenly across my 3 main attributes, 2 each. Started with Constitution. That light, blissful, floating sensation washed over me again. Though the stronger my Constitution got, the fainter it felt. Then I added Strength and Agility, and that little ache and tingle faded in just a few seconds. I clenched my fists and couldn't resist throwing a few punches. Felt like I could kill a bear with 1 hit. Of course, that was just the illusion of a sudden strength boost. Now my strength and constitution are both at 9, agility at 10, nearly twice that of an ordinary person. Still, that's only elite athlete level, and I'm falling short in some areas. But as long as I keep leveling up like this, sooner or later, I'll become a godlike being. I closed the stats and opened the trading interface to see how the fish I'd listed tonight was selling. 73 trades for land tiles went through. My cotton cloth order was filled too, enough to make betting now. But the biggest surprise? Someone actually traded me a bundle of arrow bamboo. With that, once I can forge high-strength steel, all I'll need to build a recurve bow is glue and sinew. Too bad those two are hard to come by. It'll come down to luck. I collected my supplies and relisted the 4 fish I'd just caught, another 50 pounds. Add that to what was left, and I had close to 100 pounds. I didn't raise the price, still 500 grams for one land tile. If I hiked it up, the people who'd already traded would feel cheated and start holding grudges. Besides, once real hunger sets in, trading a pound of meat for a tile is a steal. Rationed carefully, a pound of fish can last 2 days. To clear out inventory and stockpile materials, I switched some of the listings to accept iron blocks instead. After all, if you want to harvest the leeks nicely, you've got to raise them first. If they all starve to death, who's left to harvest? I closed the interface and installed the land tiles. Once done, the island had grown to 183 square meters. Plenty of room now. I didn't go back to fishing. Instead, I got ready to build a forging furnace. Leveling up had used 2 of my critical hits, leaving 1. This time I wasn't planning to spend it on EXP. I wanted to see if a forging furnace could trigger a crit. The blueprint and materials came from Zhang Ruo, but the one doing the crafting was me. The system rule stated, traded items can't be crit boosted. But what about a furnace I built myself? I set the blueprint in place, added the materials, and got to work. A forging furnace only takes 5 minutes. Ding. Forging furnace successfully crafted. Ding. Lucky critical hit triggered. Quality sublimated tenfold. Obtained, automatic compact forging machine. A grin spread across my face. The question that had been nagging at me finally had an answer. Even if the blueprint and materials were traded for, as long as I crafted it myself and produced a brand new item, I could trigger a crit. That meant the bow I hadn't built yet could get a crit too. When the time came, would the recurve bow sublimate straight into a compound bow, or even a crossbow? A pistol? A pistol would be even better. Nah, forget it. A pistol's impossible. It's a completely different beast. First, let me see what this automatic forging machine can do. I used it. The moment I saw it, my eyeballs nearly dropped to the floor. Automatic small-scale forge. Function 1. Can forge and process all metals below the extraordinary grade. Function 2. Input a common grade blueprint to mass produce a single type of metal item repeatedly. Extraordinary. That was a word I'd never seen before. I had no idea what it meant, but it was clearly no ordinary thing. Just as the name suggested, it meant beyond ordinary. My machete was common grade, low tier. My fishing rod was common grade, mid tier. Above that, there were probably high tier and top tier. So anything beyond the common grade would be extraordinary. Extraordinary items. Did that mean they held extraordinary power? Never mind. That was getting too far ahead. Once I actually got my hands on one someday, I'd understand. Right now, the most important thing was function 2. I figured it out. Say I wanted to forge a spear. The forge could only produce the spearhead. It couldn't make the wooden shaft. It wasn't like the system blueprints that could churn out a whole item. But its strength lay in unlimited, repeatable production. As long as I had enough metal, I could make as many spearheads as I wanted. A system blueprint only produced one item. This thing was a money printer. I stared at it, eyes practically glowing. In 7 days, danger would arrive. Weapons would be the survival goods everyone scrambled to buy. If I mass-produced a batch and sold them, I'd be raking in a fortune. At that thought, I immediately posted a trade request, buying weapon blueprints at a premium, price negotiable. I also dropped an ad in the chat room. The moment people saw me appear, they swarmed in to kiss up, all hoping to catch a big shot's eye. I didn't have time for that. I opened the crafting menu and made some bedding. 1 minute later, a double-sized set of bedding was done. I laid it out and lay down, soft and warm. Finally, a little taste of home. I let out a sigh. On a cold night like this, a person's mind always tends to wander. Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, I sat up and checked my private messages to see if anyone was selling weapon blueprints. And there I ran into someone I knew, Chicken Coin. Why was this guy messaging me? The two of us weren't exactly at each other's throats, but we were bitter rivals, the kind whose eyes turn red the moment they meet. I hadn't blocked him, purely because I wanted to keep the door open to fleece him hard someday. I never expected he'd come knocking first. I've got a machete blueprint here. If you want it, we can talk. A machete? Getting my hands on one would be great, of course. But given the history between us, this blade wouldn't come cheap. Go on, what do you want? On the off chance his brain glitched, and he'd sell it cheap. On the other end, Chicken Coin had waited for my reply until he was ready to doze off. He'd figured I wouldn't respond, and just as he was about to sleep, He glanced over one last time and caught my message right on time. Heh. Replying meant I wanted it, and pursuing a purchase this urgently meant it was a must-have. An opportunity this good. How could he let it slip? You want weapon blueprints to deal with the invaders on the 7th day, right? He was secretly pleased. If he'd guessed my goal, he could break through my psychological defenses. Rip me off big time. But one line from me nearly made him choke on his own rage. That's right. You're a real clever little devil, aren't you? Was that supposed to be a compliment? Why did it make my skin crawl? Afraid he'd drop dead if we kept chatting, he cut straight to the chase. I want your fishing rod and your purifier. Of course, he knew a single machete blueprint wouldn't buy both. But ask for the moon, settle for the ground. If he could walk away with even one, he'd come out way ahead. I fired back 2 words. Dumbass. Chicken Coon ground his teeth and furiously typed out a comeback. But the second he hit send, a pop-up appeared. Message returned. You have been blocked by this user. His chest tightened with fury, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You son of a bitch. If I don't destroy you, I'll change my name to Chicken Black. I, meanwhile, was completely oblivious. One look at his offer and I could tell he wasn't serious, so I couldn't be bothered to waste more breath. Blocking him was just to keep him from biting back. When it comes to trading insults, striking first matters, but a clean finish matters even more. I closed the window, but I still couldn't sleep, so I just got up to fish. The fish bite way better at night than during the day. I'd do some night fishing tonight and catch up on sleep tomorrow, same difference. The moment I reached the shore, I spotted Little White paddling back, pushing a crate. 5 were already stacked on the beach. This made 6. Such a hard worker. Of course she deserved a reward. I turned and headed inside, lit a fire, and fried up some fish. When I brought it out, Little White was waiting quietly. The second she saw me, she started chirping away. All right, don't get impatient. Here you go. Watching this silly fish who only knew how to stuff her face, I shook my head helplessly. When are you ever going to wise up? First, let me check the crates. Right now, saving crits for experience was still the best value, followed by blueprint crafting. Opening crates was too much of a gamble. Using crits on them wasn't worth it. The first one, a can of luncheon meat, only 300 grams. But to someone who hadn't touched any meat in 2 days, this was treasure. I swallowed hard, then put it away. Eating it straight would be a waste. Saving it as seasoning would be better. The second, 2 plots of land. Not bad luck. I slapped them onto the island without a second thought. The third, something I'd never seen before. Curious, I pulled it out, a transparent glass vial about the size of a finger, filled with a pool of pale green liquid. What was this? Basic growth serum. Accelerates the growth of plants and animals, improving their quality. Speeds up growth? For farming. Nice, but too bad. Everything under my feet was sand. Nothing would grow here. Then again, I did have a few plots I'd been dumping trash into as fertilizer. Only that method of improving soil was agonizingly slow. I'd hold on to it. I'd figure it out once I had land I could actually farm. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little White suddenly dropped the fish in her mouth, threw herself in front of me, her pretty little face full of urgency, reaching out for something from me. This eat. I saw her toss aside a piece of meat she'd already sunk her teeth into. First time I'd ever seen her do that. I looked at her, then down at the little vial in my hand. You want this? Chirp, chirp, chirp. She couldn't understand me. She just kept squawking, eyes locked on the vial, practically overflowing with longing. I pulled out the cork and held it out. Here you go. She helped me catch fish and haul in the crates. She was my only companion on this deserted island. If she wanted it, then it was hers. Judging by how impatient she looked, this stuff had to be good for her. Maybe it'd even finish evolving that fishtail of hers. Whitey took the vial, tipped her head back, and drained it in one gulp. When she was done, she shook the empty bottle for ages to make sure not a single drop was left, then reluctantly tossed it away and went back to gnawing on her meat. That's it. No transformation? I waited a good while. Nothing happened. Fine. Got excited over nothing. I went back to opening crates. The remaining 3 crates were nothing special. A chunk of iron, a bottle of water, and a blueprint. The blueprint was for a full set of tableware, bowls, chopsticks, cups, plates, small basins, with 3 material options: wood, stone, or iron. For durability, I didn't hesitate to pick iron. I fed the blueprint into the forge, and the tableware took shape in no time. I didn't have the system crafted directly. There was a reason for that. Anything made from a single metal could be produced through the forge, which meant I could mass produce it endlessly from then on. That was another way to make money. Once I'd set out the tableware, I headed back to the shore to keep fishing. Luck was on my side that night. I caught 7 fish, hauling in over 80 pounds of meat and 7 experience points. I was level 3 now, and leveling up took 30 points. Whether I'd hit level 4 tomorrow was anyone's guess. Maybe it was the stat boost from just leveling up, but I felt wide awake right now, full of energy. I checked the time, a little past 8 in the morning. The fish were biting less and less. After a whole night of work, my stomach was growling too. Time to cook first. I sent Zhang Ruruo a message. You up? The reply came fast. Been up for a while. What's up? How much water do you have? 6 bottles. You want some? I'll send them over. Keep one for yourself and give me the rest. I'll trade you land plots and a weapon blueprint for them. No need to keep any. Take them all. My water's always being purified, so I've got plenty to drink. All right. Oh, by the way, want some fish soup? Now that I had water, I could make soup. The second I mentioned fish soup, she fired right back. You can make that? Obviously. It'll cost 2 bottles of water, though. Bit of a luxury. These days, using drinking water to make fish soup would get you called a spendthrift if word got out. Luxury, my foot. It's going straight into our stomachs, not like it's being wasted. Fine. Hang tight. It'll be ready soon. Great. I'll skip breakfast then. Oh, and lend me your fishing rod. My crates are too far apart out here. It's yours. I sent it straight over through trade. On a whim, I posted a message in the chat channel. As the ad for weapon blueprints went up, I started making soup. The fire had just caught when a private message pinged. Figuring it was Zhang Ruo, I opened it, but it was the guy who'd sold me the bow last time. Hey boss, saw you're looking for weapon blueprints? I've got a spear blueprint here. You interested? Send it over. The blueprint came through. Simple materials, an iron block and a wooden pole. Just what I wanted. What do you want for it? His reply caught me off guard. Boss, I don't want anything. I want to roll with you. That cool. Take on a follower? Build up a faction? Carve out my own turf? I honestly hadn't planned on that. I still hadn't figured out how this world worked. No sense rushing. Name a different price. Boss, I'm serious. You won't regret taking me on. I promise I'll behave and do as I'm told. Anything good I get, you'll be first to know. All I ask is that you look out for me and keep me alive. You in some kind of trouble? Nah, but I've thought it through. If the newbie protection period is already this brutal, it's only going to get worse. This is a dog-eat-dog world, and you're strong. You'll only get stronger. Sticking with you? Can't go wrong. The kid had a smooth tongue, but crude as it sounded, he wasn't wrong. Match my own thinking. Fine. I'll take you on for a trial run. Pass, and you stay. Fail, and you're out. And I won't take the blueprint for free. I'll give you what it's worth. No problem. From now on, you're my boss. Name's Gao Run, but you can just call me Run. You tell me to go east. I'll never head west. Cut the flattery. I only care about results. Here's 20 pounds of fish meat. Figure out how to trade it for land plots or blueprints. I'd spent the last few days bartering for supplies, but with private messages pouring in from over 100,000 people, there was no way I could handle it all alone. Trading was tedious and time-consuming. Now I had someone to run errands. Perfect timing. As for whether he'd pocket that 20 pounds of meat, I didn't care. If he did, I'd just chalk it up to the cost of the blueprint. It was 1 fish, no big deal. Don't worry, boss, I'll get it done. The meat went out. The blueprint came in. I fed the blueprint into the forge. The screen showed the craftable part, spearhead. 1 iron block, 1 spearhead. I had 43 iron blocks. I set aside 3 and turned the rest into spearheads. 10 seconds per spearhead. I could finish in under 7 minutes. Fast. While the forge ran, I listed more fish meat for sale, accepting only iron blocks in exchange. Then I started on the soup. Making soup wasn't much different from frying fish yesterday, except instead of eating the fried fish, I mashed it up, stir-fried it, then added water to simmer. Just as the soup came to a rolling boil, I took out the luncheon meat, carefully cut off a small piece, minced it, and sprinkled it into the pot. The savory saltiness of the luncheon meat mingled with the sweet freshness of the fish, a perfect match. A little green onion and cilantro would have made it even better. I ladled out the soup into 2 portions. One bowl I brought over to Zhang Ruo. She took it. When you get there, just say, "Wow, Big C, this soup of yours is absolutely incredible. If you like it, drink up. Oh, and here's your fishing rod back, plus a little something for you." 2 items came through the trade. One was my fishing rod. The other, 5 tiny yellowish-white specks. I pulled up the description, and my eyes lit up. Chili seeds? Where'd you get these? Seeds. Just one, and you'd have endless harvests down the line. The farming instinct is in our blood, carved into our bones over thousands of years. The thought of one day eating something I grew myself in this strange new world, just imagining it makes me happy. Got him from that crate I just fished out. 10 total, so 5 each for us. I thanked her sincerely. Thanks. I'll let you taste them once they grow. Honestly, if I'd been the one to score all 10, I'm not sure I'd have had the heart to give her half. This girl, she's all right. Not sure who's gonna grow theirs first, though, she said, refusing to back down. I grinned. Wanna bet? See who grows theirs first. Sure, but there's gotta be some kind of prize on the line, right? I'm just worried you'll cry when you lose. Can't be bothered to trade barbs with you. I haven't slept all night. I'm gonna go catch some Z's first. Go ahead. Get some rest. Bye. Bye. I rinsed the bowl with seawater and put it away. Full and satisfied. The sun was getting more brutal by the minute, and drowsiness crept in. First, I listed Zhang Ruo's water. 50 milliliters for 1 piece of iron. I'd wanted to set it at 10, but that little water isn't even enough for a single sip. 50 milliliters at least wets your throat. Then I took out the iron I'd traded for. Trading food for iron was so much easier than trading for land tiles. 200 grams of fish meat per iron block. I racked up over 100 blocks in no time. Too fast. Looks like I priced it too low. Even at 100 grams a block, people would still be fighting over it. I carried the iron blocks over to the forge and pulled out the finished products. Clang, clang, clang. A pile of spearheads dropped to the ground. I picked one up, running my fingertip lightly along the blade, and nodded satisfied. 30 centimeters long, double-edged, gleaming with a cold light, sharp enough to slice a hair blown across it. Good stuff. I'd already figured out how to fleece these suckers. 1 spearhead for 5 land tiles. Not too pricey, right? After all, it's the kind of thing that can save your life. No land tiles. That's fine too. 20 iron blocks, or 50 wood or stone. Your choice. Conscience. Small wins come from being smart. Big wins come from being ruthless. You'll never accomplish anything great by playing it nice. I stuffed the new iron blocks into the forge to keep it running and stored the spearheads inside, so the wind and sun wouldn't rust them. With the chores done, I yawned. Nothing to do all afternoon. Might as well sleep, then fish tonight. Kicked off my shoes, stripped off my clothes, lay down on the Kong, closed my eyes, and was out. I slept straight through until dark. The system showed 7 in the evening. I'd slept a full 6 hours. A few more hours, and once midnight struck, the newbie protection period would be over. What would happen then? No one knew for sure. I scrolled through my private messages, several weapon blueprints, all swords and spears and the like. Every single one of them treated me like a sucker, quoting prices that were downright absurd. I wasn't about to play the fool. I already had the spear blueprint in hand, so everything else was optional at best. The chat was buzzing with talk about the protection period ending. The protection period's almost gone. I'm so scared. Scared of what? We'll deal with whatever comes. 100,000 people, and 50 are already gone even with the protection period. I can't imagine how bad it'll get once it's gone. No point overthinking it. What's coming will come. How big is your island now? I starved myself for days just to expand to 15 square meters. I traded away some food and supplies. Only got 7 square meters left. I've got 11. 6 here. I skimmed through it. Most people were under 15 square meters, and even the lucky ones only had 16 or 17. Then I looked at my own, 185 square meters. A lonely feeling washed over me, the solitude of being unrivaled. Out of 100,000 people, I was probably the most developed. If even I could be in danger, no one else stood a chance. Enough thinking. Time to fish. Stockpiling food was the only thing that put my mind at ease. For the next few hours, I fished diligently, banking up food and experience, hoping to level up tomorrow. It was almost midnight when I finally reeled in my line. The past few hours had been productive. 8 fish, 8 experience points. I was at 15 now. 15 more, and I'd level up. 115 pounds of fish. I posted most of it in the trading zone and swapped it for iron ingots. The moment it hit midnight, the system chime rang right on schedule. Attention, newcomers. We regret to inform you that the newbie protection period has now ended. From here on out, your world is going to get a lot more exciting. Please enjoy it to the fullest. Below are the updates. Make sure to read them carefully. They concern your very lives. New weather system. The 4 seasons will now cycle, with wind, frost, rain, and snow arriving at random. New organization system. You can create your own groups and factions, complete with custom roles and ranks. New nickname system. Real names may be duplicated, but nicknames must be unique. Effective immediately, treasure chests will appear more frequently with a richer variety of items, including a small chance of drawing extraordinary items. A shark will appear in the waters near every player. Defeat it for a reward, or fail and become its dinner. Friendly reminder, sharks will gnaw at your island, so resolve the situation as soon as possible. Next update, in 3 days, day 7. Good luck to you all. The word shark made me frown. I wasn't afraid of it. What worried me was Xiao Bai. She was nearby, and what if it hurt her? No, I had to deal with it fast. As for the other features, they had little to do with me. I changed my nickname the first chance I got, Lu Zhenghai. Good thing. Unoccupied. Looked like a real name, but it was just a fake handle. I closed the interface, broke down a piece of lumber into sticks, pulled out my machete to whittle one end into a point, fitted the spearhead on, hammered it hard against a rock a few times to seat it, then drove in an iron nail to lock it in place. One crude spear done. Spear, common mid-grade, no traits. Handmade. The system auto-generates a fixed blueprint. For anything you invent yourself, the blueprint can be used infinitely. Spear recipe, sharp spearhead ×1, wooden stick ×1. To anyone else, this blueprint was worthless scrap paper. If you've already got a spearhead, who's going to care about your blueprint? But in my hands, it was a whole different story. From now on, whenever I wanted a spear, I'd just need one spearhead and one stick, and the system would craft it instantly, fast, and no quality issues. Perfect. Ding, acquired. Spear ×1. Congratulations, lucky crit ×9 triggered. Quality boosted 9-fold. Acquired. Windbreaker spear. I froze. Then it hit me. It was a new day, and my lucky crit had reset. Before I could even process it, the spear in my hand flashed with light and transformed. The plain wooden shaft became a length of dark red what I couldn't name. The 30-centimeter spearhead shot up by more than 10 centimeters, closing in on half a meter. The blade gave off a cold, ghostly gleam. Its blood groove black as ink, like an assassin crouched in the shadows. Just looking at it sent a chill down my spine. The description had changed too. Windbreaker spear, extraordinary, common blank. Trait, bleed. Damage, 5 weight. 3 requirements, none. A rush of ecstasy crossed my face. An extraordinary grade weapon. I had no idea whether damage 5 was high or low, but I knew one thing. It was leagues better than that plain spear. So this was what extraordinary meant. Special attributes, plus attack damage. As for how it performed in a real fight, I'd only know once I tried. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Xiaobai's frantic cries came from outside. My heart clenched. I grabbed the windbreaker spear and my fishing rod and sprinted for the shore. When Xiaobai saw me coming, she let out a couple of cries, then flicked her tail, pointing straight toward the sea in the distance. The night was too dark, I couldn't see a thing. But I knew that shark was back. Otherwise Xiaobai wouldn't be this panicked. For her sake, I didn't have time to overthink it. As vicious as a shark might be, nothing was as terrifying as the human heart. I stabbed the windbreaker spear into the sand, snatched up the rod, hooked a chunk of fish guts onto the lure, and cast with all my might. I put everything into that cast. The bait landed 100 meters out. It hit the water, and I reeled in at a steady pace. Sharks have poor eyesight. A lure alone wouldn't tempt it. So I'd rigged up the smelliest, gutsiest bait I had. It could catch that scent from miles away. It went against every rule of angling. But given the situation, who cared about etiquette anymore? If I weren't worried about hurting Xiaobai, I'd have just dumped the guts straight into the water to chum the spot. I reeled in while backing away. Fishing for a shark was different from ordinary fish are different. Most fish only have one or the other, endurance or explosive power. The ones with stamina lack the burst. The ones with the burst can't go the distance. But sharks have both. They can last, and they can strike with sudden force. This is the opponent anglers dread most. Snapped hooks and broken lines are routine, and their sheer strength alone can wear you down. I'd never caught a shark before, and I'd always wanted to take one on. Today, my chance had come. I just didn't expect it to start on helm mode right out of the gate. Suddenly, the rod jerked hard, and a massive force exploded through it. Caught off guard, I was yanked 3 steps forward. Here it comes. I immediately planted my feet in a solid stance, gripped the rod with both hands, and locked into a battle with this beast. Out in the water, the shark felt the resistance and the sting in its mouth, and it thrashed even more wildly, ramming toward the depths again and again. I clenched my teeth, my feet sinking deep into the sand to hold my ground. Only in that moment did I truly grasp how heavy this fish was. Unbelievable. If I hadn't leveled up to 3, there's no way I could have held on. Either the line would snap, or I'd get dragged into the sea. The line was screaming out, and I didn't even dare press down on the spool. This fish was too big. Forcing it wouldn't work. I couldn't hold it, so all I could do was let the reels drag wear it down bit by bit. That nearly 200-pound fish from yesterday? Compared to this thing, it was nothing. This monster was probably over 500 pounds. The line kept running out, and I started to panic. No good. I couldn't let out any more line. Once it was all gone, I'd have no cushion left. The rod would break, or the line would snap. I pressed my hand against the spinning reel, using friction to add resistance. But this shark was as stubborn as a mule. The more resistance it felt, the harder it fought. I had no choice but to grip the reel even tighter. I knew this could easily snap the line, but I was past caring. If I let out any more, I'd lose the whole rod. The rod was already bent into a full bow, nearly folded in half. I cursed my own carelessness. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered fishing at all. I should have made the bow and arrows first, put one shot into it. So much easier. Now all I could do was pray it would run out of strength and let me reel back a little. Just then, Little White, who had been lying by the shore the whole time, suddenly slapped her tail and leapt more than 2 meters out of the water. She snatched up the windbreaker spear I'd stuck in the sand, spun around, and dove into the waves, swimming straight toward the shark. Little White. The instant she moved, I knew exactly what she was about to do. Little White, don't do anything rash. That's my XP. Don't you go stealing it from me. My heart leapt into my throat. After all this life or death struggling, wasn't it all for the experience and the rewards? If she killed this shark, wouldn't all my effort be for nothing? Before the thought even settled, a huge splash erupted across the distant surface of the sea. My stomach clenched. With those skinny little arms and legs of hers, how could Little White possibly handle a shark this big? Her opponent? One swipe of its tail could send her flying. This dumb fish, what was she thinking, taking on a shark? But as I stared at that churning white water, I could tell. The shark's strength was fading. Here was my chance. I gritted my teeth and started reeling in. The line was heavy. Every inch felt like a tug of war with the ocean itself, but that resistance was music to my ears, my signal to counterattack. Little White must have wounded it, and badly. Otherwise, a fish this size? Forget a few minutes. I might not have dragged it ashore in hours. Then, suddenly, the line went slack. All the tension vanished. Damn, did it break free? If so, then without my line holding it back, Little White would be nothing but a mouthful of meat for that shark. No time to think. I cranked the reel as fast as I could, praying it was swimming toward me, not away. I bet right. The shark was tearing toward the island, fast as a dark blur, chasing something. Chasing Little White. As it closed in, I finally got a clear look at the beast, 10 feet long, a body as thick as a calf, easily 400 or 500 pounds. That ring of teeth around its mouth was pale and vicious, rows of them like planted daggers, biting through anything they caught. But right now, it was a mess. A dozen holes across its body gushed blood, staining the surrounding water dark red. I recognized those deep, gaping gashes, the work of the windrender's spear. It was lunging straight at Little White. I turned hard, yanked the rod up, and locked it in place. The big shark jerked to a halt, thrashing wildly, blood spraying from its wounds with every movement. Even the strongest ox can't survive that kind of bleeding. The windrender spear causes hemorrhaging, and with no way to heal, the blood just wouldn't stop. The moment I felt its strength give out, I threw my weight into it and started hauling it back. Little White, who'd just been fleeing for her life, saw the shark pinned down and suddenly whipped around behind it, ready to sneak an attack. I didn't know whether to be annoyed or amused. You clever little rascal. Wait, wasn't this fish supposed to be a complete airhead? When did she get so smart? Could the growth serum actually be kicking in? Whatever. Deal with her later. The big shark came first. Little White circled behind it, flipped, and dove into the water, driving her spear in hard. The tip punched clean through the shark's back. Then she yanked it out, spun around, and bolted without so much as a glance. I watched the whole thing from shore. What a strike. A perfect impalement. This shark had already worn itself out struggling against me, and now, stabbed again and again, it had lost too much blood. It was on its last legs. It looked like it was fighting hard, but really it was just twitching in its death throes. Even if I let go now, it wouldn't last long. Its movements grew slower and slower, until I finally dragged it up to the shore, my arms aching from the effort. It only flicked its tail now and then, proof there was still a breath left in it. Good, not dead yet. A beast this big has got to be worth a ton of XP. If White Fluff finished it off, I'd be losing out big time. I grabbed the tail fin and dragged it onto the beach, inch by inch. The thing weighed several hundred pounds, and even with double a normal person's stats, it took me forever to haul it up. Once it was on land, it finally gave up struggling. I grabbed my machete and swung straight at its head. Embarrassingly, the skull was way too hard, and drained as I was, I couldn't even chop through it. Just then, White Fluff came swimming back, dragging her spear. Seeing me struggling to kill the fish, she raised her spear to help. Stop. Give me the spear. I'll do it. Because if you stabbed it to death, who'd get the XP? White Fluff looked at me all wounded, not understanding why the two-legged beast was suddenly barking at her. My heart softened, and I lowered my voice. You're a girl. Don't get mixed up in this bloody stuff. Leave it to me. I patted her hair as I spoke, took the spear, and jabbed the shark's head a few times, finally putting it down for good. The system prompts chimed at the same moment. Ding. You've jointly slain a shark weighing over 500 pounds. You've gained 20 EXP. Ding. Lucky critical hit triggered. EXP critical 6x. You've gained an additional 120 EXP. EXP has reached 135, meeting the requirements to level up. Level up. Level up. Max it out. Ding. Congratulations, you've leveled up twice. You've reached level 5 and gained 2 free stat points. Ding. Lucky critical hit triggered. Stat point critical 8x. You've gained 16 free stat points. Ding. Player Lu Zhonghai, congratulations on being the first to kill a shark. This advances the game's progression. Would you like to issue a system announcement notifying all players? Yes. Reward is a silver treasure chest. No. Reward is a bronze treasure chest. Tell everyone I was the first to take down a shark? Yeah, like I've got nothing better to do. Wait, there's a reward? A silver treasure chest? Then what's there to hesitate about? Announcement. Definitely make the announcement. Nobody knows who I am anyway, let alone where I am. And a silver chest beats a bronze one. Even an idiot knows which to pick. The next moment, the system announcement went out, and the entire world froze. Right then, the chat channel was buzzing with arguments about the system update. They updated the weather system. Does that mean there'll be winter from now on? Winter's not scary, that's way off. What I'm scared of are storms. My island's only about 10 square meters. One wave and it's gone. You've still got 10 square meters? Mine's only 5. I want to cry. Holy crap. There's a shark. There's actually a shark. It's circling right by my island, 2 or 3 meters long. What do I do? What are you panicking for? Like it's gonna leap onto shore and bite you. Boo-hoo, my island's too small. It just might actually leap up here. At this point, someone started stirring the pot. It's all that 329. If he hadn't grabbed up all the land tiles, we wouldn't be in this much danger right now. Someone immediately chimed in. Yeah, that guy's the most selfish one. He's got food but won't share, and he forced us to trade our tiles for it. That's basically robbing us blind and getting us killed. When people are desperate, they always need someone to pin the blame on. Once someone kicked it off, the blame naturally landed squarely on me. For a moment, quite a few people jumped in to curse me out, but some level-headed folks pushed back. You couldn't control your own appetite, and now you're blaming someone else? I only ate one piece of bread over 3 days and held onto a tile without trading it. I'm sitting pretty right now. Exactly. He named a price you didn't have to buy. Who forced you? One piece of meat for one tile. Is that really worth losing your mind over? Huh. You people just parrot whatever you hear. You're being used as pawns and don't even know it. At that moment, the mastermind behind it all, Gigi Kuin, jumped out again to play the good guy. All right, stop fighting. The sharks have to be dealt with. Otherwise, even if the tiles don't get washed away by the waves, they'll get chewed up by the sharks. So weapons are a necessity. Now I've got some good news to announce. Anyone who joins the Mutual Aid Society can borrow weapons for free. He even attached a picture of a machete. The moment people heard there were weapons, they were instantly tempted. Even if it couldn't kill a shark, at least it'd be good for self-defense. How do we borrow one? Do we need to pay in supplies? Nothing at all. If you're a member of the Mutual Aid Society, it's free to use. That good? I'm not so sure I believe that. Are you all stupid? There's just one weapon. By the time it's your turn, you'll already be inside a shark's belly. That reminder snapped everyone back to reality. The Mutual Aid Society had dozens of people, and they didn't even have enough for themselves. Why on earth would they lend one to an outsider? Damn, this Gigi Kuin is a real piece of work. One scheme right after another. Gigi Kuin was so furious his face turned purple, silently cursing the jerk who kept ruining his plans. But there were still people who wouldn't give up, privately messaging him to borrow a weapon. Just then, the system notification tone suddenly rang out, and everyone froze. Congratulations to player Lu Zhenghai of Region 01438 of the 9 Provinces Nation for being the first to kill a shark, advancing the game's progress, and unlocking the first ranked match. Reward: 1 silver treasure chest. This announcement serves as recognition and encouragement. Please check the ranked match rules on your own. The golden yellow world notification rang out 3 times in a row. The entire world was stunned. The update had only been out for a little over 10 minutes, and someone had already taken down a shark and advanced the progress and unlocked a ranked match on top of that. Holy crap, he's from our region. Who's Lu Zhenghai? Our region's been hiding a big shot like this. How come he never showed himself? The real big shots all stay hidden. Not like that nouveau riche 0329, who practically wants to shout to the whole world that he's got supplies. He'll get cleaned out sooner or later. Let me tell you all something interesting. This guy Lu Zhenghai, he's got to be the legendary 0329. Huh? What makes you so sure? Are you dense? Look at the trading zone. All the fish that used to be listed under 0329 are now showing up under Lu Zhenghai's name. You're right. So the big shot 0329 is actually called Lu Zhenghai. No wonder he's such a beast. Zhang Ruruo, who'd been scanning the chat logs for news, immediately opened her friends list the moment she heard this. She had exactly one friend, ID 0329. And right now, that string of numbers had been replaced with a nickname, Lu Zhenghai. Others might not have known, but she'd figured it out long ago. 0329 was Lu Zhenghai. The thought filled her with an odd little flash of pride. You guys are just now finding out? I knew ages ago. Oh right, I should ask him whether he got hurt killing that shark. Meanwhile, I was sprawled out on the beach, buzzing with excitement as I tallied up my haul. Jackpot! This was a total game changer. 16 attribute points in one shot. Once I spent them, I'd be over the moon. The only bummer was that the shark had been a team kill, me and Little White. Otherwise, a 500-pound monster like that would have been worth way more than 20 experience. But honestly, on my own I might not have taken it down at all. Worst case, I'd have lost my rod and line in the bargain. Things had been going so smoothly these past few days that I'd let my guard down. This was a lesson. The more dangerous the job, the more thoroughly you have to prepare. You might get lucky and win once, but you won't win twice. At least it turned out well. I even scored a silver treasure chest. I opened my pack to take a look. This chest was nothing like the ordinary ones. Pure silver white all over, beautifully crafted, clearly high-end stuff. I still had no idea what was inside. But my lucky crit for the day was already used up, so opening it now would be a waste. A chest this nice had to be saved for a crit. I closed my pack and pulled up my stats screen, getting ready to spend my points. Name: Lu Wei. Race: human, blue star. Level 5. Strength: 9 plus constitution, 9 plus agility, 10 plus spirit, 8 plus. Talent: lucky crit LV.1. Skills: none. Free attributes: 16. Territory: 185 square meters. Experience: 45 out of 100. My experience went up. A second ago, I clearly had 135 points, but I only hit level 5. If I remember right, going from level 3 to 4 only took 30, and now I've got 45 left, so level 4 to 5 costs 60? Double the amount. Looks like level 5 is a real wall. Whatever, no point fussing over it. Time to spend the points. 16 points. I already had a plan. Bring all 4 attributes up to 10, then split the remaining 12 evenly among strength, constitution, and agility for each. Spirit's use was still unclear, so I'd hold off for now, just enough to not fall too far behind. I decided to start with Spirit, my first time putting a point into it. I don't know what it feels like. There's an unavoidable knot of nerves in my chest. The moment I put a single point into the stat, my mind snapped like a jolt of electricity. A wave of pleasure I'd never known before spread out from the depths of my soul. My whole spirit felt lifted into the clouds. I nearly wanted to cry, and a sound I didn't even recognize escaped my lips. Of all the times, that's when Zhang Ruo called me on voice chat. But my consciousness was already fading, and I didn't hear a thing. It rang and rang with no answer, then the call cut off on its own. It took a good while before I came back to myself and shook my head, puzzled. Did someone just video call me? Looked like Zhang Ruo. Why'd it hang up? Whatever. I'll deal with her later. Keep pumping points in. Adding Spirit felt incredible, even better than Constitution. It was downright addictive. But I held myself back and only put in 2 points, dumping the rest into Strength, Constitution, and Agility. The better something is, the more you have to resist the urge. Greed is usually the first step toward a fall. Once I finished, my stat panel looked completely different. Name: Lu Wei. Level 5. Strength: 14 Constitution, 14 Agility, 14 Spirit, 10. Talent: lucky crit LV.1. Free attribute points: 0. Territory: 185 square meters. These stats had long since surpassed the average person, not far off from a world-class athlete. And the best part? Well-rounded, with no weak spots. After finishing with the points, I turned to that big shark and started breaking it down. Shark meat tastes awful and only sells cheap, but I happen to be short on iron for spearheads. So I converted the whole thing into iron. Item: shark weight, 372 kilograms. Yields 301 kilograms of fish meat, 71 kilograms of fertilizer, bones, organs, scales, etc., and 5 units of fish glue. Huh. My eyes lit up. Fish glue, and 5 units at that. That meant another material for the recurve bow was locked in. All I was missing now was sinew. The system had just announced that treasure chests would become more common and items more varied going forward, so the odds of sinew dropping were pretty high. After all, you can't make a bow without it. I listed the 301 kilograms of shark meat for trade at a rate of 200 grams per unit of iron, setting aside a small portion to trade for wood. I'd need that for the spears too. Unlike land plots, iron and wood aren't essentials, so trading food for them is a breeze, especially at the generous price I was offering. 200 grams of fish meat could feed someone for a whole day if they rationed it. 300 plus kilos of shark meat, plus the 100 plus I already had, made over 400 kilos of fish meat, enough to trade back for over 2,000 units of iron. That's 2,000 spearheads, and then I could trade the spearheads for land. 1 spearhead for 2 plots meant 4,000 plots. And 2 plots was way too cheap. Even at 5, people would still be scrambling for them. A single weapon blueprint was worth more than 5 plots. The more I calculated, the brighter my eyes got. This was the road to getting rich. I quickly finished listing all the fish meat, then turned toward the forging machine. There were still over 100 spearheads in there I hadn't collected yet. The second I pulled them out, my private messages started pinging. My phone buzzed. It was Gao Run, the kid I'd just taken under my wing. Yeah? Gao, did you trade off that fish meat? I'd given him a solid 20 pounds. The little punk had dragged his feet until now to check in. I was starting to think he'd taken the meat and bolted. Boss, that's a low blow, even for a boss. You have me trying to trade fish meat for land, and meanwhile you list a few £100 of your own to trade for iron. There's no way in hell I was going to be able to move mine. I froze, my expression turning a little awkward. Ahem. Well, what do you know? That was a test. If you can't handle a little thing like that, what makes you think you're qualified to be my guy? I obviously couldn't admit I'd completely forgotten about it. Boss, that's one brutal test. Good thing I'm no slouch. I barely pulled it off. 20 pounds of fish meat for 20 plots of land. And if you hadn't stabbed me in the back, I could have gotten even more. Honestly, I was a little surprised. Trading it for land under those conditions? The kid had some game. Still, I had to keep up the boss act. HM, not bad. I'll say you barely passed. Here's your next job. I give you 400 kilos of fish meat. How much iron can you bring back? Gowron didn't hesitate. Won't promise the moon, but 4,000 blocks of iron is a lock. Damn, this kid's more ruthless than me. I'd been planning 200 grams per block. He went straight to 100. But before I could finish being impressed, his next line stopped me cold. By the way, boss, aren't you going to enter the rank tournament? Why'd you trade all your food for iron instead of land? Rank tournament? I smacked my forehead. That's when it hit me. After I took down the shark, the system had said it was advancing the timeline and had opened the rank tournament. I'd meant to circle back and read the rules, then got busy and completely forgot. Oh, that. No rush. I've got a plan. All right, I've got some stuff to handle here. I'll hit you up when I'm done. I hung up quick and went straight to check it out. What exactly was this ranked tournament all about? I pulled up the system interface, went right into the announcements, and read through it line by line. The rules were simple to the point of being crude. It came down to island size. Starting today, until you'd been logged in for a full 6 days 2 days from now, whoever had the biggest island ranked highest. First place in the region got 5 land energy blocks, plus 10 tomato seeds. Those energy blocks could turn the dead sand under your feet straight into living, farmable soil. Second place got 3 energy blocks, no seeds. Third place got 1. My breathing slowed half a beat. This was a worldwide competition. On top of the regional prizes, there was a global leaderboard. World number 1, a large-scale seawater purification unit that purified 100 liters of seawater a day, plus a golden treasure chest. I stared at that line, my throat working. With that machine, I'd never have to worry about a drink of water again for the rest of my life. As for that golden treasure chest, what it might hold. What? I couldn't even imagine it, but it definitely wasn't anything ordinary. That first place, it's mine. Anyone who tries to take it dies. The leaderboard scrolled next to the announcement. First place, Region Zeno, 54333, Ale Moonbrook, 1,086 square meters. Second, Jean Lee, 951 square meters. Third, Mirabelle, 887 square meters. I kept scrolling down and finally found myself at number 55. Region Jiuzhou, 01438, Luzhonghai, 185 square meters. 55th. I grinned. A long way off, sure, but it's still early. What's the rush? That con artist actually managed to score something. The chat channel had already blown up. Luzhonghai from our region, 55th in the world. What a legend. What's so great about 55th? Not even close to a world reward. You brainless? 55th out of 18.7 billion people. You think you could do better? Wait, doesn't Blue Star only have 8 billion? Where'd 18.7 billion come from? Aliens. Our IDs have Jiuzhou in front. What's that Zeno tag on there supposed to mean? Who cares? Lu Xinghai's a solid, stand-up guy. Without him, how many of us would have starved? I'll be his lackey for life. Whatever he lists, I'm buying. You bunch of starving vultures still have the nerve to talk. Over 400 kilos of meat, gone in under 10 seconds. Didn't leave me a single scrap. I was in the middle of working when my comms suddenly buzzed. It was Zhang Ruoruo. Hey, Ruoruo, why aren't you asleep this late? I picked up, hands still going. Those 4,000 plus iron blocks were sitting in the forge running non-stop, twice as many as I'd expected. I'd just loaded the new material and headed back to my room to start making spears. Wooden shafts paired with spearheads, blueprint locked in, quick work. 250 of them, done in no time. In a bit I'd send 50 over to Gao Ren to trade for land. Can't give him all of them. He hasn't fully earned my trust yet. Oh no, just too much news, can't sleep. Her voice sounded a little off, like she was hiding something. I didn't think much of it. Oh, right. I'll transfer your land trade over to you in a sec. Earlier tonight, she'd given me a few bottles of water. Aside from what I used for the fish stew, I traded the rest for land. Water's even scarcer than food. Trading it for land? Way too easy. Normally, I might have skimmed a couple off the top, but right now I couldn't be bothered with the small change. If I'm going to earn, I'm earning by the thousands. No, no. Keep it, she said urgently. The ranking match is still going. Use it yourself first. You're out of the running? I shot back. Second place in the region still gets 3 plots you can farm. Where are you going to plant your chili peppers then? I don't want them. You lock in first place first. Worst case, once you've grown them, I'll just mooch some of your peppers. Oh, and I've got a few bottles of water here. They're all yours. I'll trade you every drop I get these next 2 days for more land. Even if we can't grab world number 1, we've got to lock down the regional top spot. Don't let that chicken cooing clown steal it from under us. My chest went warm. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't moved. Don't worry, I've got plenty of ways to get more land, I said, changing the subject. By the way, are there any sharks on your end? She'd been loyal to me, so I couldn't let her down. I couldn't promise world number 2, but regional number 2? I'd make sure she held it. And that third place spot Chicken Cohen wanted, he could forget about getting it easy. If things went well, I'd save it for Gowren. I've seen some, she said, her voice tightening at the mention of sharks. But my island's big, and I've got a house, so they can't reach me. A girl facing down a shark all alone, of course she'd be scared. This was one thing I couldn't help with directly, so I could only. Here, I traded a spear over to her. See a shark, jab it. No, no, don't. It'd just be a waste giving it to me. I'd never have the guts to stab a shark. The sharks on my end are already taken care of, I said. But you still have to go into the water to grab crates, right? What if you run into one? Having a spear on you for protection, it'll give you peace of mind. Take it. I've got plenty. Then, I'll give it back when I'm done. If we're friends, don't talk like that. All right, it's late. Get some sleep. Okay, good night. I hung up, dumped 50 spears into a trade to Gowron, and dialed his voice line. Hello? His voice was thick with sleep. I checked the time. It was the middle of the night. Sorry, forgot the hour. Go back to sleep. Just check the message when you wake up. The second he realized it was me, he snapped wide awake. No need. Whatever you say, boss, just tell me. Small thing, I said, cutting straight to it. I traded you some weapons. Turn them all into land. Can you handle that? He instinctively pulled up the trade screen, and then every trace of sleep was gone. My God, boss, where'd you get this many weapons? In a world like this, owning a single weapon could make you king. I just tossed out 50 at once. It nearly floored him. Made them myself, I said flatly. Keep 2 for protection, trade the rest for land. Come find me when you're done. There's more. You got it. He thumped his chest. With sharks surrounding the islands, these are lifesavers. List them, and they'll get snapped up in seconds. Don't jack up the price too much, I reminded him. We've got volume. It's about how fast we can move product, got it? Got it. I'll get it done. Good. Get some rest. Let me know if anything comes up. After hanging up, I dropped straight into bed. I'd been on my feet all day. It was time to rest. That night, the sea was anything but calm. The moment the newbie protection period ended, the night wind picked up and the waves. The head crashed down on someone. Those poor souls stuck on tiny 4 or 5 square meter islands, who traded away all their land for the pleasure of food, got swept into the water the second they zoned out. The sharks waiting below never turned down a meal delivered right to their mouths. The next day, everyone opened their eyes, pulled up the system, and saw that number, and froze. In one night, over 300 people were gone. In that moment, everyone finally understood this wasn't a game. It wasn't a vacation. This was a survival gauntlet that swallowed people whole, bones and all. Some lessons only sink in after you've paid the price once. Only then do people start treating their lives like they actually matter. The chat channel was suffocating that morning. Over 300 gone in one night. That's brutal. They're free now. The rest of us still have to grind it out. Anyone got weapon blueprints? I'll pay top dollar. You still think you can buy blueprints right now? Dream on. Yesterday, someone offered 10 plots and nobody would sell. The Mutual Aid Society is recruiting. Join and you'll get a chance to borrow a weapon and kill sharks. Huh, these parasites are out scamming again. Trade a plot for some vague chance. Worth it. Grab a machete and duke it out with a shark? You got a death wish. But what other choice is there? We're all backed into a corner. Guys, look. Someone's selling weapons at the auction house. A whole batch. Starting bid 2 plots. Buy it now, only 5. 5 plots each. I'm going to check it out. The desperate crowd came flooding into the auction house. The second they saw it was spears, their eyes went bloodshot. When it came to fighting sharks, every extra inch of reach counted. Spears were far safer than machetes or longswords. The 50 Gowrin listed sold out almost instantly. Every single one went at buy it now, 5 plots apiece. Some people didn't manage to grab one and pounded their chests, cursing themselves for being too slow. And this was still the dead of night, when barely anyone was online. Gowrin received 250 plots, his throat dry. If he loaded all of that onto his own island, he'd shoot straight to number 1 in the region. But no matter how tempting it was, he didn't dare hold on for even a second longer. The instant each sale closed, he transferred everything over to me. I'd just woken up. Looking at those 250 plots, I didn't load them onto my island. I just set them aside. Then I turned around and tossed him the next batch of 100 spears. There was a reason I wasn't rushing to use them. Loading too much at once would draw attention. Everyone would scramble even more frantically for plots, and the competition would only get uglier. I wanted to stockpile the plots. When the competition was almost over, I'd dump them all at once, catch everyone completely off guard. In this world, the blade that keeps its edge hidden is the one that strikes fastest. I opened Zhang Roro's private messages. 2 of them. One was a trade of 5 bottles of water she'd sent over. The other asked me to send a voice message once I was awake. I took the water first, then flipped it right onto the trading platform. 50 milliliters per unit for an iron block. 5 bottles came out to about 50 iron blocks, enough to forge into 50 spears. Spear. Sold it and bought her the plot instead. I wouldn't have to put up a single cent, and I could still help her win the competition. She'd get it with a clear conscience, and I wouldn't lose out either. She'd done so much for me. This little favor was the least I could do. Once I set the listing, I sent her a voice message. The moment it connected, her voice came bubbling through. Hi. Guess what I just fished up? One listen to that tone, and I knew something good. What? Tada. Here. A trade request popped up. I opened it. It was a picture of an apple. I said offhandedly, "Isn't this just an apple?" and accepted it out of reflex. Read the description. I glanced down at my bag. Fairy apple. Enhances physical attributes when consumed. My pupils shrank. So this kind of thing really did exist. Honestly, the day I saw that extraordinary weapon, a thought had been nagging at me. I could level up through fishing, but what did everyone else have to get stronger? There was no way I was the only person in the whole world with extraordinary power. This apple laid the answer out right in front of me. Ordinary people could boost themselves with treasures too. There were probably even things like cultivation techniques out there. This world was nowhere near as simple as it looked on the surface. But I held the apple, my expression complicated. This silly girl definitely knew its value. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been that excited. She knew exactly how precious it was, and yet she handed it over to me without batting an eye. That kind of trust, it weighed heavy in my hands. I was tempted, but taking it and not giving it back? I couldn't do that. I was calculating, I was selfish, but I still had my limits. You're just going to give me something this valuable? I teased. Aren't you afraid I won't give it back? She giggled. Well, when you lent me your fishing rod back then, were you afraid I wouldn't give it back? That shut me up. I'd been scared out of my mind, okay? But there was no way in hell I could admit that, so I toughed it out. Of course not. I trust you. Then I trust you too. Besides, this apple was for you in the first place. Why would I worry about you not returning it? Huh? For me? I froze. Something this precious, just given to me? For free? This chubby girl. She couldn't have taken it seriously, could she? Yeah. It's not like there's any yours and mine between us. My heart lurched. Crap. That thing I'd said the other day, she'd misunderstood it. I'd just been touched in the moment. I really hadn't meant anything by it. This misunderstanding couldn't wait. I gritted my teeth and laid it out straight. Whoa, I've always thought of you as my best friend, my closest partner. What I said the other day, I was just moved by your trust, that's all. There was nothing else to it. So please don't read too much into it. I hope we can be good friends for the rest of our lives. You know what I mean, right? There was a beat of silence on the other end. Puffed. I think you're the one reading too much into it. Her voice shot up. You think I've got a thing for you? In your dreams. I let out a huge breath of relief. Good. Good. Then we're still good buddies. Here's your apple back, she said, switching topics. You need it right now? Eat it. It'll make you stronger, give you a better shot against that shark. I couldn't just take something that valuable for free. Forget it, it's yours. Throw it away if you don't want it. I don't care, she snapped, clearly irritated. No, 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 I cut in quickly. How about this? Let me buy it from you with land plots. Deal. Aren't you in the middle of ranked matches? Keep your plots. You can pay me back later when you've got something good. I've got plenty of plots. The competition's no problem, just wait. The second I hung up, I pulled the batch of iron I hadn't sold yet and listed 50 spears instead, 5 plots each. Sold out in the blink of an eye. Spears are lifesavers right now. Forget 5. I could list them at 10 and they'd still vanish instantly. I didn't set a purchase limit, so a wave of resellers popped up in the trade zone, snatching spears and flipping them at a markup. The markup wasn't steep, so I didn't bother dealing with it. They were just driving up the price and boosting my volume for me. If anyone got greedy enough to actually crash the market, I could deal with them then. 5 bottles of water, just like that, turned into 250 plots. I threw in another 250 to round it out to 500 and traded the whole thing to her. I had no idea what that apple was actually worth, but 500 plots showed plenty of good faith. To me, 500 plots was a drop in the bucket. Gowron still had 100 spears on hand. I'd stockpiled another 100 myself, and the forge was cranking out over 4,000 iron ingots nonstop. Sell it all, and that's over 10,000 plots. Right now, just over 900 was enough to sit at number 1. Drop 10,000 on top of that, and I'd be untouchable. I didn't think much of it. But on the other end of the screen, Zhang Ruo froze completely, staring at the 500 plots that had suddenly appeared. Why are you giving me so much? Wait, where did you even get this many plots? Zhang Ruo's voice cracked with shock on the other end of the line. 500 plots would launch her straight into the world's top 10. I could tell she was tempted, but the next second, she was scrambling to give them back. After all, in her eyes, this was all Dahai's life savings. 250 of these 500 are for those 5 bottles of water. The other 250 are me buying that apple off you. I said, I'm not sure about the price, so I'll give you 250. Don't think it's too little. If you won't take it, then I can't just take your apple for nothing. The line went quiet for a couple of seconds. Mine? 5 bottles of water. For 250 plots. Yeah. Do you think I'm an idiot? Or have you lost your mind? She flat out didn't believe it. Hard to blame her. Everyone's short on water right now, but a bottle nets you 5 plots at most. 5 bottles, 25 tops. 10 times that. Who'd believe it? I've got my ways. I'm not lying to you. So just take it and don't worry. She let out a cold laugh, still not buying it. Fine. You want me to believe you? Prove it. I'll give you 5 more bottles of water. Go trade them for another 250 plots. The subtext was clear. Let's see if you've got the guts this time. My answer came even quicker than she expected. No problem. Forget 5 bottles, 10, 20, whatever. However much you've got, I'll take it all. That shut her up. You can really trade 5 bottles of water for 250 plots. Not necessarily. It could be 200, could be 150, depends on the market. Right now the market's good, so that's the going rate. I knew exactly what I was doing. Once spears flooded the market, prices were bound to drop, but that wouldn't happen until everyone had one in hand. 100,000 spears sold meant 500,000 square meters of land. By the time prices dropped after that, I wouldn't care anymore. So how come you couldn't trade for this many before? Come on, spill it. Did you pocket some for yourself? She grilled me, putting on a fake air of suspicion. I had to lay it all out, or the misunderstanding would only get uglier. Before, I didn't have this little treasure, and I didn't have the opportunity. Now the item and the timing have lined up. That's why I can move so many. What treasure? That perked her right up. I didn't hide it from her. I snapped a photo of the forging machine and sent it over. As for how it had evolved from a forging furnace, That part one kept to myself. I just said I'd pulled it out of a box. Then I walked her through its functions one by one. And on the other end, she kept gasping in amazement. When I finished, I gave her some instructions. Over the next couple of days, trade for as much iron as you can and hand it over to me. I'll forge it into spears, and you take those to trade for land. Let's aim for it. One of us number one in the world, the other number two. Got it. I'm heading out to fish for boxes right now. Oh, lend me that fishing rod. Sure. Just watch out for sharks. Don't actually hook one. You won't be able to reel it in. I traded the rod over, and only then did we hang up. I glanced at the time and realized we'd been talking for over half an hour. Way too long. Couldn't let that happen again. At least I'd finished making breakfast while we chatted. Outside the door, Little White had been chirping away. Cheep, 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 for ages, unable to wait any longer. I carried the fried fish out, and the moment I stepped through the door, I froze. Lined up neatly across the sandy beach was a whole row of treasure chests. No need to ask, Little White had fished them up for me. I counted them, 12 in all, double the usual haul. Twice the supplies meant everyone would have more to spare and more good stuff to trade for. Little White, you're amazing. Here, your fish, dig in. I patted its head and set the plate down in front of it. Little White shook its head, brushed my hand aside, took the plate for itself, and buried its face in the food. Watching it eat so eagerly, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. The feathers? Unchanged. The size? Also the same. No, it was the way it carried itself. The old Whitey used to be a bit of an airhead, no spark in his eyes at all. But now, there was something different in his gaze, like he'd finally caught on. Could that growth serum actually be working? My stomach did a little flip. So if I kept feeding him that stuff, would he just keep going until he grew as smart as a person? And then, would he become human? But if he really did get that smart, would he still stick around? Maybe one day, he'd just up and leave. The system had a pet category, sure, but technically, Whitey had never really been my pet. Watching him chow down with his head bowed, I suddenly couldn't make up my mind whether I should let him keep changing at all. If he ever left, I honestly wouldn't be able to stand it. Forget it. Why dwell on this? It's all down the road anyway. First things first, open the crates. Today's lucky crits were already used up, so no worries about wasting one on a crate. I flipped open the first one, nice and casual. A bottle of water. A little disappointing, but water's not bad. It could trade for a good amount of iron, and iron could be forged into spears, and spears could be traded for land tiles. Do the math, and one bottle of water was worth nearly 50 tiles. Not a bad deal. The second, the third. I opened all 12, and the haul was spread out along the shore. 3 bottles of water, 3 land tiles, a bag of salt, a 1-kilogram bottle of cooking oil, a blueprint, a pound of sugar, a tube of toothpaste, a towel, and a dagger. The blueprint was for a wardrobe. That could come in handy too. I shook my head. My luck was pretty mediocre. Still, better than pulling a pile of rotten wood and rusty scrap. At least all of this was usable. I hauled the stuff into the house and built the wardrobe first. The blueprint was simple, just wood and iron, and it came together in no time. Set it in the room, and finally, I had a real piece of furniture. Add a table and chairs, and it'd look even more put together. I hadn't had a proper wash in days. Fresh water was precious, so brushing my teeth and washing my face had become luxuries. Today I splurged. I used a whole bottle of water to brush my teeth, then soaked the towel with what was left and wiped down my face. Instantly, I felt refreshed. Zhang Ruo returned the fishing rod. I picked it up, ready to fish. As for that apple with the special attribute I traded her for, I was saving it. I'd eat it tomorrow, once the lucky crit refreshed. Eat the apple then, land a crit, and the stats would at least double. But when I did the math, I couldn't shake the feeling that I owed Zhang Ruo one big favor. And how was I supposed to pay it back? I cast the line while mulling it over. Her biggest headache right now was that shark. Too bad I couldn't get over there. And there was no way a girl on her own could drag that huge thing onto the shore. Just as I was thinking it, the rod suddenly dipped hard, a bite. I reeled it in, and within seconds, I dragged a fish weighing over 20 pounds onto the sand, its tail still slapping against the ground. Break it down, load it up, trade it for iron blocks. At that point, Gao Rin put his second batch of spears on the market. Still 1 spear for 5 tiles, and demand outstripped supply. 200 spears, 1,000 tiles came in. I stashed every last one. Didn't use a single one. The number one player in the world had already broken 1,000. Looked like everyone was scrambling for tiles, desperate to grow their island bigger. I traded another 200 spears over to Gao Run and told him to pick up a piece of living tinden while he was at it, see if anyone was selling. Then I turned back and kept fishing. Meanwhile, on a stretch of ocean far, far away from us, there was an island several times the size of mine. On that island, a tall, stunningly beautiful girl stood with her bow drawn and an arrow nocked, taking aim at the water's surface, holding her breath as she waited. She had long emerald green hair, and her features were near perfect, not a single flaw to be found. Only her ears stood out, pointed, with a faintly strange quality to them. If I'd been there, I'd have blurted out in shock, "An elf?" Suddenly, her eyes narrowed, and the arrow flew from the string. Thunk! A patch of pale red bloomed across the water. A moment later, a fish weighing several dozen pounds floated to the surface, that same arrow still lodged in its head. She hooked it and reeled it in. After the system broke it down, she loaded every bit of the fish meat into the auction house and traded it for tiles. The only shame was that she'd sold so much these past few days that the price of fish meat dropped cheaper by the day. Beep, beep, beep. A private message came in. It was one of her kinsmen. "Your Highness, you're fishing again? You haven't rested in days. Your cultivation is sealed now, and you've lost nearly all your abilities. For your body's sake, please get some proper rest." The girl shook her head, resolute. "There's no time to rest. The gods have given us elves one chance, and we have to seize it, to restore the glory of our people." With that, she cut off the call, drew her dagger, and sliced open her fingertip. A single drop of blood fell into the water, and in an instant it drew several fish. She raised her bow again. Every arrow found its mark. On yet another island, a short, stocky man swung his hammer, clanging away at the iron in his hand. Blow after blow, the rough shape of a blade slowly took form. Drenched in sweat, he tilted his head back and downed a bottle of water, caught his breath, and started hammering again. Time flew, and a day slipped by before anyone knew it. Over the course of that day, everyone hoping to earn a decent rank in the competition was going all out. I was no exception, fishing, trading for iron, never stopping for a moment. By the end of the day, 16 fish, 16 experience points, over 200 pounds of fish meat, and another few hundred blocks of iron. Zhang Ruruo turned all the useless junk she fished up into iron and handed it over to me to forge into spears. As a result, that girl's ranking shot up fast. She'd already claimed 5th place in the world. Once the purifier spat out 5 more bottles of water, she could trade for iron, forge more spears, and most likely break into the top 3. Keep in mind, the number 1 spot right now was still barely under 2,000 square meters. The only things holding me back were my output speed and my forging speed. The forging machine won every 10 seconds. $1.60 an hour, no wait, $3.60 an hour. I had to forge my own, and Zhang Ruo's too. 10 some hours of grinding, and I barely cranked out 4,000 spears. 4,000 spears dumped into a market of just 100,000 people. Pretty soon they'd all but drained everyone's stockpiles of land tiles. But I didn't drop my price. I just slowed down my output, made people feel like spears were scarce, and gave them some time to save up resources on the side. Right now, plenty of folks were still sitting on land tiles, and with today's treasure chests doubled, resources were even more plentiful. The trading market was buzzing like a county fair. Even I couldn't resist jumping in and picking up a few things I could actually use. One spear got me a pair of shoes plus a bar of soap. Can't really call it a win or a loss. I had as many spears as I wanted, damn near an endless supply. I also grabbed some MSG, soy sauce, and chili powder. I dug through that chili powder for a good while, hoping to find one intact seed, not a single one. The system was thorough enough to leave 0 loopholes to exploit. Ding, ding, ding. A private message. "Boss, I saw somebody selling raw sinew. But it looks like he knows you're the one buying. His asking price is insane." I frowned. Earlier, I'd run an ad in the chat channel about buying raw sinew, and I'd had a standing order up in the trade channel the whole time. It wouldn't be hard for someone with sharp eyes to catch on. Add in the reputation I'd built up by now, and it'd be perfectly normal for someone to try and gouge me hard. What does he want? 100 spears. I paused. How does he know the spears are mine? Boss, Gao Rin said with a bitter laugh. You've bought up damn near all the iron on the market. Anybody who isn't a complete idiot can figure out you're the one making the spears. People in the chat dug it up ages ago. It dawned on me. Made sense. Buying up iron on that kind of scale, it'd be a miracle not to get noticed. Never underestimate people. Nobody's dumber than anybody else. The guy who treats everyone else like fools is usually the fool himself. Fine, send me his ID. I'll ask him about it. Got it. Oh, and boss, are we dropping our prices? No rush. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I hung up the call, took the land tiles Gao Rin sent over, and didn't send him any more spears. I still had a few hundred sitting around, enough to sell for a while. I looked up the guy's ID and shot him a private message. Honestly, if he weren't the only one selling raw sinew on the market right now, and if it weren't the one thing I happened to be missing, I never would have bothered giving him the time of day. The reply came back fast. Well, big shot. What a rare honor. Little nobody like me, it's not easy getting through to someone like you. I sent 7 or 8 private messages before I finally got you to show up. Snide and sarcastic. My eyebrow twitched, and I was already not in a great mood. I get a few hundred messages a day. I don't have time to read them one by one, I said flatly. Right. I get it, you're a busy man. But, busy as you are, didn't you still come to me first? He came looking for me? Huh. Hilarious. The guy's name was Zhou Laosan. It took me a while to piece together what kind of person he was. A lazy freeloader who used to mooch off his parents, holed up at home all day, either scrolling through videos or gaming. He cursed every rich person under the sun, but deep down he dreamed of becoming one himself, fantasizing about the day he'd get to grind the wealthy under his heel. Now that he had leverage over a big shot, like me, he was over the moon, his head probably filled with images of me groveling and begging him. Too bad reality was about to give him a hard lesson. A loser is always a loser. In front of people with real money, real power, and real skills, his little stunt was just laughable. Honestly, he cracked me up. So are you selling or not? If not, forget it. I have to say, I showed some restraint, didn't let a single curse word slip. His laughter cut off abruptly. What do you mean? You don't want it anymore. I want it. But it's not like I have to have it. If you want to sell, name a price. If not, don't waste both our time. I'm a busy man. I pretty much figured him out. I'd seen way too many people like him in my past life. Just another nobody who struck it lucky and jumped at the chance to squeeze someone for all they were worth. But he had zero self-awareness. That one batch of raw sinew of his wasn't nearly enough to shake anybody down over. Raw sinew wasn't exactly rare. It was basically just the fascia from large beasts. The only reason it was in short supply right now was that the game had only been running a few days, and plenty of materials hadn't even shown up yet. My words hit that ridiculously touchy pride of his. That's how people like him are. They're the ones who look down on themselves, yet they're convinced the whole world is sneering at them. He blew up on the spot. Fine, you want me to name a price? 100 spears. Not one less, or no deal. Instead of getting annoyed, I found it funny. Just 100? I've got thousands stockpiled. 100. Aren't you selling yourself short? He thought about it. And yeah, this guy had a terrifying amount of resources. Word was his island was already several thousand square meters. Asking for just 100 would be a total ripoff for himself. Then 1,000. Not one less, or no deal. 1,000 spears converted to 5,000 tiles. Maybe even enough to hit number 1 in the world. Picturing a scene where the whole world was fawning and kissing up to him. The zits on his face flushed bright red, like they were about to burst. Is 1,000 enough? I said slowly. Because I've got more. He wasn't a complete idiot. He finally caught that something was off. What are you getting at? I let out a laugh. What am I getting at? I was just thinking, dream a little bigger. But turns out you can't even dream without being a cheapskate. All right, enough chit-chat. Let me ask you straight. 1 spear. Are you selling or not? 1? He was so furious he could have breathed fire. This batch of raw sinew was his ticket to a fortune. 1 spear was still a high price, but the text cuts off here. Let me know if you'd like me to continue once you have more. How could he trade away an entire dream for just 1? Not selling. Anything less than 500, don't even think about it. I'd seen it coming. I didn't haggle any further. I just shot back with one question. You haven't bought a spear yet, have you? Why would I? He sneered, acting like he had the whole thing in the bag. I'm waiting for you to come crawling to me. Is that so? Then keep waiting. I said each word slowly and deliberately. I promise you this. You won't be able to buy a single spear. Believe me? Forget the tendons. Keep them. Play with them yourself. And with that, I deleted him, blocked him, cut him off for good. On the other end, Zhou Laosan panicked on the spot. If I really made it impossible for him to get a spear, he was finished. Without a spear, what was he going to fight the sharks with? And if he couldn't deal with the sharks, sooner or later they'd chew him down to nothing. Even worse, he didn't have 5 plots to buy a spear in the first place. It wasn't that he hadn't salvaged any. It's that he'd traded everything he salvaged for food and drink. Right now his island was only 6 square meters, and once midnight rolled around, it'd shrink to 5. A couple more bites from the sharks, and he'd have nothing left. A single wave could sweep him into the sea. Once that hit him, he had no room left for dreams of striking it rich. He fired off another message in a frantic rush. Boss, if 500's too much, 100 works too. The message no sooner went out than it bounced right back. This user has blocked you. Your message could not be delivered. He was completely dumbfounded. He turned around and went looking for Gaoren. Meanwhile, on my end, the moment I hung up the phone, I'd already given Gao Run his instructions. Leave Zhou Laosan hanging. Don't rush to make any deal. Block him from trading too, and don't let him buy a spear. If he wanted to go pay top dollar to a scalper, I wouldn't stop him. But I was betting he couldn't bring himself to part with the money, and couldn't swallow his pride, either. In the end, he'd still have to trade tendons for a spear. Only, by then, he wouldn't be the one calling the shots anymore. Some people mistake others' concessions for weakness, and others' busyness for being an easy target. It's only after they get burned that they finally understand. In this world, no one was ever obligated to bow their head to anyone. With the odds and ends taken care of, I started making dinner. I had a few more seasonings today, so I could put together something a little more lavish. First, I marinated the fish in soy sauce, then pan-fried it, and sprinkled on a handful of chili powder when it came off the heat. Worried Xiao Bai couldn't handle the spice, I left his portion plain. Once it was fried, I dished out a portion each for Zhang Ro and Gao Ren. These past couple days Gao Ren had been running around helping me out plenty, and I hadn't shortchanged him. I'd given him 100 plots, and promised him more. If he needed them, I'd lend him some so he could hold on to the number 3 spot in the region. Poor Ji Kuan was still in the dark, thinking all along that 3rd place was a sure thing, when I'd already reserved it for someone else behind the scenes. With that promise from me, Gao Ren threw himself in even harder. Besides salvaging crates, he spent all day glued to the chat and trading channels, wheeling and dealing. When he got the fried fish I sent over, he was naturally thrilled. After thanking me, he'd casually mentioned it over the phone. He'd just seen someone selling rice in the trading zone. That perked me right up. I'm the kind of guy who can't go without a proper meal. Nothing else fills me up, and I'd been craving rice something fierce. Oh, what's the price? Not bad. 2 pounds of rice for 1 weapon plus a pound of food. All right, grab it for me. You got any fish over there? If not, I'll send you some. He's my brother. I'm not about to let him work for me on an empty stomach. No need. No need. I've still got plenty. Oh, right, boss. Zhou the Third's been on my case nonstop. Can we deal with him now? What's he offering these days? I asked. Just 1 spear and he'll trade. Boss, how the hell did you pull that off? Gao Ren's voice was full of admiration. I chuckled. In business, it all comes down to reading people. A guy like him, I saw right through him at a glance. Tell him that raw tendon of his isn't even worth a single spear anymore. If he wants a spear, he's got to throw in more. And while you're at it, let him know, other people are offering raw tendon too. He's not the only game in town. The longer he waits, the more tendon floods the market. Let him do the math himself. Give someone a chance and they don't take it? Then don't blame me. Now even 1 spear feels like too much to give. Got it, boss. I'll reach out to him in the next few days. Go on then. I hung up. By now the sky had gone pitch black. I fed the fish to Little White, headed down to the shore, and cast my line while talking with Zhang Ro. The fish bite better at night than during the day. We chatted for a bit. Then I ended the call and focused on fishing. Right now, every single fish was treasure. Experience points, land tiles, it all came from them. I wasn't about to let idle chit-chat cut into my earnings. Fish came in one after another, and the pile of iron I traded them for kept growing higher. Food is the real hard currency. Even if the sky falls, people still have to eat. My prices weren't even high. I only asked for iron, so anyone holding iron was glad to hand it over. What they couldn't eat, they stockpiled. Opportunities like this don't come around often. Some folks had caught the scent of profit. Trade land for iron, then iron for fish, and once iron and land prices dropped back down later, they'd turn a tidy sum. This kind of spontaneous trading, I never interfere with. After all, the power to issue currency rests in my hands. No matter how much they jump around, they can't leap out of my palm. If I want someone bankrupt, it's nothing more than a passing thought. Seeing that it was almost midnight, I reeled in my line. Today's 3 lucky crits. I'd already made my plans. There was no way I'd waste them on fishing experience. The first one, I was saving for that silver treasure chest. I'd gotten my hands on it yesterday, and it had been itching at me ever since. What exactly was hidden inside? What we usually pull up are just ordinary chests. Above those come bronze, then silver, then gold. As for whatever lies beyond gold, I have no idea. The second one, I want to try whether that apple can trigger a critical hit. The apple came from a trade, so the item itself definitely won't work. But the stats I gain from eating it, can those crit? It's worth a gamble. If it doesn't work, then I'll have no choice but to crit my fishing experience instead. Leveling up matters just as much. After my last level up, I had 45 points left over. During the day, I caught 16 fish, and this past half of the night added another 15. So now I'm sitting at 76, just 23 shy of leveling up. By tomorrow at dawn, I'll level up for sure, right in time to face the invaders landing the day after. I also discovered a bug that isn't a bug. Every time I level up, the system asks me to confirm whether or not I want to level. At first, I didn't think much of it. Not until last time when I jumped 2 levels in a row. That's when it clicked. What if I don't confirm? Would the experience just keep piling up? And once it's stacked high enough, could I shoot up several levels all at once? Since I've already leveled up twice in a row, this idea isn't necessarily just wishful thinking. The third crit, I'm saving for the bow. The materials have been ready for a while now. All of them the finest the blueprint calls for, so whatever I make is guaranteed to be top grade. Stack a crit on top of that, and as long as it goes above 5 times, an extraordinary grade weapon is practically in the bag. I've been holding off on making it this whole time, waiting for exactly this moment. But right then, of all times, Gao Rin sent word. Zhou Laosan's raw sinew could only be traded for, after all. I refused to hand over a spear for it, and told him to sweeten the deal. But that lazybones had already sold off everything except his hooks. Luckily, his luck wasn't half bad. That afternoon he fished up a chest and pulled out a token engraved with the character Union. Beyond that, there was no explanation, not even a clue about what it did. Zhou Laosan had a vague hunch it was something good and didn't really want to trade it. But Gao Rin coaxed and threatened him, making him so afraid of angering me and cutting off business for good that he gritted his teeth and made the trade. After all, a token with no instructions is just a chunk of scrap metal if you keep it. Even Gao Rin couldn't identify it. They didn't recognize it. I did. My system is different from everyone else's. Ordinary items, in my eyes, all come with basic information. The moment the token was in my hands, I nearly jumped up. I never would have guessed that scumbag Zhou Laosan could have such luck, actually fishing up something extraordinary. This was a rally order. The usage was dead simple. Summon allies from the same faction, gathering them at your side in an instant. It lasted 12 hours, and you could also end it early, at which point the token would be used up. For me, this solved a major worry that had been weighing on my mind, and the favor I owed Zhang Ruo could finally be repaid. But I didn't rush to use it. I couldn't look out for everyone else, but her. I would definitely protect her. That was my promise. The very night I got the token, I formed a corps. Just 3 people. Corps Commander Lu Wei, Deputy Commander Zhang Ruo, and Logistics Chief Gao Rin. For now, I don't plan on recruiting anyone else. There'd be no point. Everyone scattered across. Couldn't gather in one place. No coordinates, no boats, no way to link up. My best guess, once the 7th day's update finishes, most of the system's features will unlock. That's when things will really come into focus. The second hand swept past 12. A new day began. My lucky crit had reset. The first thing I did was pull out that silver-white chest. I studied it for a moment, then threw the lid open with both hands. A flash of light, and something light and papery drifted down into my palm. I'd figured a chest this high grade would hold at least some kind of extraordinary weapon. Instead, it was just a little slip of paper, covered in fancy red lines and a bunch of characters I couldn't make out. I couldn't read it. The system could. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining. Ding. Obtained cowhide armor, defensive gear. Ding. Congratulations on triggering lucky crit times 3. Cowhide armor has sublimated into iron rhino armor. Armor? The crit multiplier was a little low, though. The delight on my face gave way to a flicker of disappointment. Oh well. High rolls and low rolls, you can't avoid them. Besides, this piece of gear came at exactly the right time. I wasn't short on offense. Once I had the bow, my range game was covered too. The one thing I lacked was defense. This one piece filled that gap perfectly. I grabbed the Iron Rhino armor and took a closer look. Iron Rhino armor, extraordinary base physical defense 8, magic defense 5, weight 2. I raised an eyebrow. Not out of dissatisfaction, it was those two words, magic defense. Where there's a spear, there's a shield, and vice versa. If there's magic defense, then there must be magic attacks. This world has magic. My heart filled with both anticipation and unease. Magic, a power both alluring and terrifying. Sooner or later, I'd hold that power in my own hands. But I also knew this. As long as I kept leveling up, I'd have nothing to fear, magic or not. In the face of absolute power and speed, magic is nothing but a pretty parlor trick. I put the Iron Rhino armor on, a half-body cuirass, hanging to my hips, thick and dark gray. I moved around a bit, didn't restrict my mobility one bit. Good. I'd wear it just like this, taking it off only to sleep. With this armor on, facing my enemies the day after tomorrow, I felt a lot more confident. Once I'd admired my own dashing figure enough, I took out the apple Zhang Ruo had traded me. Honestly, I had no idea whether it would add stats or whether it might crit. I hadn't opened this thing myself. I traded for it, and by the rules, traded items can't crit. As for whether the stats from eating it would count, that was up to the system. Either way, yes or no, I was ready for it. I took a bite. 3 or 4 bites, and the apple was gone. No core. I'd been thinking of saving a seed to plant. Guess that was wishful thinking. I swallowed the last bite, and the prompt came. Ding. Consumed fairy apple. All attributes +1. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining. Lucky crit times 7. All stats +7. Before I could even process what happened, a scorching warmth surged up from my gut, like a ball of fire tearing through my entire body. It felt like I'd spontaneously combusted. My skin flushed red, visibly, and my head burned in a feverish haze. On pure instinct, I dove headfirst into the sea. The instant I hit the water, a cloud of white mist rose off the surface. Little White, who'd been watching the whole thing from the sidelines, panicked at the sight of me plunging in and came paddling over, wrapping her arms around me. It took a good while, but once all that energy was absorbed, I finally felt like myself again. Lying back on the shore, staring up at the night sky, I let out a long breath. Cheep, cheep, cheep. Little White's chirping snapped me back to reality. I sat up and saw her staring at me, her face full of worry. Warmth spread through my chest. I walked over, patted her head, and grinned. Thanks for saving me. Don't worry, I'm fine now. After calming Little White down, I pulled up my system data to see just how much that single apple had padded my stats. Name, Lu Wei. Race, human, blue star. Level 5. Strength, 21 constitution, 21 agility, 21 spirit, 17. Talent, lucky crit, level 1, skill, none. Free stats, 0 pet, none. Territory, 185 square meters, EXP, 76/100. All 4 core stats jumped by 7 points. That was like gaining 4 or 5 levels out of thin air. No wonder my body reacted so violently. That much power flooding in all at once. It'd be a miracle if it didn't wreak havoc. I'd stockpiled quite a few land plots, but I hadn't rushed to install them. I was still sitting at 185 square meters. Since the island was about to run out of room, I decided to expand to 500 first. Everyone's islands had grown lately, so 500 square meters wouldn't stand out. The rest, I'd save for tomorrow to catch everyone off guard when the tournament wraps up. Once the installation was done, I started making a bow. This bow, I'd been waiting for it a long time. Load the blueprint, add the materials, get to work. Time required, 30 minutes. I raised an eyebrow. That's not short. Building an entire house only takes an hour. So this bow was clearly no ordinary weapon. To kill the half hour, I opened the chat channel. A lot of people were still awake, all buzzing about the ranked matches. Where did this Ruo come from? She even passed the great Lu Zhonghai. Now she's locked in at number 1. Never heard of her. Looks like there's a hidden expert in our region. There was also a string of some foreign language I couldn't read, my first time seeing foreigners. Made sense though. The world's huge. All sorts of people were bound to be mixed in. Is Lu Zhonghai even any good? Getting beaten by a woman, and he still has the nerve to call himself a big shot. Don't embarrass yourself with a brain like that. She's obviously just building up power, waiting to sprint at the last moment. Nothing useful was coming out of the chat, so I closed the channel and switched over to the trading interface. 1 330-gram can of luncheon meat, trade for fish. 3 pounds of meat or 1 bottle of water. Without a second thought, I traded 3 pounds of fish for it. I lost out on weight, but taste-wise, can luncheon meat beats fish by a mile. These days I'm not short on food. What I lack is good food. Then I saw someone selling instant noodles, 1 bag for a pound of meat. I took it. That little seasoning packet, sprinkled into fish soup, makes it taste incredible. Next, a shower setup caught my eye. Heater, shower head, and tub all in one. Works with both seawater and freshwater, fully automatic pumping and draining, plug in and go. The asking price, 1 spear plus 5 pounds of meat. I couldn't help but chuckle. Spears are hotter than land plots now, practically a hard currency. I didn't hesitate. I took it. I'm not short on spears or meat, but I still haggled, offering 1 extra spear in place of the 5 pounds. 5 pounds of meat could get me a few dozen chunks of iron, and a few dozen chunks of iron could be forged into a few dozen spears, so the spear was obviously the better deal. I even toyed with the idea of trading spears straight for iron, then forging them back into spears, cutting out the fish trading middle step entirely. A no-cost business, just process the goods, no more bothering with fishing. But on second thought, it wouldn't work. Once spears could be traded for iron, it'd be hard to trade for land plots down the road. If iron could get you spears, who'd give up their land anymore? So that middle fish trading step, seemingly redundant, actually kept the whole market alive. Some shortcuts, once taken, only end up blocking your own path. I dropped the idea. After sealing the deal on the equipment, I also picked up some cotton, fabric, and daily necessities. I kept a share for myself and gave the rest to Zhang Ruo. Her house had just been finished, and it was completely empty inside. Besides, I always felt like I owed her over that whole elf apple thing, and I wanted to make it up to her. Just because someone's on the heavier side doesn't mean you should take their efforts for granted. In friendship, what matters most is sincerity. Always looking to gain the upper hand without giving your heart. That kind of bond never lasts. I sent all the items over to her, adding a note, a housewarming gift. Turns out she wasn't asleep yet. The moment my message went out, a voice call came through. It's so late, why aren't you asleep? I answered, asking casually. Take a guess. She tilted her head and smiled. If her fans could see this, their jaws would drop. Who'd ever imagine a big star acting like this? And she reveled in it. It started out as just teasing, but now poking fun at me every day had become her most addictive pastime. I'd long gotten used to her antics. It's a dangerous world. Who knows if you'll even see the sun tomorrow? Might as well live boldly. Say what you want. Do what you want. Why hold back? Keep guessing all you like. I'm not playing along. I've got things to do. Get some sleep. The bow was almost done, and I had no intention of chatting more. Okay, go take care of it. Don't overwork yourself, she urged. Bye now. And don't forget to collect your stuff. Got it. She hung up and opened the transaction. A whole pile of daily necessities came spilling out across her screen. The corner of her mouth curved into a lovely arc, pretty thoughtful. Huh. Then, as if remembering something, she snorted with laughter. On my end, I ended the call and got busy too. First, I set aside a batch of spears for Gaorin so he could keep selling, and at the same time took over the plots of land he'd traded back. Then I fed some more iron into the forge. With the odds and ends taken care of, the bow was finally done too. Ding! Congratulations! The recurved bow has been successfully crafted. You have obtained one mortal grade premium recurved bow. Ding! Congratulations! A lucky critical has been triggered. The recurved bow's quality has been sublimated tenfold. You have obtained. Ding! Congratulations! A tenfold lucky critical has been triggered. Quality sublimated. You have obtained the Cloud Piercer bow. Cloud Piercer bow, extraordinary refined. Attack damage, 10. Trait, tracking, accuracy plus 30%. Attached skill, pierce, ignores 30 points of the target's physical defense. Cooldown 10 minutes. Weight, 2. Equip requirement, strength 10. A silver-white longbow lay across my palm, giving off a faint glow, blindingly sharp in the dark night like a sliver of a cold moon. The light slowly faded, and the longbow settled into stillness. After reading through the stats, I grinned from ear to ear. Worth it. Waited this long, gathered all these materials, totally worth it. A full 10 points of damage, double that of the Windsplitter spear. Looks like one tier above baseline is refined. Even better, it didn't just have a trait. It came with a skill too. Ignore 30 points of defense. What does that mean? It means my enemy's iron rhino armor is as thin as a sheet of paper in front of it. I gave the bowstring a tug, light as toying with a few-pound toy bow. 21 points of strength, far above the requirement. An ordinary person probably couldn't even draw the string. In my past life, I'd handle the bow and arrow, though I was hardly an expert. Within 30 meters, I could barely hit the target. Beyond 30 meters, it was all up to the heavens. But now, with the tracking trait boosting me, my accuracy at least doubled. Forget fishing. I stuck a wooden board in as a target and was about to test fire, only to realize that I had the bow, but not a single arrow in sight. Metal, hardwood, feathers spread out, blueprint laid ready. My finger was just about to press craft when I suddenly stopped. The forge's power wasn't just in the weapons, it was in the metal itself. The arrowheads used high-strength steel. So what if I refined it a step further? I rushed over to the forge. Iron ore into steel, steel into high-strength steel, then further down. This time, the progress bar took a full minute. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the material steel essence, mortal grade premium. I hefted that new silver-white ingot, heavy in the hand, its density several times that of ordinary steel. So, could steel essence be refined even further? I took 2 blocks of steel. I fed the essence in and pressed the button. Top grade common material. This machine cannot process it any further. I got it. 1 tier up and you'd be into supernatural grade materials. But the forge's ceiling maxes out at top grade common. I swapped 2 blocks of steel essence for the blueprint. And a minute later, 20 arrows lay there quietly, their heads glinting with the cold sheen unique to steel essence, sharp enough to slice the air. Steel essence arrows, common top grade. No traits. I sighed. Top grade common after all. Breaking through to supernatural was just too hard. Right now my only shot was that lucky critical hit. 3 times a day. Way too few. As for when I could upgrade, the system hadn't said a word. I'd have to figure it all out myself. Still, paired with the Cloud Piercer bow's damage and skills, it was more than enough to handle ordinary enemies. The only real problem now was my aim. No matter how godly the weapon, if you can't hit anything, it's just scrap metal. And building up accuracy takes a mountain of time. Time that, if I spent it on archery, meant no time for fishing. Lure fishing is all about casting and reeling, making the fake bait mimic a panicked little fish in the water to trigger a big fish's killer instinct. Just toss it in and leave it, and nothing bites. But that didn't stump me. Can't lure fish? Then I drift fish, or bottom fish. I turned around and forged a few teardrop-shaped lead sinkers. Single metal, no blueprint needed, I could just do it by hand. Sinkers done. All I needed now were hooks. I smacked my forehead. The lure baits already had hooks on them. Why not just take a few off? The rig came together in no time. For bottom fishing, hang fish meat on it and let it sink. For float fishing, add a chunk of foam to hold it up. I looked over my handiwork and nodded, satisfied. If only I had a fishhook blueprint. But something like that. Whoever gets one keeps it locked in a death grip, never for sale. Looks like I'd have to grind one out myself before I could log it into the forge. Once I did, I'd have an endless supply of hooks. Tonight, I wasn't planning on sleeping. The ranked match finals wrapped up at dawn tomorrow, so I had to crank out spears and sell them fast, stockpiling as much land as I could, guarding against someone pulling what I'd done, rushing in for a sneak attack at the last second. I sank the meat-baited hooks into the water, tied the lines securely to sturdy spots along the shore, and set up 5 rigs in a row. No rod, just a line, and when a fish bit, I'd haul it in directly. Everything set, I started practicing my archery. Drew the bow full, aimed at the target 20 meters out, and whoosh. Thunk. The wooden board was punched clean through, only the arrow's tail left quivering in it. It startled me. Thank God I hadn't dared put full force into that first shot, or the arrow would have flown straight into the sea to feed the fish. 20 arrows. I couldn't bear to lose a single one. So that night, I practiced archery while watching over my 5 fishing lines, keeping an eye on the forge spitting out spears, and working the market at the same time. In a market of nearly 100,000 people, 2,000 spears had already sold. Still, supply couldn't keep up with demand. On average, only 1 spear for every 50 people, nowhere near enough. A spear meant survival. Who wouldn't fight for one? These past 2 days, supplies had doubled and treasure chests had doubled too, so everybody had some land tiles in their pockets. The moment spears hit the market, they got swept clean. The chat channel was a storm of curses, all aimed at the scalpers. Those guys snapped up spears cheap and flipped them at a markup. The lucky ones actually racked up over 100 land tiles doing it. Watching them made me want to raise my prices too. Before I knew it, dawn was almost here. My 5 sets of fishing lines were hard at work, barely dropped the hooks before something bit. Over the course of the night, I caught 35 fish, big and small, more than 500 pounds worth. Aside from keeping a few to eat, I traded them all for iron ingots. The forge ran at full throttle, 1 spear every 10 seconds. Overnight, it cranked out more than 3,500 spears. Adding yesterday's, that put me over 5,000. 5 land tiles each. I'd already stockpiled close to 30,000. Barring anything unexpected, first place in the rankings was locked in. I was just about to keep fishing and practicing my archery when the weather turned. Whoosh woo. At some point, wind had kicked up over the sea. Dark clouds hung low, blanketing the whole sky. Fat raindrops started splattering down here and there. Never mind. I'd practiced enough. Within 50 meters, I couldn't claim to hit every shot, but landing on the target was a sure thing. My mental strength had shot up, my body was solid, my hands were steady, so naturally my aim kept improving. I believed it. The more real combat I saw, the sharper my aim would get. Once I'd cleaned up and was about to head back inside to catch my breath, I'd trained all night, and even an iron body gets tired. I heard a nonstop chirp, chirp, chirp outside. I turned to look. Little White was pushing boxes onto the shore, one after another. Only then did I remember. I hadn't hauled in today's boxes yet. I rushed out and gathered up all the ones he'd pushed back, carrying them into the house in one armful. Lucky me, a full 15 of them. I crouched down and rubbed the little hero's head. Good job, Little White. I'll fry you some fish right now. Beep, beep, beep. A private message cut me off. I answered. It was Zhang Ruruo. Hi, it's raining out here. How about your place? I glanced out the window. The rain had grown heavy, and the strong wind was whipping the sea into waves over a meter high. Yeah, it's raining, and the wind's no joke. You okay over there? My place is big enough, and I've got a house, so I'm safe for now. But in the channel, a lot of people are barely hanging on. Her voice dropped. In this weather, the rain was the least of it. At worst, you'd be cold, and you could tough that out. What was deadly was the wind and the waves. Those people with no house, on tiny islands. One lapse in focus, and a wave could drag them into the sea. The newbie protection was over. The real test was just beginning. Lighting the fire to cook, I said, don't dwell on it. We can't save everyone. Just protecting ourselves is hard enough already. Staying alive had never been. Of course, it was obvious. It's just that, in everyday life, nobody's willing to admit it. Yeah, I get it. Oh, one more thing. Don't cook this morning. My treat. Your treat? Did you score something good? I blinked, caught off guard. Hee, you catch on quick. That's right, I got something good. Just sit tight and wait to eat. Gotta run. I'm off to cook. She laughed, clearly pleased with herself. All right, I'll be waiting. I hung up and looked out the window. The rain was coming down harder, the waves churning more violently, and seawater was already crashing onto the shore. At this rate, it'd flood the house. I got right to work on the terrain, expanding the island to 1,000 square meters, then stacking a row of stone along the coast to build a breakwater. Those stones were half a meter wide and a meter tall. The island already sat more than a meter above sea level, so with a drop of over 2 meters, it'd hold for now. If a real typhoon hit, even 10 meters wouldn't matter, but if the system actually pulled something like that, nobody would survive. It wouldn't. With the island squared away, I went back inside, lit the stove, and heated up the Kong. On a day like this, a warm Kong was something I wouldn't trade for anything, not even to be a god. I took a shower, rubbed my hands together, and got down to opening boxes. The very first one was a jackpot, a house blueprint. Smaller than my place, and it used fewer materials. These days, house blueprints were the hottest item around. Put one up for sale, and people would scramble over each other for it. But I held the blueprint and thought it over, deciding not to list it. First, I gave Gowron a call to check on his situation and see whether he was short on housing. He'd been busting his back these past few days. He was my man. If you want the horse to run, you've got to feed it some grass. Otherwise, here I am raking in tens of thousands of terrain blocks, while he's over there freezing and starving. Why would he stick with me? When I heard he had the blueprint but not enough blocks, I sent over 200 right away and told him to get the house built first. He was so grateful he could barely string his words together. I cut off his endless stream of thank yous and hung up. The truth is, I saw right through it. Gowron was definitely not as honest as he seemed on the surface. Reselling terrain blocks on my behalf, he was surely skimming off the top on the side. He wouldn't dare shortchange me on my numbers, but quietly marking up a few spears and pocketing the difference? That kind of thing, no doubt about it. When there's profit sitting right in front of you, few people can resist reaching for it. Wanting a subordinate who's 100% loyal, without a single selfish thought? Not realistic. Someone who really knows how to manage people doesn't nitpick over petty accounts like that. They look at whether you can get the job done well. Get it done, and a little skimming is just a little skimming. Botch it, and that's when you truly deserve to get lost. I opened the chat channel, and it was blowing up even more than usual. Why is it suddenly storming with wind and rain? Is this game trying to kill us? Somebody, anybody, save me. I'll call you daddy. I don't care. Help. I almost got swept out to sea just now. Paying top dollar for a house blueprint. Got good stuff to trade. Hit me up ASAP. Everybody calm down and hear me out. A long message scrolled across the screen. I'm into wilderness survival. If you don't have a house, dig out all the stone you've got, stack it in a circle, then throw some wood and rock over the top. That'll block plenty of wind and waves. If you don't even have stone, break your lumber down into planks and poles. Stick the poles in the ground to anchor them, then wall it off with the planks. Remember this, the lower, the better. Don't complain about feeling cramped. Staying alive is what matters. Build too high and the wind pressure goes way up. One gust and it's gone. I nodded. Solid advice. Stone's so heavy that wind and waves can't budge it in the short term, which makes for a sturdy temporary shelter. Wood's not as good, but it's enough to keep out the wind and rain. As for holding back the waves, well, that's up to fate. The others weren't fools either. They thanked him and got to work. Everyone had stone and lumber, and since I wasn't buying it up in bulk, most people had a lean-to thrown together in no time. The channel went a lot quieter after that. I remembered the guy from earlier who'd shouted, "Good stuff for blueprints." As it happened, I had one on hand, so I sent a message asking him what this good stuff actually was. The reply came almost instantly, and it was terrifyingly long. Whoa, is this the great Lu Zhenghai? It's really you? I'm so honored. I can't believe you reached out to me yourself. Are you still recruiting, boss? I swear I'm better than Gao Renqiang, and way more loyal. You have no idea. That guy secretly resold a ton of your spears for a fortune. He's nothing but a crook. You treated him so well, and he still ripped you off. The man's got no conscience. Take me on, boss. I swear I'd never skim off the top. I'll work for you honest and straight. I stared at the endless wall of text, scalp tingling. Man, this guy's a real motor mouth. Still, dim as he wasn't entirely wrong. No harm in taking him on. The more varied the personalities on a crew, the better. That way they keep an eye on each other and stay balanced. But I didn't agree right away. I just replied, whether I take you on or not, We'll see later. Don't you have some good stuff? Put it out and let me take a look. No worries, boss. It's definitely the real deal. This chest I fished up is something special. Usually they're just plain wooden crates, but this one's bronze. There's no description on it, but I've got a feeling it's high-end. Something clicked in my mind. A bronze treasure chest? Could it be another extraordinary item? Then drop it in the trade window and let me see. Don't worry, I'll throw in the house blueprint too. Come on, boss, of course I trust you. You're my leader. This is a gift. How could I take anything from you? I smiled. The kid looked brainless, but he knew how to play his cards. No, you're my guy, and I don't take your stuff for free. Take the blueprint. I placed the blueprint in the window. The other side immediately put out the good stuff. A silvery gray stone, its surface riddled with holes, like a pumice foot scrubber. I focused and studied it closely, and a description appeared. Space stone. Expands backpack space by 3 slots. So it was a storage expander. Counts as a kind of transcendent item, though not particularly precious. They're rare right now simply because few have surfaced, but there'll definitely be more down the line. Even so, it's worth more than enough to trade for a single house blueprint. And me? I happened to be short on storage. 3 slots on hand just wasn't cutting it. Perishables went in the backpack, and everything else was piled up in the kitchen and out on the beach. I didn't hide anything from him. This is called a space stone. It expands your backpack by 3 slots. Right now it's a rare find. Trading it for just 1 blueprint means you're getting shortchanged. If you want to sell it, I'll throw in 2 spears on top. How's that sound? His reply came back lightning fast. Boss, I already told you it's a gift. What would I even do with a space stone? It's useless to me. If you can use it, just take it. What's mine is yours. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That won't work. Since you're calling me boss, I can't let you take a loss. I'll take the stone, but you keep the blueprint and the spears. It wasn't like I couldn't spare a little. If I was going to take someone under my wing, I couldn't be stingy. That would only undermine my authority as his boss. If I just took his stuff for free, how could I ever bring myself to discipline him later when he screwed up? Boss, really, there's no need. Keep them. If you're calling me boss, then you do as I say. All right then, wait. Boss, does that mean you're taking me on? For real? Awesome. Haha. I can't believe I'm actually one of Lu Xinghai's guys now. The others are going to be so jealous. Oh right, boss, my name's Zhang Tong. I'm the 3rd kid in my family, so you can just call me Zhang San or Old Zhang 3, whatever works. I shook my head, unsure whether taking this guy on was a mistake. Whatever. I'd wait and see, and deal with it later if it didn't work out. But I had to lay down the ground rules up front. Old Zhang 3. Show off all you want, I don't care. But if you dare go around scamming and cheating people using my name, don't blame me for cutting you loose. Don't worry, boss. I promise I won't do anything to hurt your reputation. I know where the line is. Good. Let's make the trade, then. Get your house built first. Do you have the materials? Some, but I might be a little short. I should be able to make up the difference by trading some land tiles. No need to scrounge. Just send me whatever you're missing. It's on me. Consider it a settling in bonus from your boss. Ha ha ha. Then I won't say no. Boss, if you ever need anything, just give the word. I'll get it done even if it kills me. That's enough. I don't need you doing anything for now. Go build your house. You got it. See you later, boss. I quickly ended the call. Voice chat was nice, but this chatterbox was giving me a headache. I glanced at the materials list he'd sent, short some stone, wood, and a few pieces of iron. Without hesitation, I sent it all over, ignored his long string of thank yous, and closed the chat. The moment I did, another voice call came in. It was Zhang Ruoruo. Hi, dinner's ready. I've sent it over as a trade. Go ahead and accept it. I opened the trade window, and there was a plate of dumplings. I froze. Ordinary as they were, food like this had become an absolute rarity, a genuine delicacy these days. You got dumplings from a loot box? Hee hee, of course. Where else would they come from? Hurry up and try them. Tell me if they're good. I picked one up. Tender, juicy, with just the right chew. They're delicious. And it's beef filling, my favorite. If they're that good, eat up. I've got more where that came from. That's plenty. I can't even finish this whole plate. Did you save some for yourself? Don't give it all to me. Of course I did. I already ate too. As she said it, she glanced at the 3 lonely dumplings left in her own bowl. but her whole face lit up with a sweet smile. Watching me eat like I was enjoying it so much seemed to make her happier than eating it herself. I was about to say something when she suddenly let out a soft "huh" from the other end. What is it? Something wrong? No, it's nothing. I just found this weird treasure chest. It's actually silver white. Ocean, hand me the fishing rod. I'm gonna reel it in and take a look. Silver white. That startled me. A silver chest? You could actually fish one of those up? Be careful out there. The wind and waves are rough. I sent the fishing rod through the trade window, still uneasy as I reminded her. Okay, I won't get too close to the water. She stepped outside. The sound of wind and rain came through, and my chest tightened. Over these past few days, Zhang Ruo had become the partner I trusted most. We'd only known each other a matter of days, yet it felt like we depended on each other for survival. She was optimistic, pure, and kind, and without my even realizing it, she'd made her way into my heart and taken up a big place there. I didn't want anything to happen to her. Gripping the rally token, I stayed ready. The moment she was in trouble, I'd rush right over. Thankfully, it went smoothly. Wow, this chest is gorgeous. It's practically glowing silver. You can tell just by looking that it's something special. I breathed a sigh of relief. Get back inside, quick. Change into some dry clothes. Do you have a blanket? I've got clothes, and I've got cotton too. I just don't have the blueprint for a quilt. Send me the cotton. I've got the blueprint here. I'll make you a set. Really? That's great, here you go. I opened the trade window and stopped short. Along with the cotton, there was that silver, glowing chest. Why did you give me the treasure chest too? Something this important, I can't take it. Oh, come on, I'm not giving it to you. Just open it for me, would you? I'm changing clothes and my hands are full. I wanted to say she could just open it herself once she was done, but in the end I held my tongue. I was curious too, what could come out of a silver chest? All right, I'll tell you what's inside once I open it. First I put the quilt into the crafting system, then took out the chest. It looked exactly like mine. Mine had produced a piece of armor. And this one? Rubbing my hands together, I silently prayed, give me something good, or I'll have no way to face her. I'd had rotten luck for so long. It was about time for a lucky break. The chest slowly opened. A flash of light, and the chest vanished. The parchment appeared before me the instant the light faded. My heart sank. No way. Am I getting screwed by the RNG again? The next second, a notification chime froze me in place. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained the spell, Fireball. I was stunned. Magic. This was actually magic. I'd suspected this world had magic, but I never imagined it would show up this fast. Staring at that parchment, I was practically drooling, like a starving man facing a banquet. But this wasn't mine. A pang of reluctance shot through me. Still, not a shred of greed. I'm greedy, selfish, always looking to fleece people, and cold-blooded on top of it, but only toward strangers. Ruoro is my only friend, and I know exactly how much that friendship is worth to me. The true measure of a person isn't how they treat strangers. It's how they treat the one person who trusts them completely. Without hesitation, I bundled the parchment together with the quilt I'd just made and traded them over, then dialed her up. Ruoro, sent you some stuff. Grab it. What did you get, huh? It's magic. Hi, you're incredible. I love you. It's actually magic. Ha ha ha. The system's trading was fair down to the last detail. Even secondhand goods came labeled with exactly how many times they'd been used. She saw what it was right away. I was happy for her. Your big brother's pretty amazing, huh? Go on, learn it. See how it works and how strong it is. But she suddenly went quiet. Hi, you should learn it instead. I'm afraid I won't be able to. I frowned. What's there to not learn? Just stare at the diagram and focus. The casting method imprints itself right into your mind. You'll get it. Magic, the stuff of legends. I'd be lying if I said my heart wasn't racing. But I knew she needed it more than I did. I had armor, a weapon, a bow, and a system to boost my strength. Magic was just icing on the cake for me. For her, it was her only means of self-defense. When the invaders landed on the 7th day, if she had Fireball, I'd have one less thing to worry about. But, no buts. Learn it. If you still think of me as a friend, stop pushing back. Don't worry, I've got my own way to protect myself. She wanted me to have it, probably because of that 7th day too. Having a girl who cared about me this wholeheartedly, it stirred something in me. To put her at ease, I dropped the cloud piercer bow into the trade window. Here, take a look at this. She opened it and immediately saw a bow gleaming with silver light, dazzling in design. She couldn't see its stats, but one glance at its appearance told her it was no ordinary weapon. Whoa, what a gorgeous bow. What's so special about it? I smirked, pleased with myself. This is a transcendent grade bow, devastating power. It comes with auto-aim, so even if you can't shoot, your accuracy doubles. More destructive than a gun. Pretty impressive, right? But she blew up. Mao, Lu Zhenghai, you son of a gun. Here I was worrying about you this whole time, and you've been sitting on good stuff. Hiding it from me? Is that any way to treat me? Oh, come on. I just cracked it open from a crate I fished out this morning. You never even asked. I was actually planning to lend it to you when the invaders land the day after tomorrow. But now that you've got magic, you don't need this. Go learn Fireball already, and quit making me worry. I had to promise her a whole list of things before I could smooth it over and coax her into going off to study magic. Man, what a headache. Whatever. I'll leave her be and go crack open my own crates. 15 crates, and I've only opened one. 14 to go. Open the first one. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained 1 pack of sanitary pads, 10 count, overnight styled. System, you really don't need to describe this in such detail. I have no use for it. I'll just turn around and trade it straight to Zhang Ruruo. Next one. Ding. 1 set of clothes. Women's. Something's off. Why is everything I'm pulling out of my crate stuff for Zhang Ruruo? Is that girl's luck so ridiculously strong that it's bleeding over into my crates? Come to think of it, that fireball spell earlier, maybe that wasn't entirely my doing either. No way. There's no chance I'm this unlucky. The next one's definitely gonna be something good. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained 1 set of sunscreen and skincare products. See. Told you. Sunscreen doesn't discriminate between men and women. Slather it on and you won't get burned. And right now it's a rare commodity. A whole set. I'll keep 1 bottle, that's plenty, and give the rest to her. Girls are more worried about getting a tan anyway. Keep opening. With this many crates, no way I don't pull something good. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained 1 hardshell jacket, custom fitted to the player's measurements. Now this is more like it. My eyes lit up. A hardshell jacket, waterproof, windproof, a real gem for wilderness survival. I pulled it out to take a look. Gray-brown, understated, with a thick, smooth fabric. I'd been wearing the same clothes for days now, so it was finally time for a change. I set it aside and kept going. I'd deal with it once I was done. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained a blueprint for a metal bucket, 25-liter modeled. A metal bucket? I opened up the blueprint. Simple enough, a sheet metal bucket, 1 slab of iron makes 2. In an instant, it hit me. Another way to make a fortune had just landed in my lap. This metal bucket couldn't have come at a better time. I snatched up the blueprint and, heavy rain be damned, dashed outside and threw myself at the forging machine, feeding in the blueprint. 3 seconds, and 1 metal bucket took shape. A cylindrical bucket about 40-some centimeters tall, the kind you used to see all the time out in the countryside. But now, what's the one thing everyone's short on right now? Fresh water. As miserable as this downpour has been, it's temporarily eased the water shortage. But without something to store it in, rainwater just runs off and disappears. With a metal bucket, you could stockpile it. 30 liters per bucket. Used sparingly, that's enough to last a month. For everyone out there right now, a metal bucket is a treasure. But its value has a shelf life. The moment the rain stops, the bucket won't be worth much anymore. So, I must make and sell fast while it's raining. I paused the spears and ran the forge at full capacity to crank out buckets. Spears can be made anytime. Metal buckets are a race against the clock. The structure's simple, 1 every 3 seconds, so a pair takes 6. In a minute, I've got 40 in hand. Of course, I don't sell them in pairs. I sent 20 each to Zhang Laosan and Gao Run, and had them trade for iron blocks and blueprints. My prices aren't steep. 1 bucket for 10 iron. No iron? I'll take wood, stone, plastic, land plots too. 3 wood for 1 iron, 2 stone for 1 iron, 1 plastic for 1 iron, 1 land plot for 1 iron. Right now, iron's all I want. I've got plenty of everything else. Really don't have any of that? Blueprints work too. If you think blueprints are too pricey, there's also the spear plus iron bucket combo. And if that's still not enough, I'll throw in a set of metal dinnerware. Right now, everyone in the chat channel is buzzing about this downpour. Phew. Thanks to that survival expert's tips, at least my stone shelter can block the wind and rain. The rain isn't all bad. At least we're not short on water for now. Better boil the rainwater before drinking it, or you'll get a stomachache. Can't make fire in this weather, so I'll just drink a little and let fate decide whether my stomach holds up. If only I had something to store rainwater in. I dug a pit to hold water, but its sandy ground didn't hold a drop. Selling shark meat, 1 kilogram per portion, 1 land plot, or 2 iron blocks. Shark meat dropped in price again. Killed one with a ton of effort. Thought I'd strike it rich, and now it's practically dirt cheap. That's thanks to losing high too. So many spears got made that tons of people are hunting sharks now. So of course the meat's cheap. Meat's cheap now. When's water gonna get cheap? Guys, check out what this is. Holy crap, a water bucket. Lucky you. No more worrying about water. It's only 25 liters, barely enough for a month. Just bought it in the auction area. Go grab one quick, they'll be gone soon. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? The water buckets sold like hotcakes. I was producing at full throttle on my end while Gao Run and Zhang Laos and kept shipping them out. All kinds of supplies came flooding back through trades. My little 1,000 square meter island was more than half buried in stuff. No exaggeration. At this moment, nearly a third of all the supplies in the entire 01438 zone were in my hands. What disappointed me was that this heavy rain only lasted 2 hours. The dark clouds cleared, and the blazing sun scorched the earth once more. Water bucket sales froze in an instant. Those who didn't manage to grab one beat their chests in regret, while those who did were all smiles. The most miserable were the ones who'd just bought a bucket right as the rain stopped. They hadn't even caught a few drops. Over these 2+ hours, I kept my hands moving non-stop in the rain and made nearly 5,000 water buckets. In return, I got over 40,000 iron blocks, more than 10,000 wood, more than 10,000 stone, and several hundred. Some plastic sheeting, a few dozen land plots. The rest was all miscellaneous materials and ordinary blueprints. Beds, tables and chairs, bedding, toilets, iron pots, cups. Mostly everyday items, not worth much, but incredibly practical. The best surprises were a space stone and a wooden boat blueprint. I used the space stone on the spot. Combined with the one I got from Zhang III earlier, my backpack now had 9 slots. Still not enough, but a lot roomier. I didn't rush to build the boat. I'd save it for a chance to score a critical hit. What if I cracked open an aircraft carrier? Now that would be a jackpot. I couldn't be bothered to sell the dozen-plus buckets I had left, so I just left them sitting there. I'd collected plenty of rainwater anyway. A guy selling buckets can't very well have none for himself. I gave 10 each to Zhang III, Gao Run, and the others, so they could collect their own. Stick with me, and you'll never go hungry or thirsty. That alone put us ahead of most people out there. Once I cleaned up the mess, I set the forge to keep churning out spears. Spears always sell. Weapons are a must for self-defense. Even if all the sharks were wiped out after 7 days, people would still buy them. If iron spears don't cut it, there are steel spears. If steel spears don't cut it, there are refined steel spears. I've always got an upgrade on hand. I stripped off my wet clothes and laid them out in the sun, changed into a brand new jacket, and kept opening crates. 15 crates, and I'd only opened 7. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained 1 pound of Wulianya liquor. Liquor? My eyes lit up. In my past life, I did a lot of business entertaining, so I'd learned to drink, and gradually came to enjoy a nice sip now and then. On this dull, deserted island, a glass of liquor could add a little color to life. I put it away and kept going. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained 3 land plots. Junk. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained 3 iron blocks. Standard drop. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained 5 bananas. Now this is good. Fruits and vegetables were what the island lacked most, and they rarely dropped. I was getting close to constipated. I sent 3 over to Zhang Ruoruo, but that girl still didn't respond. No idea whether she'd learned Fireball yet. Then again, magic like that being a little tricky to learn is only natural. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained 1 sun hat. Green? Who'd wear that? Bad luck. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained 1 plot of black soil, 1 square meter, arable. I shot to my feet. Yes. I finally hit the jackpot. Black soil, and it was arable. That meant I could finally farm. I dashed out of the house and found a sunny, wind-sheltered spot to set it down. In an instant, 1 square meter of rich, jet-black soil materialized on the yellow sand. I scooped up a handful, loose and soft, so rich it seemed like you could squeeze oil out of it. When I saw the description, I grinned even wider. Black soil, Tier 3, maturation cycle reduced by 20 times. Something that normally took 100 days to mature would ripen here in 5. I immediately took out the 5 seeds Zhang Ruo had given me. Chili seeds. 1 in each of the 4 corners, 1 dead center, spaced as far apart as possible. The moment they went into the soil, a quiet sense of peace settled over me. 5 days, and I'd have chili peppers to eat. Oh, right. I'd made a bet with her, too, about who'd grow chilies first. Looks like I was 1 step ahead. I shook my head with a chuckle and went back inside to open the last box. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 1 order of beef dumplings, 20 pieces. Dumplings? I laughed. I'd just finished the ones she'd made that morning, and now I was pulling a batch at noon. But somewhere in the middle of that laugh, it died in my throat. That morning, she'd given me 17 dumplings. I hadn't thought much of it at the time. Now, staring at these 20, all 20, it all clicked. Her batch had only been 20, too. And that silly girl had given me 17, keeping just 3 for herself. Is 3 even enough? Does she not like dumplings? The answer was obvious. My eyes stung, and my chest tightened with a tangle of feelings. Warm, aching, heavy all at once. Picturing her swallowing back her own cravings just to shove most of them at me, I felt like there was a stone sitting on my heart. In that moment, I had the sudden urge to call her, to tell her I'd won the bet, and to ask whether her promise to marry me still stood. When you're looking for someone to spend the rest of your life with, looks really don't matter that much. Someone who understands you, protects you, saves the best for you. That's what counts. At 30, I was long past the age of falling for a pretty face. Maybe Ruro, that silly girl, was the one I was meant for. I stared at that order of dumplings for a long time without moving. Think of someone long enough, and they answer. Right as she was on my mind, her voice message came through. The second it connected, an excited voice exploded on the other end. Ha! Dahai, guess what? Great news, I learned Fireball. I just launched one, and you would not believe it. The power is insane. It was only about the size of a fist, but it blew a huge crater in the ground. If I hadn't thrown it far enough, I'd have blown myself sky high. It's basically a grenade. I smiled, listening to her chatter away, not the least bit annoyed. When she finally finished, I spoke up. Ruoro, I've made up my mind. She paused. Made up your mind? About what? About what you said, about being your boyfriend. I've decided. She burst out laughing. Too bad, doesn't matter if you've decided. I'm telling you, there's no escaping the palm of my hand. Once I've mastered my magic and hunt you down, I'm dragging you back to be my kept husband. She still thought I'd turn her down like always, so she put on that bandit queen act to tease me. But my next line struck her dumb. No, I'm saying yes. Starting today, you're my girlfriend. And once the chilies come up, I'm going to marry you. You, I. The other end completely lost it. I could practically picture her face turning red as a tomato, steam coming out of her ears. In her panic, she just hung up on me. She told me later that in that moment she was wide-eyed, red-faced, her mind a total mess. He knows who I am? Impossible. I've never shown my face, and even my username is fake. Because I learned magic? Even less likely. If that were it, he might as well have learned it himself. So why? Wait, he must be joking. This rotten Dahai, teasing me about something like this. Just wait till I beat him. But the angrier she got, the more another thought crept in. If it's real, though, that wouldn't be so bad. She quickly shook her head. We've known each other less than a week. I don't even know what he looks like. How could I be so reckless? This is insane. She was just about to call back and demand an explanation when a message from me came through first. Ruoro, let me treat you to dumplings for lunch. Beef filling. That line hit her like a bolt of lightning. In that instant, she understood everything. Dahai had drawn a dumplings order too. On my end, right after sending the message, I dropped the dumplings into the pot. Once they were done, I picked out 17 to trade over to her and kept 3 for myself. I cracked open that bottle of Wuliangya, poured a glass, and slowly ate. A sip of liquor, a bite of dumpling. After the meal, she didn't reply. The girl seemed to be hiding from me. She wouldn't even pick up my voice messages. I could pretty much guess what was going on. She was embarrassed, probably tucked away somewhere secretly grinning to herself. Fine, I'd leave her be for now. I headed over to the forge, pulled out a batch of spears, and handed them off to Zhang Laosan and Gao Ren to sell. Maybe it was the liquor going to my head, or maybe it was pulling an all-nighter the night before, but with the sun beating down on me, my head started spinning. Nothing was going on anyway, so I went back to my room, flopped onto the bed, and passed right out. I slept until it was dark. When I opened my eyes again, it was already late at night. I checked the time. Only a little over an hour left until the ranked match ended. I pulled up the leaderboard. Without a word, I traded 1,133 square meters straight over to her, rounding her up to an even 3,000. I waited a bit, but she didn't accept. I sent her a voice message. Hurry up and take it. First and second place, we'll grab them both. Still no response. I frowned and sent another. Don't accept it if you want to piss me off. Only then did she take it, replying with her first message since noon. You gave me all this. Can you still get first place? Don't know, I replied. I've still got over 40,000 plots and a few thousand spears I haven't sold. I'll dump it all soon and trade for whatever I can. If I still can't take first, then I'll accept it. The forge hadn't stopped all afternoon. I fell asleep at 1 in the afternoon, and now it was 10 at night. 9 hours, more than enough to make over 3,000. A spear. If I sold them all, that'd be 15,000 plots, plus my original 40,000, over 55,000 total. First things first, I was locked in. When she heard I still had this much stock sitting on reserve, she relaxed too. She loaded up the plots and shot straight to the top of the leaderboard. Time ticked down, minute by minute. At this point, every player with any ambition for a decent ranking started going all out. 50 from him, 100 from her, 200 from him, 500 from her, all piling on. I chuckled to myself. So everyone had been holding back a card. Lucky for me, the card I'd been holding was the thickest in the deck. I traded her another 3,000 plus plots, making sure she stayed comfortably in second place. And she lived up to her name as the Vanguard. She dumped it all at once, her island area instantly rocketing to 6,000 square meters, seizing first place for the moment. At that point, the second-ranked player, El Moonbrook, was only just over 3,500 square meters. Facing Zhang Ruro's out-of-nowhere 6,000 square meters, everyone was left dumbstruck. Who is this? How is she this strong? We hide our trump cards, but a few hundred plots, tops. And here you are, sitting on your entire hand. That's just dirty play. If you had these numbers, you should have put them out earlier. We wouldn't even have been eyeing first place. We'd have just gone for second. But you dangle it out now, give us a little hope first, then snuff it out in one move. That's not how you play the game. But what they didn't know was, there was still one more person, with the whole deck stuffed down his pants, not a single card shown. The chat channel completely blew up. Whoa, Ruoro, you legend. 6,000 square meters for first, leaving all the other districts in shock. You really did District 438 proud. Buffed, Ruoro's impressive, sure, but the real big shot around here hasn't even made his move yet. There's this guy named Gao Ren. He scooped up over 10,000 plots these past few days. Now that's a big shot. Let me tell you all a secret. Gao Ren is Lu Zhenghai's underling. The real mastermind behind the scenes is Lu Zhenghai. For real? No wonder we haven't seen Boss Lu these past couple days. So he's been lying low, pulling the strings from behind. Is Boss Lu still recruiting? Take a look at me. I'm all muscle, plenty of strength, can attack and defend, guaranteed obedient. Big brother high. Look at me. Cute and gorgeous, can top or bottom, and I'm even automatic transmission. I'm not asking to follow Boss Lu directly. Being an underling's underling is good enough for me. Then I'll be the underling's underling's underling. Doesn't that just make you a little brother? The channel was livelier than ever. But as I stared at the player count in the top right corner, my heart sank. 99,012 people. There'd originally been 100,000. 50 got eliminated in the first 2 days. Then once the protection period ended, a few hundred got swallowed by sharks. And that storm just now dragged away a few hundred more. In 2 days' time, nearly 1,000. That was nearly 1,000 lives. No matter how you looked at it, that weight was heavy. I let out a sigh. A single cold number on the screen, and behind it, an entire living, breathing life. I could only hope those who'd been knocked out made it safely back to their original world. Just over half an hour left until the end. Hours. I pulled Gao Ren and old Zhang into the core chat and asked how many land tiles they were sitting on, wanting to see if I could snag them a prize. Gao Ren had joined me early, and with the bonuses I'd handed him, he was already at 300 square units, with a few dozen more tiles still unplaced. I rounded him up to 500, a little payback for all his hard work these past few days. Barring some disaster, third place regionally was locked in. The world rankings? Not a chance. Old Zhang Tong, only had a little over 20. I tossed him a few dozen more to round him up to 100. The regional bracket only paid out the top 3, so fighting for fourth was pointless. Besides, you can't ever fill someone's cup all the way in one go. A pint of rice buys gratitude. A bushel breeds resentment. Give a man a little, and he calls you a savior. Give him too much, and he turns on you. Hand out too much the first time, and what's left to reward him with later? Eventually, you've got nothing left to give, and all you've earned is a grudge. Favors should be doled out slowly. That's how loyalty lasts. At the end, I made a point of telling Gao Ren, place your tiles in the last few minutes. Don't rush to grab that third spot. As for why, I didn't explain. And of course, he nodded along happily. Once I'd sent off my 2 grateful little brothers, I started setting up to reel it all in. Only a few minutes left. Assembling tiles takes barely an instant. The moment of truth had arrived. At that very moment, far below in the depths of the deep sea, Elmunstream Elf, the grand princess of the elven race, was locked onto the rankings, her emerald eyes brimming with frustration. She'd fished and dredged up crates like her life depended on it, yet she couldn't climb past second. That 6,000 square units at the top of the board loomed like a towering mountain, giving her the feeling it could never be surpassed. Still, second place's reward was enough, at least, to keep her people in her region watered. Her elven race had lived through that catastrophe, lost their elven divine tree, and could no longer birth new elves. Their kind couldn't reproduce, unless they bred with outsiders, and any offspring from that would no longer be pure blood. The proud elves could never accept such a thing. And so, every single one of her people was precious beyond measure. She couldn't afford to lose even one. With the queen away, the burden of keeping the race alive fell on her shoulders as the next in line for the throne. Elsewhere, Jean Li, chieftain of the dwarves, was glued to his own screen, expression grave. Dwarves excelled at forging, but even the cleverest smith can't work without materials. No tools, no supplies, not even water to quench the steel, and their strength sealed away on top of it all. Hobbled at every turn, it took them days just to hammer out a single dagger. The dagger was finished, and the blueprint could be reused. But the stubborn dwarves were certain of one thing. A weapon the system conjured up, one never forged in sweat, had no soul. They wouldn't stoop to selling junk like that. It would ruin a reputation built over 10,000 years. Thankfully, dwarves outnumbered elves by a wide margin. Working as one, they finally scraped together over 2,000 tiles, holding third place for now. Midnight was closing in. In the final dozen or so seconds, everyone assumed the outcome was settled. Then, out of nowhere, a name dropped straight onto the top of the board. It came too suddenly, crushing everyone in a single instant. Before anyone could even process it, time was up. The moment the results came out, the system announcement rang right on schedule. Congratulations to player Lu Jinghai from Region 01438 for taking first place in this ranking match. Island area, 53,000 square meters. Rewards: 1 gold treasure chest, 1 large-scale seawater purification unit producing 100 liters of purified freshwater daily. All players in this region receive plus 5 treasure chests today. Congratulations to player Ruro from Region 01438 for taking second place. Island area, 6,000 square meters. Rewards: 1 silver treasure chest, 1 medium purification unit producing 20 liters daily. All players in this region receive plus 2 treasure chests today. Congratulations to player L. Moonbrook from Region 54333 for taking third place. Island area, 3,313 square meters. Rewards: 1 bronze treasure chest, one small purification device, producing 5 liters daily. All players in this region receive plus 1 treasure chest today. Note, the top 10 players will have their treasure chest count doubled today. This match has now concluded. Stay tuned for the next one. The second the results dropped, the whole place went into an uproar. That 53,000 number left everyone completely stunned. Every regional channel, every world channel, all of them were flooded with the same name, Lu Zhonghai. Where the hell did this beast come from? 53,000. The top 10 combined don't even add up to half of what he's got. By the logic of capitalism, if one guy's raking in that much, the people in his region must have been squeezed dry. Not necessarily. Maybe he just sold something everyone was fighting over. Hard currency worth that kind of price. Quick guessing. I'm from region 01438. Weapon ownership in our region is already close to half. Damn, our region's got 70,000 people and fewer than 1,000 have weapons. Still don't get it? It's gotta be that Lu Zhonghai. The guy's sitting on a huge stockpile of weapon blueprints. Region 01438 was celebrating. First and second place weren't from the region, but the whole region cashed in anyway. Everyone's treasure chest count jumped by 8, more than what an average person could gather in most of a day. More importantly, with a heavyweight like that anchoring the region, their overall strength held firmly at number 1. The survival numbers said it all. Other regions of 70 or 80,000 lost more than half their people in just 6 days, while region 01438 had lost only 1,000. I stared at the screen, the corners of my mouth creeping upward. The world announcement had barely finished when the regional announcement popped up right after. First place, Lu Zhonghai, rewarded 5 land energy blocks and 10 tomato seeds. Third place, Gaoren, rewarded 1 land energy block. As for that fourth place player called Ji Kuan, he got nothing. The top 10 did get a consolation prize, 5 extra treasure chests, but for him, that was nowhere near enough. I knew exactly how he felt. To grab that third place, he'd thrown in everything he had. He'd even traded away a machete blueprint. I thought I had it in the bag. But at the last second, my subordinate Gaoren slapped down over 100 tiles, shooting his island's area up to 500 square meters, just a dozen or so more than mine, and shoved me down to 4th place, no contest. Word is he punched the wall of his stone shelter, and a heartbeat later his scream tore through the sky. You could hear him crying for his mama from a mile away. Where there's someone stewing, there's someone else grinning. That machete blueprint. Yeah, that was the one I had old Zhang 3 track down and trade for. Cost me all of 3 tiles. I wasn't lowballing him on purpose. These days a single spear only goes for 5 tiles, and whether you're fighting off sharks or fending off invaders, a spear beats a machete every time. Naturally, short blades are worth less. That's just the market. Demand sets the price, and nobody can fight it. I wasn't in any rush to craft the thing. Spears were flying off the shelves. Who had time to get distracted? I tossed the machete blueprint into my backpack, rubbed my hands together, and opened my system mail. 2 messages, both unread. One was a regional reward, the other a world ranking reward, 4 prizes total. Here's the problem. I only had 3 lucky crits left. Claim all 4, and at least one wouldn't get the crit. But all 4 were top-tier loot. I couldn't bear to give up a single one. I gritted my teeth and made my call. Save the regional reward for tomorrow, claim the world reward today, and hold 1 crit in reserve for a blueprint. Leveling up would just have to wait another day. I opened the world mail. The system chime went off instantly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 large-scale seawater purification unit. Ding. Lucky crit times 10 triggered. Seawater purification unit upgraded to 1 Spirit Spring. Spirit Spring water contains a faint trace of spiritual energy. Long-term consumption accelerates cultivation, improves physical constitution, used to irrigate land. It boosts soil fertility, increases yields, and promotes crop evolution. I froze right where I stood. A wave of pure euphoria shot straight to the top of my head. My heart raced to 220, and my face flushed so red I thought a blood vessel might burst. I'm rich. I'm actually rich now. I hooped and flailed my arms. Good thing nobody was around, or they'd have thought I'd lost my mind. It took me a while to calm down. I just stood there grinning like an idiot at the spirit spring in my backpack. I knew exactly what a spirit spring was. It cures any illness, speeds up growth, promotes evolution. Basically a well of do-anything water. With this, I'd never have to sweat over resources again. I wiped the drool from the corner of my mouth and hunted for a spot to install it, unable to wait. Installing a spirit spring was dead simple. It just had to touch the ground. After weighing my options, I pulled out a house blueprint and built a new room next to my own place. I set a slab of stone inside and mounted the spirit spring on top of it, sheltered from the elements and safe from harm. The moment it was installed, a small hole surfaced on the stone, and a thin trickle of water flowed gently down. I hurried to hold up my morning. I grabbed a big bucket to catch it. Not a single drop of this water could go to waste. As I kept catching it, something fell off. This trickle, wasn't it way too weak? After what felt like forever, I hadn't even collected half a bottle's worth. So much for hauling out that giant bucket. My excitement cooled by half. But the other half held on. After all, it was more than enough for daily drinking. I could even share some with Roro and Xiao Bai, and if I rationed it, there'd be enough left to water the vegetables. Whatever. If it just gushed out endlessly, could you even call it a spirit spring? I swapped out the bucket and poured that little bit of water into a cup. It looked no different from ordinary water. I brought it up to my nose and took a whiff. A crisp, fresh scent of grass and trees washed over me, like the first breath of air in a forest after rain, mingled with the fragrance of earth and the freshness of green leaves. The exhaustion and anxiety weighing on my heart seemed to be rinsed away, bit by bit. I tilted my head back and drained it in one gulp. A cool sensation slid down my throat, carrying away the heat, seeping into every limb and every fiber of my being. Every cell felt like it was being reawakened. I threw a punch, more powerful now, faster too, and even my mind felt sharper. In the darkness, my vision was blurry, yet I could faintly sense the positions of the objects around me. Thrilled, I immediately pulled up my stats screen. Name: Lu Wei. Race: human, blue star. Level 5. Strength: 23 Constitution, 23 Agility, 23 Spirit, 20. Talent: Lucky Critical LV.1. Territory: 53,000 square meters. EXP: 99/100. Each of my 3 physical attributes had gone up by 2 points, and Spirit had risen by 3. That single gulp was almost worth a whole level, and one with a 9 times critical hit at that. My eyes went wide. I snatched up the bucket and chugged the rest in one go, waiting eagerly for my stats to climb again. I waited and waited. Nothing budged. So it turned out only the first drink had that miraculous effect. From now on, I'd just have to accumulate it slowly, drop by drop. I let out a regretful sigh. The water came out too slowly, maybe 7 or 8 liters a day at most. I'd know the exact amount tomorrow. Seeing how late it was, I figured I'd just smash out a blueprint for a quick critical hit, and then hit the sack. But the moment I opened my backpack, a gleaming golden treasure chest caught my eye. I smacked my forehead. I'd been so caught up in the excitement that I'd completely forgotten about it. The golden chest was far more valuable than the water purifier. The purifier was, at best, the pinnacle of the mundane, but the golden chest was guaranteed to produce something extraordinary. Huh. I frowned. System, I clearly still have a critical hit available. Why didn't this golden chest trigger one? Ding. The host may consult the help function for details. I opened it up and finally understood. The chest itself couldn't be criticaled. Only the item inside could. Otherwise, if the chest crit once and the item crit again, wouldn't that just spit out a divine artifact outright? Once I got it, I was in no rush to open it anymore. I'd save it. I couldn't fall asleep, so tomorrow I'd still have my 2 chances. So first I claimed the land energy blocks and seeds. Ding. You've received 5 land energy blocks. Ding. Critical hit times 6 triggered. You've received 30 land energy blocks. Ding. You've received 10 tomato seeds. Ding. Critical hit times 8 triggered. You've received 80 tomato seeds. All quantity crits. I kept hoping for a quality crit, but no such luck. Looks like I'd have to level up the land myself, 1 grade at a time. Still, now that I had spirit spring water, plus all kinds of decomposable trash to use as materials, leveling up should go a lot faster. I set aside 50 seeds and stored the rest. Tomatoes grow best with plenty of spacing. 50 plants across 30 square meters would be just right. I spread the seeds out on a tray, lined it with paper towels, and sprinkled on a little spirit spring water to keep them moist. Having grown up in the countryside, I knew this stuff like the back of my hand. Once they sprouted, I could transplant them. With that settled, I headed out to the spot where I'd planted chili peppers earlier in the day and froze. The peppers I'd put in the ground just a few hours ago had already broken through the soil and sprouted, matching what would normally be a week's worth of growth. Level 3 black soil. Truly something else. I carefully brought over about a bottle cap's worth of spirit spring water, poured it around the base of the pepper seedlings, and nodded with satisfaction. Just thinking about pepper fish stew, chopped chili fish head, and spicy fish hot pot got my mouth watering nonstop. Once I'd tended to the peppers, I started upgrading the surrounding land. It was simple. Just set an energy block on the ground. The sand vanished in an instant, transforming into pale yellow soil. Yellow soil level 1 can grow crops. Shortens maturation period by 5 times. 2 grades below black soil. A crop that normally took 100 days to mature could be harvested in 20. Funny thing, tomatoes also matured in 100 days. I couldn't help but wonder if every crop in this game was set to 100 days. I jabbed my spear into the soil to test it. Not too hard, which saved me from having to till. I poured a few buckets of the rainwater I'd stored to moisten it, then just had to wait for the seeds to sprout so I could get them in the ground. Back in the spirit spring room, I saw it had only filled a third of a bottle in half an hour. At that rate, that's 1 bottle every hour and a half, about 8 liters a day. Plenty for me to drink, and just enough if I added little white and Zhongrou, but if I wanted to water crops, I'd have to be sparing with it. I could only hope that crops watered with spirit spring water would build up your body when you ate them, otherwise it'd be a real waste. With that peace of mind, I turned to leave, and then stopped dead in my tracks. The sight before me left me stunned. I hurried over to the tray holding the tomato seeds. Those seeds had actually sprouted. They'd just broken through their shells, tiny tender tips poking out. But this was unmistakably sprouting. They were ready to plant. It hadn't even been a full hour, had it? My eyes went wide. I didn't wait any longer. I'd plant them right away. Carrying the tray, I walked over to the newly opened yellow soil, and one by one, I planted the seeds, about 50 of them. Normally, you'd start tomatoes as seedlings and transplant them later, but this is a game, and I had spirit spring water, so I didn't need to worry about any of that. All 50 went straight into the soil. Looking out at a field full of promise, a solid sense of accomplishment welled up inside me. There's something about land that just puts your mind at ease. No matter where you go, if there's a patch of ground beneath your feet, you've got roots. Planting the tomatoes didn't mean the work was done, though. Over at the forge, I needed to list the newly made spears for trade, then load it up with plenty of iron so it could keep cranking them out. As long as the invaders hadn't shown up yet, spears would still sell like crazy. I couldn't fully trust my 2 hired hands just yet. Letting them resell in small batches was fine, but the big deals I still had to handle myself. Their main value was helping me process fish, buy up scarce supplies, and track down blueprints. Once I finished up, I washed my hands and headed back inside. I wasn't tired yet, so I pulled up the chat channel to see what was going on. The last few days there'd been a ton of people selling shark meat. A lot of them had used the spears I sold to take down sharks. But I noticed something. The sharks they were hunting were clearly a lot smaller than the one I'd caught. My face darkened. Was being unlucky not enough? Now even my shark had to be several sizes bigger than everyone else's? That explained it, then. That 500-pound monster of mine was never something an average person could have taken on. If they were all that big, who could hunt them? Turns out my shark was the biggest of the bunch. But once fish meat flooded the market, prices tanked. On top of that, everyone had bought water barrels, so water prices dropped too. Most people had their basic needs covered now, and once you've got food and water handled, the next step is developing your island, building up your strength, and chasing security. So the prices of all kinds of materials actually started climbing. I thought carefully about where the money was to be made. Once these 7 days were up, opportunities to strike it rich overnight like this would be hard to come by. That took the right timing, the right circumstances, and cooperation from the system. But losing the boom didn't mean losing the business. In trade, a boom is fleeting, steady is forever. If you want to earn for the long haul and earn reliably, you've got to carve out your own path. Right now, everyone was thrown together like a newborn society. Opportunities were everywhere, It just came down to who had what it took to seize them. That principle held true both inside the game and out. Done analyzing, I realized it was getting late. Time for me to turn in. A good night's sleep tonight to recharge, because tomorrow was the seventh day, and those so-called guests would be coming to call. That night, some slept soundly, while others tossed and turned. Before I knew it, morning came. I stretched, sat up, rubbed my eyes, and left the blanket unmade as I slipped on my shoes and got out of bed. When you live alone, forget the unmade bed. Nobody's going to say a word even if you walk around bare-chested. After a quick wash, I started making breakfast. I had about 2 pounds of rice left, so I scooped out half a pound to cook some porridge and fried up a few pieces of fish. As usual, I sent a portion over to Jean Rouault through a trade. Maybe it was the start of a new day. Jean Rouault had already bounced back from the shy, evasive girl she'd been yesterday. The moment she saw breakfast, she called me on voice chat right away. "Hey, Dahai, this porridge you made is amazing, thank you." Her voice was crisp and cheerful, like she'd completely forgotten yesterday's awkwardness. "If you like it, eat more. I've still got plenty over here. What do you take me for, a pig? A bowl this big will keep me full till noon. Now that's just ungrateful. What's wrong with me telling you to eat more?" Knowing she was in the wrong, she quickly changed the subject. "Hee hee. Oh right, that gold chest from yesterday. What treasure did you get out of it?" "Haven't opened it yet," I said between bites. "Huh? You actually held off on a gold treasure chest?" I gave a mysterious smile. "I read my own fortune. My luck's all used up today, but tomorrow it'll be even stronger. So I'm saving it for tomorrow. You believe in that stuff?" I shrugged. "Given the situation we're in now, you tell me, should I?" That shut her up for a second. Fair enough. With magic popping up out of nowhere these days, it wouldn't be strange if cultivation and immortals showed up next. Who'd dare swear by science anymore? Ugh. She suddenly groaned with regret. "If I'd known, I would have had you read my fortune before I opened my chest." I raised an eyebrow. From the sound of it, that silver treasure chest of hers had coughed up something she wasn't happy with? Had this lucky queen finally struck out? Why was I feeling a little thrilled about that? "What? Not satisfied with what you got?" "Well, a little. So what exactly did you get?" My curiosity was piqued. "A skill book, restoration. The description says it heals wounds and restores stamina. Works on yourself, works on others too." I got so worked up I nearly dropped my bowl. I was practically going red. "Restoration? And you're not satisfied?" My voice went hoarse. "That's a life-saving skill in combat. An absolute must for team fights. With that, you'd be the hot commodity everyone's scrambling for, no matter where you go." She pursed her lips. "But I don't want to fight, so the skill's useless to me. How about I give it to you?" I froze. Something suddenly clicked in my mind. This girl was trying to give me something again, just in a roundabout way. How valuable was restoration? She had to know. But the skill was far more useful in her hands. There was no way I'd take it. I turned the tables on her right away. "No, we're not even related. Why would I take something this valuable from you? I couldn't repay a favor like that. Keep it for yourself. You're such a killjoy." Jean Rouault got flustered. "Who asked you to repay anything? We're good friends. What's wrong with me giving you a skill?" "Good friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend." I sighed. "I'm a petty guy. Even if you won't let me pay you back, it'll gnaw at me inside. I'd end up unable to eat or sleep, and the stress would only be worse." "Big deal. Forget it." There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Then, what would it take for you to accept it?" There was a hint of hesitation in her voice. This girl was no fool. She'd probably already guessed what I was about to say. I let out a little chuckle. "Unless we're a couple. Couples don't keep score. There's no burden in accepting anything from each other." Silence on the other end. I could picture her with her head down, fingers twisted together. It was as if I could hear her heartbeat right through the phone. I didn't push. I just waited quietly. After a long while, she suddenly turned serious. "Hi, can I ask you something?" "Go ahead. I used to half-jokingly chase after you, but I could tell you didn't feel that way about me. Then yesterday, all of a sudden, everything changed. Why?" I was quiet for a moment before I spoke. "I like you because of your gentleness, your kindness, your optimism. In this cold, brutal world, you let me taste warmth. You gave me the courage to keep going. It was your endless care that slowly warmed my heart, bit by bit. And most of all, I finally realized that the thing I'd been searching for the thing I wanted to protect, had been right beside me all along. Being with you makes me happy. Is that enough? A faint, stifled laugh came through the line. Well, it's a little cheesy, but I guess it'll do. So I'll say yes for now. We don't even know when we'll get to meet anyway, so we'll work out the details in person. I frowned. Hey, you've got it backwards. I'm accepting your pursuit. I'm not the one chasing you. You're clearly the one who chased me. You chased me. You chased. 3 minutes later, both of us were talking in circles, mouths dry, and we called a truce. Fine, she said, exasperated. Whoever chased whoever, I've already agreed to be your girlfriend. So can you take the skill book now? Still can't. Why not? She blew up. I could practically see that little face all scrunched up. Didn't you say couples don't keep score? Were you lying to me? Think about it. I explained patiently. Sooner or later we're going to meet up and go adventuring together. When I'm out there risking my life against enemies and monsters, are you just going to stand off to the side and watch? Of course I'd help. I'll follow your lead. Exactly. And if my stamina runs out or I get hurt, isn't that when I need you to heal me? I can't very well swing a spear and bandage myself at the same time. Okay, that actually makes sense. Anyone who's played team battles gets it. A warrior like me tanks up front and deals damage, while a healer like you keeps me alive and backs me up. We win by working together. This copy of Restoration is worth the most if you learn it yourself. Then I'll go learn it. She hesitated, but in the end she took my advice and hurried off to train her skills. After hanging up, I went to the forge and pulled out the finished spears, then listed them on the trading platform. This time, I wasn't in a rush to sell. The competition was over, and land plots were no longer in short supply. The ones who should be sweating were the people without weapons. Once midnight hit, the guests would arrive. Show up empty-handed, and knowing how the system operated, you'd probably be toast. So even if it was just a wooden stick, everyone needed something to defend themselves. And what I was going to do was jack up the price. 1 spear, 10 land plots. Take it or leave it. At the same time, I loosened the trading requirements. Wood, cotton, stone, iron, any kind of material would do. Even if you had 100 bales of hay, you could trade for one. The logic was simple. Since there was no telling what the system would do next, the smart move was to stockpile materials. No matter how things played out, this stuff would come in handy sooner or later. Holding onto it could only work in my favor. Hoard assets, drive up value. That's how rich people have always made their money. I split a portion of the spears between Gao Run and Zhang Tong and listed the rest, the vast majority, in the trading zone. Today was the last day. Once midnight passed, the invaders could show up at any moment. Desperate to survive, everyone was scrambling like mad to gather materials and trade for spears. The prices of fish and water plummeted. A pound of fish barely got you a single block of iron. Of course, the rising cost of materials was part of the reason too. You could say I'd single-handedly thrown the whole region's economy into chaos. Plenty of people cursed me behind my back, calling me a heartless bastard for cranking spears up to 10 plots each. But the folks who'd bought early were thrilled. They hadn't lifted a finger, and their weapons had already doubled in value. Some had stockpiled a dozen or more and cashed in on the side. There's never a shortage of clever people in this world. If I hadn't held the only source of supply, I might not have come out on top against them. Never think you're all that smart. There's always someone smarter than you. And more often than not, it's the ones who fancy themselves a cut above everyone else who end up falling the hardest. I never thought of myself as smart. Without the system, I was just another ordinary face in the crowd. Once I finished with the spears, I finally freed up some time to check on the planting field. Even from a distance, it was already a lush sea of green. Overnight, the chili seedlings had shot up to nearly 5 centimeters tall. Maybe it was the spirit spring water. The sprouts were a glossy, vivid green, their stems thick and sturdy, radiating vitality. The tomatoes nearby were thriving too. And although the yellow earth was on the barren side, nourished by the spirit spring water, that patch of soil was visibly changing color right before my eyes. It wouldn't be long before it evolved into black soil. After looking over the seedlings, I ducked into the room where I stored the spirit spring water. After collecting all night, there was nearly half a bucket. I carefully poured the water into mineral water bottles, 6 in all. Checking the time. The flow rate of the spirit spring was about what I'd estimated. 2 bottles to trade to Zhang Ruo, keep 2 for myself, and the last 2 would depend on whether Xiaobai wanted to drink them. She replied quickly, full of confusion, "Why are you suddenly giving me 2 bottles of water? I've got more water here than I can drink. Too bad it's worthless now. From now on, drink my water. This isn't ordinary water, it's essence. Drinking it will do you good." I couldn't exactly come out and explain the whole spirit spring thing. She seemed to realize something, hastily ended the call, tossed the 2 bottles onto the Kong, and ran back outside to keep practicing fireball and restoration spells. Per my instructions, she had to master fireball. Magic skills all locked on through mental power. There was no such thing as missing. As long as the target couldn't dodge or block, it was a guaranteed hit. So in the early stages of practicing spells, what you trained wasn't accuracy, it was casting speed. For a mage, fast or slow was often the difference between life and death. But practice couldn't be unlimited. Every fireball cast drained a bit of mental power. With her foundation, for casts left her dizzy and lightheaded, and she'd have to rest nearly an hour before she could go again. So she'd cast a few spells, then quickly lie down, close her eyes, and recover. After practicing all morning, she got thirsty, and her mental power had bottomed out. She just went back inside, leaned against the Kong, grabbed the bottle of water I'd given her, and gulped down several mouthfuls. Then she froze. She held up the bottle, utterly bewildered. Her mental power, drained just moments ago, was rapidly climbing back up. What used to take an hour now took only a few seconds. Full. That feeling of being mentally refreshed left her half convinced she'd just taken a long nap. And that wasn't all. Her body was changing too, as if some power were awakening inside her, surging until she wanted to let it out. She clenched her fist, her little face full of shock. This water, what on earth was it? She immediately called me on voice chat. And right now, I was fishing while playing with Xiaobai. My experience was already maxed out, but to bank those few lucky crit attribute points, I was forcing myself not to level up. Fortunately, I'd confirmed it. Even without leveling up, experience still accumulated. That worry finally settled. The only annoying part was that every time I reeled in a fish and gained a point of experience, the system would pop up. Experience is full. Level up. How could I dare level up? Without a crit, leveling up gave only 1 attribute point, a total waste. So I could only grit my teeth and keep saving. I'd never longed for the lucky crit reset to come sooner the way I did now. 3 times was too few, nowhere near enough. What made it worse was that the crit couldn't be assigned to a specific item. Right now my experience had already piled up to 135 out of 100, well past a full level and then some. The reason I was fishing so fast was partly that I dropped 5 sets of fishing gear. Second, I came up with a cheat method, dip the bait in a little bit of spirit spring water and the fish bite way faster. 35 fish in 1 hour is proof enough. Too bad there's so little spirit spring water. I don't even have enough to drink myself, so how could I bear to waste it? A tiny dip is the absolute most I'll spare. No matter how well it works, it's useless when I can't keep up with it all on my own anyway. Besides, that little glutton Xiaobai has a thing for fish meat soaked in spirit spring water. A whole basin of bait, several pounds worth, and she polished off half of it. Honestly, I know exactly what's going on. What she's really craving is the spirit spring water itself. The first time I gave her that bottle, she practically chewed the bottle too. And the changes the spirit spring water made in her were plain to see. After finishing 1 bottle, the scales on her lower body faded noticeably, slowly shifting from silvery white toward pure white. At this rate, could Xiaobai actually turn into a human someday? Xiaobai, go haul back all those crates out at sea for me. I pointed at the ocean and gave the order. The crates respawn at no set time each day, sometimes at midnight, sometimes not until noon. But no matter the hour, the day's batch always shows up. Xiaobai didn't budge. She just let out a couple of chirp chirp chirps at me. One look at that expression and I understood. This little mermaid was negotiating with me. I found myself missing the old Xiaobai, the silly, easily fooled one. This new version? Sharp as a tack. What do you want? Chirp chirp chirp. She pointed at that empty bottle. Spirit spring water. I shook my head firmly and gave the empty bottle a little shake. It's gone. Really all gone. She cocked her head and thought it over, seeming to get it. Half an hour later, she finally pushed the crates back. The reason it took so long was that today's haul was unusually large. All told, there were over 20 in bonus rewards alone, plus the dozen odd that were supposed to respawn normally, a full 40 crates. When it comes to crates, more is always better. These days, my favorite thing to do is open them. I let out a sigh. Women really do slow down the pace of my progress. Call connected. Hello? Ruro, what's up? She didn't even acknowledge that. Excited and curious, she pressed on. Hi, what exactly is that water you gave me? It's incredible. After drinking it, not only is my mental energy fully restored, but I feel like my physical fitness shot way up too. What's going on? Huh, you think I'd give you ordinary water? That's essence water. Use it freely. I don't have a ton, but a few bottles a day is doable. I paused. Oh, right. Don't you have a medium-sized seawater purifier now? Give me that small one of yours. I'm short on fresh water. Once we put a name to the relationship out loud, we were officially a couple. And with my girlfriend, I don't need to stand on ceremony. In turn, whenever I've got something good, she's the first one I think of. You? So you got the large water purifier? How is that not enough? What did you even do with it? She asked, sending the medium-sized one over without a moment's hesitation, keeping only the small one for herself. She couldn't use up 5 liters a day with the small one, and the medium one was more than enough. Where do you think my essence water comes from? I traded that large purifier for it. Looking at the medium purifier she'd sent over, I didn't bother explaining and just accepted it. She was clearly stunned. You traded a water purifier for an endless supply of spirit spring water? Who's dumb enough to do that? No wonder she couldn't wrap her head around it. A large purifier could produce 100 liters of drinking water a day, but forget 100 liters. Even 10,000 wouldn't be worth a single bottle of spirit spring water. And from the way I'd put it, this water was endless too. It was basically a gift from the heavens. He probably has no idea what spirit spring water is actually worth, I said, changing the subject. Anyway, if there's nothing going on, get some sleep early. But don't sleep once it's past midnight tonight. We'll stay on the call the whole time. Also, pile up more big bonfires around the edge of the island. Light up as much of the perimeter as you can, so you'll spot anyone landing right away. When you laid out the tiles, you did it in the shape I told you, right? Whatever you do, don't get that wrong. And if you run into someone your magic can't handle, use the rally token I gave you immediately. Don't hesitate, you got it. Still uneasy, I ran through yesterday's reminders one more time. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not going to gamble with my own life. I've got everything ready just like you said, she replied brightly. And don't worry too much about me. If my magic can't even deal with them, then nobody else stands a chance either. So my guess is the first wave won't be too strong, otherwise none of us would survive. I think so too, I said with a nod. But better safe than sorry. When you're facing an unknown enemy, you can never be too careful. I get it. I've done everything I can. Now I just wait for them to show up. She made it sound easy, but I could tell that beneath that dainty starlit exterior, her heart was probably pounding right now. And it wasn't even dark yet. Don't be scared. You've got me. Yeah, I know, she said softly. Oh, the crates are here. Give me the fishing rod. I want to see what good stuff I can pull out. Go for it. I traded the fishing rod over. After hanging up, I started opening my own crates too. So many crates. I could finally open a whole bunch in one go. I rubbed my hands together and lifted the lid on the first one. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained one blueprint for a warning device. Huh, a warning device? My eyes lit up and I quickly pulled up the blueprint. Then I was completely speechless. Some high-tech warning device this was. It was nothing but a few bells hanging on a thin string. But then again, on second thought, I need to see the Chinese text you'd like me to translate into English. It looks like your message may have started mid-sentence. Could you please share the complete text? I'll translate it into natural, American-style English for you. Based on what you've provided so far, here's a translation. This thing does have its upsides. It's discreet and easy to make. The best part is that the bell is all metal, so the forge can mass-produce them over and over. Right now, everyone's on edge, worried about their own safety. Hang something like this out there, and it'll fly off the shelves for sure. Another money-making opportunity, locked in.